Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Tyra. The lock is a stubborn, rusted thing, but my hands know the language of resistance. I crouch in the shadow of the perimeter wall, the red sand of Nagaland pressing into the knees of my trousers. The air here near the cliffs of Cario tastes different than it does in the slave pits of Shalma. It tastes of salt and crushed flint, sharp and clean, untainted by the copper stench of blood and misery. It tastes like a lie. My fingers, small and roughened by years of scrubbing floors and dismantling traps, work the tension wrench. I watch my own hands as if they belong to someone else. They are wiry tools, the skin over my knuckles bleached white from the strain, mapped with a latticework of faint, silvery scars that shine in the moonlight. They are hands made for breaking things, for stealing, for surviving. But tonight they tremble. Just a tremor, a ghost of a shake in my left thumb. Focus, Tyra. I bite the inside of my cheek until I taste iron. The pain centers me. I push the pick deeper, feeling for the tumble of the pins. Click, click. The heavy iron gate groans, a sound like a dying breath, and swings inward. I slip through the gap, melting into the darkness of Lord Baishu's estate. The silence here is heavy, pressing against my eardrums. It is not the silence of peace. It is the silence of a held breath before a scream. My heart hammers a frantic rhythm against my ribs, a trapped bird desperate to flee. I shouldn't be here. I am a rat creeping into a dragon's den. But I have no choice. The memory of Lord Vexus's voice, smooth and poisonous as oil, slithers through my mind. Bring me the formula for the viper's breath before the day of light, little thief, and I will give you your papers. I will give you your name back. The day of light. The thought settles on my shoulders like a yoke of lead, nearly making me stumble over a root. It is the only reason I am risking my life tonight. In the slave quarters, we whisper about it when the masters are drunk on wine. The day of light. Most humans call it Christmas. My mother told me the story before the fever took her. A legend from the before times. Of a single day where the sun did not burn, where the labour stopped, and where families gathered around a tree brought indoors, covered in lights that pushed back the dark. A day of rest, a day of plenty. It is a fairy tale, I know this. But Vexus promised he won't hurt my sisters. If I succeed tonight, we could have my own day of light. I could be with them. I could sit in a room that belongs to me, eat bread that isn't stale, and sleep without one eye open. That hope is a more dangerous drug than any poison brewing in this estate. I push deeper into the grounds. The architecture of the Naga is stark and imposing. Great slabs of grey stone rising out of the earth, devoid of ornamentation. It is cold, functional, and terrifying. But the garden is a chaotic explosion of colour that makes my eyes ache. Blue trees twist toward the moons, their leaves shimmering with a faint bioluminescent pulse. Ferns the colour of dried blood brush against my thighs. It is beautiful, and that makes me suspicious. In Nagaland, beauty is usually a warning. I need to find the fume slits on the east wing. That is the entry point Vexus's spies identified. Narrow, angled channels carved directly into the grey stone to let the heavy, toxic vapours of Bai Shu's experiments escape. It is a dangerous path. If the master of poisons is brewing tonight, the very air I breathe to get inside could kill me. But the wind is blowing inland, pushing the invisible death away from the wall. It is my only chance. I keep low, moving with the fluid grace Vexus beat into me. My auburn hair, usually a tangled mess I keep hacked short to avoid grabbing hands, is pulled back tight, but a few rebellious strands escape, plastering to my sweat-damp forehead. I brush them away impatiently. The path narrows, winding through a dense thicket of flowering bushes. The scent hits me then, sweet, cloying, like overripe fruit and honey. It makes my head swim, a pleasant drowsy sensation that wars with my adrenaline. I pause, my boot hovering over the earth. The flowers are gorgeous. They have petals the colour of a bruised sky, vibrant blue and violet, opening wide to the moons. They look soft, harmless. A decorative touch in a monster's fortress. Just flowers, I tell myself. Even monsters like pretty things. I step forward, intending to skirt the edge of the bed. My boot sinks into the soft loam. A sharp, stinging pain registers in my calf, just above the leather of my boot. I freeze. It feels like a bee sting. Insignificant. I look down. A single long thorn, black as obsidian, has pierced the fabric of my trousers and sunk into my skin. It belongs to the blue flower. Numisku. The name surfaces from the depths of my training, screaming in my mind. Vexus made me memorize the flora of Kainvu, but seeing it in a diagram is different than standing in a patch of it. Fast-acting paralytic. Panic, cold and absolute, floods my chest. I try to step back, to rip my leg away, but the command doesn't reach my foot. The connection between my brain and my muscle has been severed. No, I whisper, the words slurring on my tongue. The numbness isn't a slow creep. It is a flash flood. It rushes up my leg, stealing the sensation of the ground beneath me. My knee buckles. I grab for a blue tree branch to steady myself, but my fingers, my nimble, scarred, capable fingers, are suddenly clumsy blocks of wood. They scrabble against the bark and find no purchase. I fall. The ground rushes up to meet me. My temple cracks against a stone boundary marker hidden in the ferns. Pain explodes behind my eyes, a starburst of white light that blinds me. Then the pain vanishes, swallowed by the cold, heavy weight of the toxin. I am lying in the dirt. The red ferns are tickling my cheek. I can see the stars through the canopy of the blue trees, swirling in dizzying arcs. I need to get up. I need to run. If I am found here, Bai Shu will peel the skin from my bones. Move, I scream at my body. Get up. Nothing happens. I am a statue in my own skin. My chest heaves, the air leaving my lungs in short, shallow gasps that sound loud in the silence. The sweet smell of the Numisku fills my nose, mocking me. It smells like the sleep I have been denied for years. Is this it? The thought drifts through the fog in my mind. Is this my day of light? Dying in the dirt. Tears prick my eyes, hot and frustrating. I wanted to see the lights. I wanted to know what pine smelled like inside a warm room. I wanted to stop running. Suddenly the sound changes. The wind dies. The rustle of the leaves stops. In the silence, a new sound emerges. Shh, shh. Drag. It is a heavy sound, the sound of something massive moving over the earth with terrifying fluid power. It is the distinctive sound of scales sliding over stone and sand. He is coming. I try to close my eyes, to hide from the monster approaching, but the paralysis has stolen even that small mercy. My eyes are wide open, staring helplessly into the dark as a shadow detaches itself from the estate walls. It is huge. A wall of jade and obsidian scales blocks out the stars. The heat radiating from the creature hits my cold skin like a physical wave. My vision tunnels, the edges turning grey. The last thing I see before the darkness takes me completely is a pair of golden eyes, vertical pupils narrowing as they fixate on me, and a dark hood flaring wide against the night sky.
Chapter 2. Baishu. The art of extraction requires silence. It demands a reverence that few possess. In the stone heart of my sanctum, the air is rich with the touch of lethal things. Bunches of dried woroya hang from the rafters, their dusty scent mingling with the sharper acidic tang of the nyoka serpent venom bubbling in the crucible before me. The flame beneath the glass is low, a controlled blue eye that watches the violet liquid thicken into sludge. Most would call this poison. They are crude creatures with limited vocabularies. This is not merely poison. It is a cessation of movement, a forced pause in the chaotic rhythm of life. It is perfection distilled. I reach for the silver tongs, my movements deliberate, my hand broad and covered in scales that shift from deep, verdant jade to the black of a starless night hovers over the steam. I do not fear the fumes. My blood is already a mixture of toxins. I am the master of this domain, and the master does not fear his hounds. I'm about to add the binding agent, crushed mixed root, when I pause. My tongue flicks out, tasting the stagnant environment of the workroom. Nothing has changed in the scent of the room. The copper smell of the nyoka is dominant. The dust is undisturbed. Yet the scales along my spine ripple, lifting in a wave of involuntary agitation. It is not a sound that stops me. It is a temperature. I am a creature of the cold earth. My blood moves slowly, requiring the sun or the heated stones of my nest to quicken. Because of this, I am acutely aware of heat. I crave it. I hunt it. And something warm is dying in my garden. I set the tongs down with a sharp clink against the slate table. The heat signature is faint, fading like a coal dropped in snow, but it is undeniably there. It pulses with a frantic, erratic rhythm that offends the stillness of my estate. I turn, leaving the unfinished extraction. The heavy muscles of my lower body engage. I have legs, powerful, pillar-like limbs that could crush stone, but I do not walk with the clumsy, stomping gait of a common biped. I glide, my massive tail, a thick cable of muscle and obsidian scales that extends far behind me, acts as a rudder and a propellant. It pushes against the floor, allowing me to slide forward in a seamless, predatory motion, my boots barely making a sound on the polished stone. I move through the hallways of my home. They are stark, devoid of the frivolous tapestries and gold filigree that the other Naga lords of Nagaland favor. I have no need for soft comforts that rot in the humidity. Stone is eternal. Stone is clean. I push open the doors to the inner garden. The night air of Kainvu rushes in to meet me, carrying the scent of damp red earth and the crackle of a brewing storm. The garden is a trap, though to the uninitiated it appears to be a paradise. Bioluminescent blue trees arch overhead, casting long, skeletal shadows over the beds of red ferns. And there, near the eastern perimeter, is the source of the heat. I approach slowly, my hood flaring slightly, a reflex of caution and dominance. It is a human, a female. She lies crumpled in the loam, her body twisted in the unnatural angle of the paralyzed. She has fallen directly into the bed of numiscu blossoms. The vibrant, blue-violet petals, beautiful and deadly, cradle her head like a lover. I loom over her, my shadow swallowing her small form. She is a mess of contradictions. She is dressed in dark, fitted clothing that speaks of stealth, yet she blundered into a botanical minefield. She is small, shockingly so. Her bones look as brittle as dried twigs. One stomp of my boot, one lazy sweep of my tail, and she would shatter. I crouch, the movement fluid, my tail coiling instinctively behind me to anchor my weight. I extend a hand, the claws at the tips of my fingers glinting in the moonlight. I brush a stray lock of hair from her face. It is the color of dried blood. Auburn, I believe they call it. Her skin is pale, almost translucent in this light, pulled tight over the sharp architecture of her cheekbones. There is a lattice of scars on her neck, silver lines that tell a story of pain survival. She's not soft. She is carved from hardship. I trace the line of her jaw with the back of a claw. Her skin burns against my cool scales. The heat is intoxicating, a siren song to my cold blood. My tongue flicks out again, tasting the air directly above her skin. I expect the scent of fear, the sour sweat of a prey animal caught in a snare. I expect the metallic tang of blood from the wound on her temple where she struck the boundary stone. I find those things, yes, but beneath them, I frown, my brow furrowing. Beneath the iron of blood and the salt of sweat, there is a bitterness. It is faint, woven deep into her pores, but to an artisan of death, it is as loud as a scream. It smells of arsenic and nightshade, a viper's breath diluted to a whisper. It smells of tolerance. Human physiology is weak. The Numiscu neurotoxin acts within seconds. It stops the heart within minutes. Based on the pallor of her skin and the slowing, but steady, rhythm of her pulse, she should be dead. Her lungs should have ceased. But she is breathing. Shallow, hitched gasps, but breathing. Curious, I whisper. The word hangs in the humid air, a puff of white mist. She's not merely a trespasser. She is an anomaly, a biological riddle wrapped in frail skin. My gaze drops to her hands. They are calloused, the fingers curled into useless claws by the paralysis. They are not the hands of a lady, nor a slave who only scrubs floors. They are tools. I should kill her. The laws of Nagaland are clear regarding trespassers, especially humans. She is vermin in my sanctuary. Logic dictates I snap her neck and throw her over the cliffs to the sea. But logic is a cold bedfellow, and she is burning hot. The biological imperative slams into me, violent and sudden. Keep. I reach down, but I do not use my hands. I shift my weight, bringing the length of my tail around. The obsidian scales gleam with an iridescent jade sheen where the moonlight hits them. The underbelly of my tail is different, softer, paler, sensitive to touch. I slide the tip of my tail beneath her back. It is heavy, a limb of pure muscle thicker than her waist. I lift her effortlessly. She is weightless, a feather caught in a storm. Her head lolls back, exposing the vulnerable column of her throat. I watch her, my golden eyes narrowing to slits. Who poisoned you before you ever stepped foot in my garden, little slave? I murmur. The scent on her is old. It is a history of abuse, a map of survival written in toxins. It intrigues me more than any ancient scroll or rare ingredient I possess. If I leave her here, the scavengers, the rodent packs or the Yalize spiders, will pick her bones clean by morning, a waste of a unique specimen. And she is so warm. The heat radiating from her body seeps into my scales, warming the blood beneath. It is a sensation of pure, narcotic pleasure. I want to hoard it. I want to wrap myself around it until the chill of the coming storm is forgotten. I rise to my full height, cradling her suspended form in the coil of my tail. She hangs there, limp and broken, held aloft by the very thing that marks me as a monster. I glide toward the heavy stone entrance of my estate, the friction of my movement a steady, rhythmic hiss against the earth. I cross the threshold carrying the chaos of the outside world into my sterile sanctuary. With a thought, I trigger the mechanism that seals the doors. Stone grinds against stone, locking into place with a final echoing thud. She is mine now, my curiosity, my heat, my prisoner.
Chapter 3. Tyra. Waking up for me is not a gentle rising. It is a violent shove into consciousness. Pain is the first thing I know. It throbs behind my eyes, a heavy rhythmic hammer striking the inside of my skull. My mouth tastes of copper and ash, dry as the desert winds of Toulouse. I gasp, my body jerking upright before my mind has even registered where I am. The movement is a mistake. The world tilts on its axis, spinning in a nauseating blur of grey and black. Bile rises in my throat, hot and sour, and I close my eyes, waiting for the vertigo to pass. Breathe, I tell myself. Just breathe. I force air into my lungs. It is difficult. The air here is cold, unnaturally so, and thick with scents I do not recognise. It smells of crushed stone, of dry herbs hanging in the dark, and something sharper, cleaner, like the aftermath of a lightning strike. It does not smell like the slave barracks. It does not smell of unwashed bodies, rotting straw, or the fierce sweat of 100 other girls huddled together for warmth. My eyes snap open. I am not on a cot. I am lying on a pallet of furs, thick, luxurious pelts that feel like silk against my rough palms. I run my fingers through the fibres, confused. The colour is a deep midnight blue, softer than anything I have ever touched. I scramble backward, my heels digging into the furs, until my back hits a cold stone wall. The shock of the temperature seeps through my thin tunic, biting into my skin. Where am I? I scan the room. It is a cavernous space, built of smooth grey slabs that join together without mortar. There are no windows, only narrow slits high up near the ceiling that let in thin beams of moonlight. The light catches on dust motes dancing in the stagnant air. It is stark. Empty. There are no chairs, no tables, no signs of life other than a heavy stone bowl filled with water near the door. It looks like a tomb, or a prison. Panic, cold and sharp, begins to claw at my chest. I gaze down at my hands. They are shaking. They are my hands, small, calloused, the nails bitten down to the quick, but they feel alien. I bring them to my face, patting my cheeks, my jaw, my forehead. I am checking for injuries, for blood, for answers. My fingers brush against something raised on my left temple, just inside the hairline. I hiss at the sudden flare of tenderness. I trace the spot tentatively. It is a scar, or a wound that has healed badly. It feels shaped like a starburst, a puckered knot of skin. I rub it, waiting for the memory of the blow to surface. I wait for the image of a master's ring, or a fall, or a fight. Nothing comes. There is only a terrifying silent void. I press harder, rubbing the scar until the skin burns, desperation rising in my throat like floodwater. Think. I remember the smell of pine needles. I remember a woman with tired eyes and warm hands. Mother. I remember her whispering stories in the dark, stories about a world before this one, about a day when the sun didn't burn and the snow was soft. Christmas. The word floats up from the abyss of my mind, bright and shiny as a gold coin. The day of light. The thought seizes me, arresting the panic for a heartbeat. Is it coming? Is it here? A frantic, irrational anxiety takes root in my gut. I need to prepare. If I don't prepare, the darkness stays. If I don't find the lights, if I don't find the green branches, the day won't come, and we will be stuck in the cold forever. I have to get ready. I try to stand, my legs wobbling like a newborn foal's. I need the pine, I whisper quietly to the empty room. My voice is a rusted croak. I need the lights. But why? Why is it so important? I don't know. I just know that the thought of not being ready makes my chest tighten with a sorrow so profound it threatens to drown me. It is the only thing that feels real, the only solid rock in a sea of fog. I take a step toward the heavy wooden door, intending to... What? Run? Search for decorations in this place? I don't even know where I am. Before I can move, the sound of grinding stone echoes through the room. The door doesn't open on hinges. It slides into the wall with a deep, rumbling groan. I freeze. My instincts, honed by a lifetime of dodging blows I can't remember, scream at me to hide. But there is nowhere to go. The room is a box. A shadow falls across the threshold. It is long, stretching, and then he enters. My breath leaves me in a sharp, terrified hiss. He is not a man. He is a mountain range given sentience. He is taller than any master I have ever seen, his shoulders broad and powerful, his chest a wall of muscle defined by scales that shimmer in the gloom. They are the colour of deep jade and obsidian, iridescent like oil on water, catching the meagre light and twisting it. But it is his lower half that stops my heart. He has legs, but the eye-catching part is a massive, coiling tail of a serpent. It is thick as a tree trunk, a river of muscle and scale that slides over the stone floor with a terrifying, fluid grace. Shh, shh, drag. The sound is hypnotic and lethal. He glides into the room, and the space suddenly feels suffocatingly small. I scramble back onto the furs, pressing myself into the corner until the stone bites into my spine. My eyes are wide, unblinking, tracking him as a rabbit tracks a wolf. A Naga. I know what he is. The knowledge is there, deeper than memory. The lords of this land, the monsters who rule the forests of Kainvu. They eat meat raw, they crush bones for sport. He stops in the middle of the room, looming over me. He does not attack. He does not roar. He simply watches. His face is terrible and beautiful. High, sharp cheekbones, skin that looks like polished grey stone, and eyes. My gaze locks onto his. They are gold, not the muddy yellow of a coin, but pure, molten gold, with vertical slit pupils that narrow as they focus on me. A dark hood, like a cobra's, flares slightly at his neck, casting his face in shadow. He is terrifying. He is death coiled and waiting to strike. And yet, he hasn't killed me. I stare at him, trembling violently. Why am I alive? If he found me, if I am his prisoner, why am I on furs and not in a cage? Why is there water in the bowl? He moves closer. I flinch, throwing my hands up to protect my face. He stops instantly. The stillness of him is unnerving. A human man would be shouting or grabbing or pacing. This creature is absolute stillness. He is a statue carved from nightmares. But his eyes are scanning me with an intensity that feels like a physical touch. He looks at my hands, my face, the scar on my temple. He moves his head. He tilts it to the side, a slow, avian movement that exposes the column of his throat. His tongue flicks out. It is forked, dark and wet. It tastes the air between us, fluttering for a second before retracting. I shudder, a wave of revulsion and fascination crashing over me. He is tasting my fear. "You are awake," he says. His voice is not a growl. It is deep, yes, resonating in the floorboards and vibrating in my chest, but it is smooth, elegant. It sounds like dark velvet wrapped around a blade. It is the voice of a king, cold and distant and utterly bored with the concept of mercy. I try to speak, but my throat is glued shut. I nod, a jerky, spasmodic motion. He glides closer, the friction of his scales a whisper against the stone. He towers over me now, his shadow swallowing me whole. The heat radiating from his massive body hits me. He is not cold, as I expected. He is a furnace. "The Numisku should have stopped your heart," he says, his tone conversational, as if discussing the weather and not my potential death. 3 hours of exposure. A human heart is a fragile, fluttering thing. It should have burst. He leans down. His face is mere inches from mine. I can smell him now. Not sweat or musk, but something earthy and strange. Like crushed herbs and rain on hot stone. "Why are you not dead, little woman?" The question hangs in the air. I stare at his lips, pale, firm, framing straight white teeth that I know must be sharp. My voice cracks. I swallow and try again. I don't know. He narrows his eyes. His tongue flicks out again, almost brushing my cheek. I squeeze my eyes closed, waiting for the bite. Truth, he murmurs, sounding disappointed, or perhaps intrigued. You believe that? He pulls back, giving me space to breathe. The coil of his tail shifts, a restless ripple of muscle that reminds me I am trapped. Who sent you? He demands. The elegance in his voice sharpens into a command. Who taught a human to survive the king's poison? No one, I gasp. I don't know. Lies possess a scent, he says coldly. Rot, sulphur. You smell of fear, yes. You smell of the numiscu, but you do not smell of rot. He turns his back on me, his tail sweeping a wide arc that forces me to pull my knees to my chest to avoid being touched by the scales. He paces, no, he flows, to the far wall and back. If you are not an assassin, then you are a thief, he decides, turning back to fix me with that golden stare. Or a fool. Only a fool wanders into my garden. I'm not... I trail off. What am I? I search my mind. I look for a job, a home, a purpose. I find only the image of a green tree with lights. I need to get ready, I whisper, the words spilling out before I can stop them. The lights, the pine. I have to prepare for Christmas. He stares at me. His brow furrows, a crack in his mask of indifference. Christmas, he repeats. The word sounds clumsy on his tongue, alien and wrong. Is this the name of your master? No, I say, shaking my head frantically. The movement makes the room spin again. No, it's the day of light. It's coming. He watches me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. He looks at me not as a person, but as a puzzle box he hasn't figured out how to open yet. You are damaged, he states flatly. The neurotoxin has stripped the slate clean. He leans in again, his golden eyes boring into mine. Tell me your name, human. I open my mouth to answer. The name is right there. It has to be. I am... My mind is white static. I clutch the furs, my knuckles turning white. I search the corners of my brain, looking for a syllable, a sound, anything that belongs to me. There is nothing. Only the scar. Only the snow. Only the lights. Tears well in my eyes, hot and humiliating. I look up at the monster, the Naga lord who could crush me without a second thought, and I whisper the only truth I have. I don't know.
Chapter 4. By Shu. The words hang in the stale air of the stone chamber, fragile as spun glass. They are not the words of a spy trained in the high courts of the capital, nor the rehearsed lies of a thief caught with her hand in the vault. They are hollow, empty. I glide closer, the friction of my ventral scales against the floor, creating a sound like sand shifting in an hourglass. She presses herself into the corner of the room, her spine fused to the cold stone as if she wishes to merge with it. She is terrified. Her pulse flutters in the hollow of her throat, a frantic, erratic bird beating its wings against a cage of skin. I can hear it. Thump, flutter, thump, a rhythm of pure, unfiltered panic. I loom over her, casting a shadow that swallows her small, shivering form. My instincts, the ancient reptilian brain that governs the hunt, urge me to strike. An intruder with no name is a variable I cannot account for. A variable in a poison master's workroom usually leads to an explosion. And yet, the heat radiating from her is a caress against my chest. It is a siren song to my cold blood, urging me closer, demanding that I hoard this warmth before the damp chill of the Nagaland night steals it away. "Look at me," I command. My voice is low, a vibration that rumbles through the floorboards. She flinches but lifts her gaze. Her eyes are wide, the brown of turned earth, brimming with moisture. I reach out. My hand is massive compared to her face, my fingers long and tipped with obsidian claws that could sever her carotid artery with a flick. I cup her jaw. The contact is electric. Her skin is fever-hot, burning against the cool, smooth jade of my scales. I fight the urge to lean into her, to wrap my coils around this living ember. Instead, I force her head up, tilting it to expose her eyes to the sliver of moonlight filtering from above. "You claim ignorance," I say, studying the dilation of her pupils. "But the body holds memories the mind discards." I lean in, infringing on her space until I am breathing the same air. I do not flick my tongue. I simply inhale deep through my nostrils. I scent the salt of her tears, the metallic tang of the blood drying on her temple, the lingering, sweet, cloying perfume of the numiscu poison that still clings to her clothes like a second skin. But there is no rot. Lies smell of decay. They smell of sulfur and spoiled meat, a biological reaction to the stress of deception. She smells of terror and that strange bitterness I detected in the garden. She believes she is empty. "Please," she whispers, the word trembling. I release her jaw, straightening to my full height. My hood flares slightly, settling back against my neck. "You are a vessel without contents," I muse, half to myself. "A broken tool." Before I can decide whether to discard her or dissect her, the heavy groan of the stone door sliding open interrupts us. I turn, my tail instinctively curling to block the human from view. A reflex of guarding a possession, nothing more. Kiri slithers into the room. My servant is old, her scales dulled to the color of slate and ash, her eyes clouded with the cataracts of age. She carries a tray of raw meat, but she stops when she sees the human awake. Her lip curls, revealing yellowed fangs. "It breathes," Kiri hisses, her voice like dry leaves skittering on pavement. She sets the tray down on the floor with a clatter. "You brought a warm blood into the sanctum, my lord, into the heart of your work." "She is a curiosity, Kiri," I reply, my tone dismissing her concern. Kiri does not retreat. She glides forward, her tail thrashing with agitation. "She is a liability. The wind carries sense, Lord Baishu. If the other houses, if my enemies or the brokers of Lodra catch the scent of a human kept here, they will not see a pet. They will see a weakness. They will see a breach in your isolation." I narrow my eyes. Kiri speaks boldly, but she speaks truth. My family's reputation is built on fear and distance. We are the poisoners, the ghosts of the forest. We do not take guests. "Let me dispose of it," Kiri suggests, her gaze sliding past me to the trembling woman on the furs. "The cliffs are steep. The sea tells no tales. It would be a mercy." Behind me, the human gasps. The sound is sharp, a sudden intake of air that speaks of a will to live I did not expect from something so broken. "No!" The word bursts from her. I look back. The little slave has scrambled to her knees. She clutches the furs to her chest, her knuckles white. "Don't," she begs, her eyes darting between Kiri's malice and my indifference. "Don't throw me out. Please. Give me one reason why I should not feed you to the Nyoka serpents," I say softly. "You consume my air. You occupy my space. You offer nothing." She swallows hard. Her gaze drops to her hands, and I see her rub the starburst scar on her temple, a nervous tick that draws my eye. "I can work," she stammers. I have strong hands. I can scrub the stone. I can carry the heavy jars. I know how to clean." "I have servants for that," I counter. "I need to stay," she insists, her voice rising in pitch, bordering on hysteria. I have to prepare." "Prepare?" I arch a brow. "For death?" "No." She shakes her head frantically. "For the day of light. It's coming. I can feel it. If I'm not ready, if the lights aren't ready. She trails off, her breath hitching. She looks at me, and there is a desperate, terrifying clarity in her eyes. If you throw me out, I can't make it ready, and then the dark stays. It is madness. Pure, distilled delusion. The Numiscu has scrambled her cognitive functions more severely than I anticipated. This day of light is a myth, I tell her coldly. A story slaves tell themselves to endure the lash. It's real! She crawls forward on her knees, stopping just inches from the coils of my tail. She looks at me, not with the fear of a victim, but with the bargaining desperation of an addict. Let me stay. I'll do anything. I don't care what you do to me. You can use me for your tests. You can put the poisons in me. I won't scream. I promise. Silence descends on the room, heavy and absolute. Kiri hisses in disgust. Madness. The creature is broken, my lord. It offers its blood like water. I stare at the human. She is offering her life to preserve a fantasy. She is willing to endure agony. My experiments are not gentle, just to remain in a place where she can hang her imaginary lights. It is illogical. It is pathetic. And it is fascinating. I look at her skin, pale and scarred. I think of the tolerance layered beneath her scent. If I cast her out, she dies, and the secret of her physiology dies with her. If I keep her, I have a renewable resource, a subject that heals, a subject that tolerates toxins that would stop Atara's heart, and a treacherous part of my mind whispers, a subject that generates heat in this stone tomb. You offer your body to my poisons, I say slowly, testing the weight of the agreement. In exchange for... what? A corner to sweep, a wall to hang your dead weeds upon. She nods, tears spilling over her lashes. Yes, just let me get ready. I look at Kiri. She stays. My lord. She stays, I repeat, my voice dropping an octave, vibrating with the finality of a closing coffin lid. She is resistant to the Numiscu. I wish to understand why. She has offered herself as a test subject. It would be wasteful to refuse. Kiri scowls, her tail lashing once more before she bows her head. As you command. But when she brings ruin to your door, do not say I did not warn you. Kiri glides out, the door grinding shut behind her, leaving us alone in the gloom. The human sags against the floor, looking as though she has just run a marathon. She gazes at me with a mixture of terror and gratitude that makes my stomach turn. Thank you, she whispers. Do not thank me, I say, turning away from her warmth because it is tempting me to linger too long. You have traded a quick death for a slow one. My work is not kind. I glide to the door. I place my hand on the locking mechanism. The complex tumblers shift under my palm. You are free to move within the estate, I tell her, not looking back. Do not enter the inner sanctum unless summoned. Do not disturb my work. I pull the heavy lever. The lock disengages with a heavy clack. I push the door open, revealing the dark hallway beyond. The door is unlocked, I say. She blinks, confused. You're letting me go? I look back at her then, letting my hood flare just enough to remind her of what I am. I am not your jailer, little slave. But know this, the forest of Nagaland does not forgive. The Nyoka hunt at night, the Vraken dwell in the deep caves, and the Numiscu blooms are waiting for you to stumble again. I gesture to the open door, the freedom that is no freedom at all. Leave if you wish, but outside these walls you are prey. Inside, you are merely a specimen. I glide out into the hall, leaving the door ajar. I wait for the sound of her running footsteps, the scramble for escape. It does not come. Instead, I hear the soft shuffle of her body settling back onto the furs. I hear the deep, shuddering exhale of someone who has found shelter in the eye of a hurricane. She is staying. I flick my tongue, tasting the air one last time. It tastes of pine needles and irrational hope. I smile, a sharp, mirthless baring of fangs in the dark. Let her have her day of light. I have my prize.
Chapter 5. Tyra. The silence of this house is heavier than stone. It presses against my eardrums, thick and expectant, like the air before a thunderstorm breaks. I wander the halls of the estate, my bare feet making no sound on the polished grey slabs. The master of this house, the one the old servant, Kiri, called the Lord of Poisons, gave me the run of the place, barring the inner sanctum. He is a monster of the old blood, Kiri had hissed at me earlier, shoving a tray of water and dried meat into my hands with a sneer. He boils death in glass. Touch nothing, little warm blood, or you will melt from the inside out. Her words echo in my head as I walk. A monster, a poisoner. And yet, he is the one who gave me furs when I was cold. It feels less like freedom and more like being a mouse allowed to scurry through the belly of a sleeping snake. Everything here is beautiful in a way that hurts. The architecture is severe, soaring arches of slate and granite that join together without a single seam of mortar. There is no clutter, no dust, no sign that anyone lives here, only that someone exists here. It is cold, not the biting chill of the wind outside, but a stillness that sinks into the bone. I rub the scar on my temple, the puckered skin hot beneath my fingertips. The action is unconscious, a nervous tick I can't seem to stop whenever the black void of my memory tries to swallow me whole. Who am I? The question is a constant, dull ache in my chest. I know things. I know how to pick a lock. I know how to move without making a sound. I know that the numiscu flowers in the garden will stop my heart. But I don't know my favourite colour. I don't know if I prefer rain or sun. I don't know the sound of my own laughter. I am a ghost haunting a stranger's palace. Stop it, I whisper to myself. The sound of my voice is thin and reedy in the vast hallway. I need a distraction. I need to work. If I stop moving, the panic will catch up to me, and I will curl into a ball on the furs and never get up. The day of light. The thought blooms in my mind, bright and urgent. It is the only anchor I have. The conviction that I must prepare for it is a physical hunger. I need lights. I need green things. I need to turn this tomb into a home, or the light won't come, and I will be lost in the dark forever. I find myself in the main hall. It is a massive circular room with a high domed ceiling. In the centre is a pit of white ash, a fire pit long gone cold. This will be the hearth. My eyes dart around, evaluating the space not as a prisoner, but as a scavenger. There are heavy stone braziers in the corners, filled with unlit oil. They are decorative, cold, and useless where they are. I set to work. I grab the edge of the nearest brazier. It is carved from solid basalt, heavy enough to crush a man. I grip my teeth, planting my feet. I shove. Stone grinds against stone with a satisfyingly ugly screech that shatters the estate's perfect silence. I drag the braziers one by one, arranging them in a semicircle near the central pit. My muscles burn, a familiar stinging heat that tells me I am used to hard labour. I am strong, wiry. I have carried heavy things before. When the heavy lifting is done, I stand back, wiping sweat from my brow. It's better. It looks less like a museum and more like a place where living things might gather. But it is still grey, still dead. I need colour. I turn toward the heavy doors that lead to the garden. Fear prickles my skin, ice cold and sharp. The last time I went out there, I died, or came close enough to it. He said I could go outside, within the walls. I push the door open just a crack. The humid air of Kainvu rushes in, smelling of red earth and ancient, rotting vegetation. I slip out, staying close to the shadow of the building. The garden is a minefield of beauty. The blue trees tower overhead, their bioluminescent leaves pulsing with a soft, ghostly rhythm. I give the bed of Numiscu blossoms a wide berth, shuddering as the sweet, cloying scent of the neurotoxin drifts on the breeze. I keep my eyes on the ground, scanning the underbrush. I am not looking for poisons. I am looking for life. There, near the base of the perimeter wall, growing in stubborn tufts between the red ferns, is tall golden grass. I kneel, crushing a blade between my fingers. It releases a scent like vanilla and fresh hay. Sweet grass. A surge of triumph rushes through me. I pull handfuls of it, snapping the stalks near the root. It isn't pine, but it smells like warmth. It smells like baking bread. I gather an armful, clutching it to my chest like gold bullion. As I turn back, a splash of colour catches my eye. A bush near the kitchen entrance is heavy with berries, small round things that range from tart green to a deep bruised purple. Fielon berries. I hesitate. Are they poison? Baishu is a poison master. Everything here feels designed to kill. I reach out, my hand trembling slightly, and pinch one of the purple berries. It bursts, staining my thumb with violet juice. I sniff it. It smells sweet, earthy, harmless. I strip the branches, adding them to my hoard. Back inside, the air feels stagnant compared to the garden, but safe. I dump my treasures onto the floor in the centre of my makeshift hearth. I sit cross-legged on the cold stone, the pile of sweetgrass and berry-laden branches before me. I pick up 3 stalks of the grass. My hands move before I tell them to. My fingers weave the stalks together, over and under, over and under. It is a rhythm I know deep in my bones. I don't have to think about the tension or the angle. My muscles remember the motion. I braid the grass into a thick, sturdy rope, bending it slowly into a circle. As I work, the scent of the sweetgrass rises, filling my nose. The smell triggers something, not a vision, but a feeling. A memory of warmth, a memory of safety. Not too tight, little bird. You have to leave room for the light to get in. The voice echoes in my head, soft and melodic. A woman's voice. Mother. I pause, my hands freezing on the half-finished wreath. The memory sharpens. I am small. My hands are tinier than they are now, clumsy with the grass. The woman is laughing, guiding my fingers. That's it. Just like that, Tyra. You have the weaver's touch. Tyra. The name shakes me to my core, knocking the breath from my lungs. I gasp, dropping the wreath. Tyra. It isn't just a sound, it is a shape. It is a handle on the suitcase of my soul. I am not little slave. I am not ghost. I am Tyra. I scramble up on my feet, a laugh bubbling up in my throat, a hysterical wet sound that bounces off the high ceiling. I'm Tyra, I whisper. I press my hands to my chest, feeling the thud of my heart. My name is Tyra. The joy is blinding. It is a rush of adrenaline, heady and intoxicating. I spin around, needing to move, needing to expend this sudden burst of energy. I am real. I exist. I grab a rag I had used for cleaning, intending to wipe down the mantle of the hearth, my movements wide and clumsy with glee. I dance toward the stone shelf set into the wall, humming a tune that has no words, just a melody of pure relief. I swing my arm out, twirling. My elbow connects with something hard. Clink. The sound is small, but in the silence of the sanctum it sounds like a gunshot. I freeze mid-spin. On the edge of the stone shelf, a small crystal vial wobbles. It is filled with a shimmering, mercury-like liquid. I lunge for it, my fingers scrabbling at the air, but I am too slow. The vial tips. It falls. It shatters against the stone floor. The glass explodes outward. The silver liquid splashes across the grey slabs, hissing as it touches the stone. A plume of acrid white smoke rises instantly, smelling of burnt sugar and ozone. The joy in my chest evaporates, replaced by a cold, paralyzing terror that roots my feet to the floor. I have broken something. I have broken something in the master's house. The memory of my name vanishes, replaced by the muscle memory of punishment. I hunch my shoulders, waiting for the blow, waiting for the shout. But there is no shout. There is only a sound. Shh, shh, drag. The heavy rhythmic slide of scales over stone. I turn my head, my neck creaking with tension. He is there. Baishu fills the archway of the hall. He is massive, his jade and obsidian scales absorbing the dim light, making him look like a shadow detached from the wall. His hood is flared wide, a dark halo around his severe face. His golden eyes are slit pupils, fixed not on the broken glass, but on me. He does not move, he does not speak, he simply watches, his forked tongue stretching out to taste the smoke-tainted air. I cannot breathe, I cannot move. I am a rabbit who has snapped a twig in the wolf's den, and now the wolf is looking right at me.
Chapter 6. Baishu. The sound of shattering glass is a violent punctuation mark in the sentence of my solitude. I stand in the archway, my presence filling the space, blocking the only exit. The air is ripe with the scent of burnt sugar and sulfur, argentum vapor. It is a volatile substance, used to stabilize the venom of the Yalizi spider, but hardly precious. I have gallons of it in the deep vaults. Yet, the little slave does not know this. She is frozen, her small body hunched as if anticipating a blow. Her hands hover over the spreading pool of silver liquid, trembling so violently I can see the vibrations from here. She smells of pure, distilled terror. It radiates from her pores, sharp and sour, drowning out the tang of the spilled regent. I do not speak immediately. I let the silence stretch, taut as a bowstring. I watch the way her breath hitches, the way her eyes, wide and brown and terrified, dart from the broken glass to my face. I glide forward. The sound of my scales on the stone is a heavy, rhythmic shh drag. With every inch I advance, her pulse accelerates. I can hear it, a frantic drumbeat against the hollow of her throat. Thump, flutter, thump. I stop inches from the spill. The silver liquid hisses against the stone, eating into the polish. You have expensive clumsiness, I murmur. My voice is low, a rumble that vibrates through the floorboards she kneels upon. She flinches, squeezing her eyes shut. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. I'll clean it up. I'll fix it. Do not touch it, I command. Her eyes snap open. It will burn the skin from your fingers, I say, watching her closely. And while I have many regents, I have only one of you. I wave a hand, a dismissive gesture. Leave it. The stone will absorb the heat. It will leave a stain, but stone does not bleed. She blinks, her mouth parting slightly. She expected rage. She expected pain. My indifference confuses her more than violence would have. I tear my gaze away from her and look at the room. It has changed. My estate is a fortress of gray and black, a monument to the cold precision of my craft. But here in the main hall, there is chaos. Stone braziers heavy enough to break a lesser man's back have been dragged into a semicircle, and in the center, lying on the floor like an offering to a pagan god, is a pile of weeds. I tilt my head, my hood flaring slightly in irritation. What is this? I ask, gesturing to the mess. She follows my gaze, and for a moment, the fear recedes, replaced by a flicker of that strange determination I tasted on her earlier. It's for the wreath, she says, her voice small. For the day of light. I glide closer to the pile. I pick up a stalk of sweetgrass. It is dry, brittle, dead. To me, it is kindling. It serves no purpose. It has no alchemical value. You drag dead vegetation into my hall, I muse, crushing the grass between my claws until it turns to dust. You clutter my walkways with stone bowls. You stain my floors with argentum. I look down at her, letting my shadow fall over her like a cage. Is this how humans prepare for their holy days? By turning order into ruin? She flushes, a sudden bloom of heat rising in her cheeks. It's not ruin. It's making it ready. It has to be beautiful. Beautiful. I look at the half-finished circle of woven grass. It is crude, primitive, and yet I watch her hands. They are still shaking, but they are stained with the purple juice of fialon berries. She has been working. She has been building. In this tomb of poisons and silence, she is trying to build a nest. The realization strikes me with a strange weight. I am the poison master. I am the monster of Cario. Creatures run from my scent, and this fragile, broken thing is trying to make a home in the belly of the beast. You presume much, little slave, I hiss, leaning down until my face is level with hers. You presume to decorate my walls with your trash. You presume to break my tools. You presume I will not punish you. She swallows hard. Her gaze drops to the floor, but then something shifts. Her shoulders square. It is a minute movement, barely perceptible, but I see it. I'm not a slave, she whispers. The words are so quiet they are almost lost under the hiss of the dissolving silver liquid. What did you say? She lifts her head. Her eyes meet mine, and the fear is still there. Yes, but beneath it is something harder. Something sharp that has been buried under layers of trauma and amnesia. A spine of steel in a body of glass. I have a name, she says. Her voice wavers, then firms, louder this time. My name is Tyra. Tyra. I taste the sound of it on the air. It is short, sharp. It sounds like a snapped twig. Tyra, I repeat. She nods, and the movement dislodges a tear that tracks through the dust on her cheek. My mother gave it to me. I remember. I study her. For days she has been a blank slate, a vessel of fear and heat. Now she has defined herself. She has drawn a line in the red sand. I am not a thing. I am Tyra. It should annoy me. A named thing is harder to discard than an unnamed one. A named thing requires acknowledgement. But it does not. A low hum starts in my chest, a vibration of approval. I like dangerous things. I like things that have the capacity to bite, even if their teeth are small. Very well, Tyra, I say, straightening to my full height. Clean up your weeds. Do not break anything else, or I will use your blood to replace the argentum. She lets out a breath she had been holding, her body sagging with relief. I turn to leave, intending to return to the sanctum, but a shift in the atmosphere stops me. The storm outside has broken against the cliffs. The wind is howling through the high fume slits, carrying the bite of the upper atmosphere. The temperature in the hall is plummeting. I feel the chill seep into my scales, slowing the flow of my blood. I will need to return to the heat stone soon. I glance back at the human, at Tyra. I switch my vision, the world shifting from the gray of normal sight to the vibrant spectrum of heat signature. The room is awash of cool blues and purples. The stone floor is black with cold. And Tyra, she is a fading ember. Her core is a soft, pulsing yellow, but her limbs are darkening to blue. The heat is leaching out of her at a terrifying rate. She is shivering, her arms wrapped around her midsection, rubbing her skin to generate friction. She is freezing. The sight triggers a violent, instinctive recoil in my brain. My Naga biology screams at the waist. Heat is life. Heat is precious. To see it dissipating into the air, wasted, is an offense to my nature. Protect the heat. The command overrides my logic. I cannot let the coal go out. You are defective, I snarl, turning back to her. She jumps, looking up with wide eyes. What? Your biology, I snap, gliding toward her. My tail sweeps a wide arc, knocking the pile of sweetgrass closer to her, a subconscious attempt to corral her. You leak heat like a cracked vessel. You possess no fur, no scales, no blubber. You're dying of exposure in a room that is merely brisk. She rubs her arms, her teeth chattering. I'll be fine. I just need to move around. You will not be fine. You will enter hypothermia within the hour, and then I will have a corpse to dispose of instead of a curiosity. I look toward the archway. Kiri! The roar echoes off the vaulted ceiling, shaking the dust from the rafters. A moment later, the old servant appears. She glides into the room, her eyes narrowing as she takes in the broken vial and the shivering human. She looks at the silver stain on the floor and smiles, a nasty baring of fangs. You called, master? She asks, her voice dripping with false deference. Shall I fetch the solvent for the floor? Or perhaps a sack for the body? Bring the thistle furs, I command, the heavy ones from the winter vault, and wood. Ignite the pit. Kiri freezes. Her head snaps up, her cataracts flashing in the dim light. Thistle furs, she hisses. My lord, those are reserved for the royal guests, for the ambassadors of the king. You would wrap a stray warm blood in the finest pelts of the north? Do I look like I am bargaining with you, Kiri? I flare my hood, expanding my silhouette until I fill her vision. I let a drop of venom leak from my fangs, the scent of it acrid and warning. The specimen is losing heat, I say, my voice dropping to a lethal whisper. If she freezes, my study ends. I did not drag her from the garden to let the air take her. Bring them. Now. Kiri recoils, cowed by the threat. She bows low, her tail lashing with fury. As you command, Lord Baishu, I will bring the furs for your pet. She spits the word like a curse and glides away, muttering about the indignity of serving a master who hoards vermin. I turn back to Tyra. She is staring at me. Her shivering has stopped, arrested by shock. She looks from the empty doorway back to me, her mouth slightly open. You? She starts, then stops. Thank you. Do not thank me, I say sharply. I am irritated by my own impulse. I am the poison master, not a nursemaid. You are a resource, Tyra. Nothing more. I am maintaining my inventory. I expect her to flinch. I expect the coldness of my words to make her shrink away, to confirm that I am the monster the stories warn of. She does not flinch. Instead, her gaze drops. She is not looking at my face. She is not looking at the claws that could tear her apart. She is looking lower. She is staring at my tail. Most creatures cannot bear the sight of it. The transition from humanoid torso to serpent coil is unnatural to them. It triggers a primal mammalian revulsion. They look away. They vomit. They run. But Tyra is staring at the thickest part of my coils, where the obsidian scales overlap like armor plates, shielding the softer, paler jade of my underbelly. Her eyes trace the line of muscle that rests heavily on the stone. I wait for the disgust. It does not come. She reaches out. Her hand, small and stained with berry juice, hovers inches from my scales. She does not touch. She knows better. But the intent is there. Her eyes are soft. The fear is gone, replaced by something that makes my breath catch in my chest. It shines, she whispers. It is not flattery. She smells of honesty. She smells of awe. She thinks I am beautiful. A strange sensation ripples through me, starting at the base of my skull and traveling down the length of my spine. It is not anger. It is not hunger. It is pride. A preening golden warmth that uncoils in my chest. I should pull away. I should strike her hand for her insolence. But I remain frozen, held in place by the wonder in a slave's eyes, watching as she admires the very thing that makes me a monster.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
dark elves,
Gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 7. Tyra. The kitchen is a cavern of echoes and slaughter. It is less a place of culinary creation and more a butchery. Massive slabs of Torah meat hang from iron hooks in the ceiling, dripping slow, dark beads of blood onto the stone floor. Barrels of salted fish sit in the shadows, smelling of brine and the deep ocean. There is no hearth fire lit, no pots bubbling, no warmth, just the cold efficiency of feeding a predator who prefers his meals screaming or raw. I shiver, rubbing my arms through the thick thistle fur Baishu gave me yesterday. It is warm, yes, but the air in here is stagnant and heavy with the scent of iron. I need to change it. If I am to bring the day of light here, I need more than just a wreath of dead grass. I need the smell of home. I rummage through the stone cupboards, my fingers dusty and searching. Kiri must keep supplies somewhere. Even monsters have pantries, don't they? I find jars of pickled organs that make my stomach turn. I find dried strips of something that looks like leather. But then, in the back of a low shelf, I find a heavy sack made of rough burlap. I drag it into the light. The label is faded, written in the sharp, angular script of the Naga, but I recognise the smell that puffs out when I untie the string. Kaffir flour. It is coarse and greyish, not the fine white dust of the nobles' kitchens, but it is grain. It is life. Next to it, I find a small wooden box. Inside is a cluster of dried red threads. Nabella, the spice of kings. I bring it to my nose and inhale. It smells of heat, a complex, rich aroma that reminds me of cinnamon and toasted nuts with a sharp, floral undercurrent. It smells like a memory I can't quite place, but one that makes my chest ache with longing. Perfect, I whisper. I set to work. I have no yeast, so the bread will be dense, a flat cake rather than a rising loaf. I mix the flour with water from the stone basin, kneading the dough on a slab of slate I scrubbed clean. The motion is rhythmic, soothing. Push, fold, turn. My hands remember this dance even if my mind doesn't. I crush the Nabella threads between two stones, releasing their oils, and fold them into the dough. I add a handful of the fialon berries I scavenged, popping them so their tart juice marbles the grey dough with streaks of violet. The problem is the fire. The massive cooking pit is cold, piled high with unused logs. I spent 20 minutes striking flint against steel, nursing a spark in a nest of dried moss until it caught. Now, a fire crackles in the maw of the oven, feeding on the hard wood of the teef tree. I slide the dough onto a flat stone and push it near the flames. Then I wait. Slowly the atmosphere in the kitchen shifts. The copper tang of the hanging meat is pushed back by a wave of something golden and rich. The scent of baking bread rises, mixing with the spicy heat of the Nabella and the sweet steam of the berries. It creeps into the corners of the room, chasing away the chill. It smells like safety. It smells like the day of light. I close my eyes, inhaling deeply, letting the warmth settle into my bones. For a moment, I am not a slave with a hole in her memory. I am just a woman in a kitchen, waiting for bread to rise. Shh, shh, drag. The sound cuts through my peace like a knife. My eyes snap open. Baishu is there. He fills the doorway, his massive frame blocking out the dim light from the hall. His hood is flared, the dark skin stretching tight over the bone, and his golden eyes are slit pupils fixed on the oven. He does not look angry. He looks bewildered. He glides into the room, his tail weaving through the obstacles of barrels and crates with a fluid precision that belies his size. He stops a few feet from me, his head tilting to the side in that avian predatory jerk. His tongue flicks out. It tastes the air, fluttering like a dark ribbon. "You are burning resources," he states. His voice is the low rumble of shifting tectonic plates. The air tastes of scorched earth and cloying sweetness. I stand my ground, though my knees knock together beneath the heavy furs. I'm not burning it, I'm baking a bread. Baking a bread, he repeats, testing the word as if it were a foreign coin. You take perfectly viable organic matter, grain, water, fruit, and you subject it to fire until the essence is destroyed. He looms over the stone slab where my bread is browning. He leans down, inhaling the steam rising from the crust. "Why?" he asks, turning those molten eyes to me. "It serves no purpose. Fire consumes the vitality of the meat or grain. It leaves only ash and husk." "It makes it taste better," I say. "It makes it warm." "Warmth," he murmurs. The word softens on his tongue. He looks at the fire, then back at me. "You are obsessed with temperature, little slave. Is your internal fire so weak it cannot sustain you?" "It's not just about being hot," I say, frustration giving me a sudden spike of courage. "It's about alchemy." His eyes widen slightly. The slit pupils dilate. I have used a word that belongs to his world. "Alchemy?" he asks, his voice dropping to a silky purr. "You claim to perform transmutation in a kitchen." "Yes," I insist. I move to the oven, grabbing a thick cloth to protect my hand. I pull the hot stone slab out. The bread is heavy, crusted in gold and purple, steaming in the cool air. I take flour, water, and berries, things that are boring on their own, and I use heat to turn them into something else, something greater than the sum of its parts. That's alchemy, isn't it? Baishu stares at the bread. He looks at it with the same intense, critical focus he gave the nyoka Venom in his lab. "Transformation of matter," he concedes slowly. "A rudimentary definition, but accurate." I tear a chunk of the bread off. It burns my fingertips, a sharp, grounding pain. Steam rises from the fluffy, violet-streaked interior. The smell of Nabella explodes into the air, spicy and sweet. I hold the piece out to him. "Eat it," I say. Baishu recoils, his upper body swaying back like a cobra preparing to strike. His lip curls, revealing the tips of his needle-sharp fangs. "I do not eat grain, Tyra," he sneers. "I am a predator. I require flesh, bone, blood, not this sponge." "It's warm," I say, stepping closer. I shouldn't dare. He could snap my hand off, but the curiosity in his gaze is louder than his disgust. "You like heat. You hoard it. This is edible heat." He stares at the steaming chunk of bread in my hand. His tongue flicks out again, tasting the vapours rising from it. I can see the war behind his eyes, the disdain for non-meat against the intellectual fascination with a new experience. "It is an experiment," I say, pressing the advantage. "You're the poison master. You study reactions. Study this." A low sound rumbles in his chest, a huff of air that might be a laugh or a warning. "You are insolent," he says. "For a creature that was nearly comatose 4 days ago, you have developed a spine." "You didn't save me so I could cower," I reply, though my heart is hammering against my ribs. He watches me for a long beat. Then, with a movement too fast for my eyes to track, his hand snaps out. His claws, sharp as razors, gently pinch the piece of bread from my fingers. He holds it up to the light, inspecting the texture. "If I vomit," he says casually, "you will clean it up." He tosses the bread into his mouth. I hold my breath. He chews once, twice. His expression is unreadable, a mask of stone. He swallows. Silence stretches in the kitchen, heavy and thick. "Well?" I ask, my voice squeaking slightly. Bai Shu looks at me. His hood settles. The golden fire in his eyes seems to dim, turning into a slow, simmering burn. "It is inefficient," he says. But he does not look away, and he does not look disgusted. His tongue flicks out to catch a crumb caught on his lower lip. "The texture is negligible," he continues, his voice clinical, detached. "But the transfer of heat is immediate, and the nabella acts as a blood quickener. It warms the blood from the throat down." He glides closer to the cooling loaf on the stone slab. He reaches out and tears off another piece, a much larger piece. "It is an acceptable method of stoking the internal fires," he declares, popping the second piece into his mouth. I fight the urge to smile. He likes it. The great and terrible Lord Bai Shu, who drinks venom and scares children, likes spiced fruit bread. "See," I say, leaning back against the prep table, a strange lightness bubbling in my chest. "Alchemy." He stops chewing. He looks at me, really looks at me, not as a specimen, but as something else. His gaze sweeps over my face, lingering on the scar, then down to my hands, stained with flour and berry juice. "You possess a strange magic, Tyra," he says softly. "You take the dead things from my estate and make them breathe." The way he says my name, low, rolling the R, makes a shiver chase down my spine that has little to do with the cold. For the first time since I woke up in this stone box, the knot of terror in my gut loosens. He is a monster, yes. He has scales and fangs and a tail that could crush me. But he is eating my bread. He is sharing my warmth. Maybe he isn't the monster the stories say he is. Or maybe I'm just learning how to live in the dark. "It's not magic," I whisper. "It's just..." Boom! The world turns white. A crack of thunder, loud enough to rattle the heavy iron pots on the walls, shakes the entire estate. The floor jumps beneath my feet. I scream, dropping to a crouch, covering my head. The vibration dies away, replaced by a low, menacing howl from outside. The wind. It slams against the stone walls, a physical weight. "The storm!" Bai Shu hisses. I look up. His posture has changed instantly. He is no longer the curious scholar. He is rigid, his scales rippling in a wave of agitation. His eyes have gone wide, the pupils blown black. "The solstice storm," he says, and there is a thread of something in his voice I have never heard before. Unease. "Get to your room, little slave," he commands, turning his back on the warmth of the oven. The heat is failing. And before I can ask what he means, he glides out of the kitchen, moving with a desperate, jerky speed that terrifies me more than the thunder.
Chapter 8. Bai Shu. The wind screams against the stone ribs of my estate, a high, keening wail that speaks of ice and ruin. It is the solstice storm. The breath of the mountain has turned ragged and cruel, stripping the heat from the air with the efficiency of a flaying knife. In the hour since I left the little slave in the kitchen, the temperature has plummeted. The stone walls, usually a bastion of cool silence, have turned into blocks of ice, radiating a chill that seeks the marrow. I move through the corridors, but my glide has lost its liquid grace. My movements are heavy, deliberate. The cold is the one enemy I cannot poison. It is the one predator that does not fear my fangs. It creeps under my scales, seeping into the jade and obsidian armor, thickening my blood until it moves like sludge through my veins. My heart rate slows, the rhythm dropping to a deep, sluggish thud. Thump, thump, thump. It is the lethargy of the reptile, the urge to stop, to curl, to wait. I push through the heavy iron doors of the inner sanctum. Here the air is different. It is thick, dry, and blessedly hot. In the midst of the room, beneath the vaulted ceiling where the drying Waroya stalks rattle in the draught, lies my nest. It is a circular depression in the floor, lined with smooth, black river stones. Beneath them, a vent from the deep earth carries the volcanic pulse of Kanvu directly to the surface. It is the heart of my home. The only place where the cold cannot touch me. I slide over the rim of the pit. The contact with the heated stone sends a jolt of pleasure through my ventral scales. The heat is immediate, a physical caress that loosens the knots of tension in my muscles. I coil. It is a ritual of survival. I wrap my tail around myself, creating a living wall of muscle and scale. I tuck my head near the center of the spiral, burying my face against the warmth of my own flank. The world narrows to this. The smell of sulfur from the vent, the dry scent of herbs, and the thrum of the heat soaking into my blood. I should sleep. The storm will rage for days. My body demands torpor. I should close my eyes and let the world freeze while I remain safe in my fire-warmed circle. But my eyes will not close. My tongue flicks out, tasting the sanctum air. It tastes of dust, of Nyoka venom, of solitude. It does not taste of the bread, as she calls it. The memory of the kitchen rises unbidden. The cloying, sweet scent of the Nabella spice, the steam rising from the crust, the ridiculous, defiant warmth of the little slave's hands offering me sustenance. Tyra. The name is a jagged splinter in my mind. I shift, my scales rasping against the stones. I am irritable. My blood is warming, the lethargy fading. But peace does not return. Instead, my mind drifts outward, past the heavy doors of the sanctum, down the freezing corridor, to the guest chamber where I left her. She is a creature of soft skin and fragile bones. She possesses no natural armor. She has no internal fire strong enough to combat this assault. I told her she was a cracked vessel, leaking heat into the void. It was not an insult. It was a diagnosis. I shut my eyes, trying to summon the heat vision in my mind's eye. I imagine the room. The stone will be frigid by now. The furs I ordered Kiri to bring, the thistle pelts, are heavy, yes, but they are merely insulation. They trap heat. They do not create it. And if the source of the heat is failing, I growl, a low vibration that rattles in my chest. Why does it matter? I ask myself, the voice of the poison master sharp and clinical. If she dies, she dies. The frost will preserve her corpse. I can still dissect the tissues. I can still extract the blood to study the tolerance. It is a logical thought, a cold thought. But the image of her does not fade. I see her as I found her in the garden, a fading ember in a world of blue shadows. I see the way she looked at my tail, not with the revulsion of prey, but with the wonder of a child watching a star fall. It shines. The memory of her voice brings a sudden phantom warmth to the scales she almost touched. I uncoil slightly, restless. The wind howls louder outside, battering the fume slits high on the walls. A draft snakes its way into the sanctum, carrying the scent of the storm. It smells of ice crystals and crushed pine. Pine. She wanted pine. She wanted lights. She wanted to push back the dark. Now the dark is here, and she is alone in it. I can smell her fear. It is drifting through the stone, but my mind constructs it vividly. I know the smell of a human freezing. It is not the sharp tang of panic. It is a slow, fading sweetness. The scent of a flower closing before the frost kills it. I imagine her curled on the furs, her teeth chattering, a sound like dice rattling in a cup. Her lips, usually a flushed pink, turning the color of a bruise. Her skin, marked by the silver lattice of scars, turning pale and waxy. The thought makes my claws dig into the heated stones, scratching white lines into the black rock. She is freezing. The realization is not an observation. It is an affront. I am the lord of this estate. I control the poisons, the antidotes, the very air within these walls. I decide what lives and what dies. The storm has no right to claim what is mine, and she is mine. I claimed her when I lifted her from the numiscu, claimed her when I let her hang her dead weeds in my hall, when I ate her bread. My instincts rear up, ancient and roaring. They are not the instincts of the scholar or the aristocrat. They are the instincts of the great serpent. Hoard, keep, protect the heat. I cannot stay here. The heat of the stones, once luxurious, now feels cloying. It feels selfish. It is wasted on me when there is a spark flickering out in the next room. I curse, a sharp hiss of sibilance. Defective creature, I snarl to the empty room. You require constant maintenance. I unwind. The movement is violent. I abandon the perfect subterranean warmth of the nest. I slide over the rim, my body hitting the cooler floor of the sanctum. The contrast is immediate and unpleasant. The air bites at my skin, seeking the gaps between my scales. I ignore it. I glide toward the heavy iron doors. I shove them open, not bothering with the mechanism, snapping the latch with a burst of strength. The corridor beyond is a tunnel of ice. The cold hits me like a physical wall, trying to slow me, trying to force me back to the sleep of the blood. I fight it. I push more blood into my muscles, forcing my internal fire to burn hotter, consuming the energy from the bread I ate earlier. I move faster. Shh, shh, drag. The sound of my passage is louder now, urgent. I am not patrolling. I am not stalking. I am racing the frost. I pass the kitchen. It is dark and cold, the oven long since dead. The smell of the Nabella spice is faint, a memory of warmth that only fuels my agitation. I reach the hallway leading to her room. The draft here is vicious. Kiri, in her spite or her senility, has left the shutters on the high windows unlatched. They bang against the stone, letting the storm bleed into the house. I snarl, my hood flaring. I will deal with the servant later. I stop outside Tyra's door. I press my hand against the wood. It is cold. I flick my tongue. I taste the air seeping through the cracks. It smells of the thistle firs, musky and dry. But beneath that, it smells of slowing blood. It smells of a heart beating too slowly to sustain the vessel. She is fading. Fear, sharp and unfamiliar, spikes in my chest. It is not the fear of a failed experiment. It is the fear of a miser losing his gold. It is the fear of a lonely thing losing the only other heartbeat in the dark. I do not knock. I do not ask for permission. I grip the handle. The lock snaps as I twist it, the metal brittle with cold. I shove the door open. Darkness spills out, absolute and freezing. I glide into the room, my golden eyes adjusting instantly, the slit pupils blowing wide to capture the scant light. I switch my sight, seeking the colors of life. The room is a wash of black and deep purple. The walls are ice, and there, on the pile of furs, is a small, huddled shape. She is blue. A pale, wavering aura of yellow clings to her chest, but her limbs are dark. She is curled into a tight ball, burying her face in the pelts. But it is not enough. The air is stealing her essence faster than she can generate it. She is shivering so violently the furs are trembling. Tyra. I say her name. It is a command. Exist. She does not answer. A small, whumping sound escapes her throat, a sound of misery. I slam the door shut behind me with my tail, sealing us in. It will not be enough to warm the room. The stone has already drunk the cold. There is only one source of heat left in this estate powerful enough to save her. Me. My sanctum. I glide toward the pallet, the imperative screaming in my blood, drowning out every lesson of propriety, every instinct of self-preservation, every logic of the poison master. I will not let the ember die.
Chapter 9. Tyra. The cold is not a temperature anymore. It is a creature. It has teeth, and it is gnawing on my bones. I am curled into the tightest ball my body can manage, buried beneath the heavy mound of thistle furs. They smell of musk and dust, a thick, suffocating scent that usually makes my nose itch. But right now, I would burrow into a carcass if it meant escaping the ice in the air. The stone room has become a tomb. The wind outside is a physical weight against the walls, a high-pitched scream that vibrates through the floorboards. Solstice storm. That's what Baishu called it. It sounds like the end of the world. My teeth chatter, a jagged rhythm I can't stop. Click, click, click. It hurts my jaw. My fingers are numb claws tucked into my armpits, seeking warmth that simply isn't there. I shut my eyes, trying to summon the memory of the kitchen, the smell of the Nabella spice, the heat of the oven, the look in Baishu's golden eyes when he ate the bread. It shines, I had whispered. Stupid. Stupid Tyra. He is a monster who distills venom for a living, and you are staring at his scales like they are jewellery. But he was beautiful. In that moment, surrounded by the scent of baking and the strange, quiet truce between us, he didn't look like a killer. He looked lonely. The thought is fleeting, shattered by another violent shiver that racks my spine. The cold is winning. My thoughts are getting sluggish, thick as molasses. Is this how it ends? Not with a scream, but with a slow fade into the blue dark. I never finished the wreath, I think, hazily. The lights aren't ready. The door crashes open. It isn't the wind. The sound is heavy, deliberate. I flinch, dragging the furs tighter, peering out from the hairy darkness of my cocoon. Baishu fills the frame. He is terrifying. The ambient light from the hallway casts him in silhouette, a towering nightmare of flared hood and massive shoulders. His eyes are glowing in the gloom, 2 burning coins of molten gold, the pupils blown wide and black. He does not glide with his usual liquid elegance. His movements are jerky, sharp with agitation. He is inside the room before I can draw a breath. The door slams shut behind him, propelled by a lash of his tail, plunging us into absolute darkness, save for the glow of his eyes. Baishu? My voice is a broken croak. He ignores me. He looms over the pallet, a wall of jade scales and tension. I can smell him. The scent of Nyoka venom, but underneath it, something wilder. He smells of the storm. A hand, large and cool, rips the furs away from my face. I gasp at the sudden exposure, curling tighter. Please, I whimper. It's cold. You are failing, he growls. His voice is a vibration that rattles my ribs. Your core is fading. Defective creature. He reaches down. I expect him to strike me. I expect the claws to tear. Instead, his arms, hard as iron bands, sweep underneath me. He lifts me. The sensation is dizzying. One moment I am on the floor, the next I am airborne, scooped up against his chest in a hold that is shockingly secure. He holds me easily, as if I weigh no more than a bundle of dried sweetgrass. Where? I stammer, my hands instinctively clutching at his shoulders for purchase. His skin is cool to the touch, smooth as polished marble, but beneath the scales, I can feel the slow, thudding power of his heart. Where are you taking me? Silence, he snaps. He turns, his tail whipping around to counterbalance his weight. Do not waste your breath on questions. You need every spark to keep your heart beating. He carries me out of the room into the freezing corridor. The cold here is violent. It bites at my exposed face, making my eyes water. I bury my nose against the juncture of his neck and shoulder, hiding from the wind. He smells of earth and rain. I cannot lose the specimen, he mutters, his jaw tight. It sounds like he is arguing with himself. The study is incomplete. We move fast. Faster than I thought something without legs could move. We pass the kitchen, the main hall where my poor, half-finished tree stands in the dark, and approach a set of heavy iron doors I have never seen open. The inner sanctum. I stiffen. You said I couldn't go in there. The rules have changed, he hisses. He shoulders the doors open. The heat hits me like a slap to my face. It is thick, dry, and smells of sulphur and crushed herbs. It wraps around me, instantly loosening the tightness in my chest. He kicks the doors shut behind us, sealing out the howl of the storm. I blink, my eyes adjusting to the dim, reddish light. We are in a vast circular chamber. The walls are lined with shelves of glimmering jars and drying roots that look like skeletal fingers. But in the exact centre of the room, sunk into the floor, is a pit lined with smooth black stones. Heat shimmers in the air above it. A vent. A volcanic vein from deep within Kainvu. Bai Shu glides to the edge of the pit and descends. He does not put me down on the cold floor. He carries me into the nest of stones. The rock is warm. Delightfully, impossibly warm. He sets me down in the centre, but he does not pull away. Stay, he commands. I couldn't move if I wanted to. The heat is seeping into my back, thawing the ice in my marrow. I let out a long, shuddering sigh. Bai Shu shifts. He begins to coil. I watch, mesmerised and terrified, as the massive length of his tail winds around the perimeter of the pit, creating a living wall of muscle and scale between me and the rest of the room. He is building a fortress. He is not leaving. He settles his upper body down, bringing his face level with mine. The gold of his eyes has softened, the pupils relaxing from thin slits to ovals. The storm will kill anything not anchored to the heat, he says quietly. You are fragile. You require insulation. He moves closer. I am lying on the stones, staring up at the poison master. He is huge, lethal, and he is the only thing keeping the dark at bay. Thank you, I whisper. He grunts, a dismissive sound. Do not speak, sleep, exist. He shifts again, restless. The heat of the stones is not enough for him. He reaches out, his arm hooking around my waist. I gasp as he pulls me. He drags me across the stones until my back is pressed flush against his chest. He curls around me, his body a massive protective spoon. His scales are smoother here, on his chest and stomach, warm from the volcanic vent. I am trapped. I am enveloped in the scent of him, the heat of him, the sheer, overwhelming mass of him. Bai Shu? I breathe, my heart hammering a new, erratic rhythm. His arm tightens across my chest, his hand splaying over my heart, claiming the beat. Then I feel it, his tail. The heavy, thick end of it slides over my ankles. It winds up my calves, heavy and possessive, binding my legs together. It creates a lock I could never break. He lowers his head, his chin resting on the top of my head. His breath stirs my hair. Sleep, little slave, he murmurs into the dark. You are not going anywhere.
Chapter 10. Bai Shu. The storm outside is a distant, impotent roar against the silent heat of my sanctum. Inside the circle of heated stones, the world has narrowed to a singular point of focus, the fragile, frantic heartbeat pressed against my chest. Tai Ra, the little slave, is no longer shivering. The violent tremors that threatened to shake her apart have subsided, replaced by a slow, rhythmic rise and fall of her ribs against my scales. She is warm. The heat from my body and the volcanic vent below has soaked into her, thawing the ice in her marrow. I should be satisfied. The specimen is stabilized. The imperative to protect the heat source has been fulfilled. I should uncoil. I should retreat to the other side of the pit and let her sleep. But I do not move. My arm is still hooked around her waist, my hand splayed wide over her stomach. My tail is still wound tight around her legs, a living shackle binding her to me. I am not merely holding her, I am savoring her. It is an alien sensation. I am a creature of solitude. I do not crave touch. My interactions with others are transactional, poison for coin, fear for respect. I do not hold things unless I intend to crush them. But Tyra, she is soft. Her skin is not like the pebbled hide of a dripier or the smooth, cool scales of my own kind. It is impossibly fine, yielding under the slightest pressure. It burns with a fever heat that seeps through the jade plating of my chest, warming the blood beneath. My tongue darts out, tasting the air near her throat. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Silence reclaims the room, heavy and thick with the smell of sex and spice. I hold her. My arm is a band of iron across her chest as she slowly drifts to sleep. My tail is a shackle around her legs. I should pull away. I should clean myself. I should retreat to the cold logic of my lab. But I cannot move. My body feels heavy, anchored to the stone and to her. A strange lethargy steals over me. Not the cold sleep of the reptile, but something deeper. Something final. Anchored. The word floats through my mind as my eyes drift shut. I have knotted myself to her, not with flesh, but with something far more dangerous. I press my nose against the pulse point of her neck. She smells of Nabella and me. Mine, I whisper into the dark. And then, the sleep takes me.
Chapter 11. Tyra. I wake to a silence so profound it feels heavy, pressing against my eardrums like water. There is no storm howling outside. The solstice winds have died down to a low, mournful whistle against the stone. I keep my eyes closed for a moment, my body heavy and lethargic, drifting in the space between dreams and waking. I reach out, my hand seeking the hard, smooth warmth of jade scales. I seek the heavy weight of a tail binding my legs, the steady rhythmic thrum of a giant heart beating against my back. My fingers brush only cold, rough fur. My eyes snap open. I am not in the inner sanctum. I am in the guest room, the stone box Baishu gave me. The grey ceiling looms above, stark and empty. The air smells of dust and unused space, completely devoid of the rich, earthy scent of rain and Nabella spice that filled the heat pit. I sit up, the thistle furs pooling around my waist. Panic, sharp and sudden, spikes in my chest. Was it a dream? Did the cold take me, dragging my mind into a hallucination of warmth before the end? But then my foot bumps against something hard at the bottom of the pallet. I kick the furs aside. There, wrapped in a scrap of thick wool, is a black riverstone. It is the size of a melon, smooth and dark. I reach down and touch it. It burns. Heat radiates from it, a dense, contained fire that has kept the chill of the room at bay while I slept. He brought me back. The realization washes over me, a confusing mix of relief and a strange, hollow ache. Baishu carried me out of his nest, away from the volcanic vent, and brought me back here. He tucked a heated stone at my feet like a hot coal in a bed warmer. He saved me, and then he put me away. I pull my knees to my chest, wrapping my arms around them. My skin feels overly sensitive, the rough tunic chafing against flesh that feels raw and new. I remember the friction of his scales. I remember the terrifying, intoxicating weight of his body pressing me into the earth. I remember the way he touched me, not like a scientist examining a bug, but like a starving man touching bread. A flush crawls up my neck, heating my face. I squeezed his hand. I begged him. "More!" I had gasped. "Bai Shu, more!" I bury my head in my knees, a groan vibrating in my throat. I should be terrified. He is a predator who could snap my spine with a twitch of his tail. He has a weapon between his legs that I felt pressing against my hip, alien and hard and terrifyingly large. Well, it turned out it wasn't a weapon in the literal sense, but a weapon nonetheless. But I am not terrified. I lift my head, looking at the empty doorway. I am not scared of the monster. I am scared of the silence. I am scared of the cold that creeps back in now that he is gone. "Tyra," I whisper, testing the name on my tongue. It feels solid, real. "You can do this." I stand up. My legs are shaky, but the bone-deep chill that nearly killed me is gone. I need to move. I need to find him. I need to know if the heat in his eyes last night was real, or if it was just another experiment. Thermal transfer efficiency test complete. I dress quickly, smoothing the wrinkles from my clothes, and step out into the corridor. The estate is waking up. Or perhaps it never sleeps. The light filtering through the fume slits is the pale, bruised purple of early morning on Kainvu. I walk toward the main hall, my bare feet silent on the stone. I pass a pair of servants, lesser Naga, smaller and duller in colour than Bai Shu. Their scales are muddy brown. They are scrubbing the floor near the entrance. When they see me, they stop. They do not hiss. They do not bow. They stare. One of them, a female with a notch in her ear fin, whispers something to her companion. Her gaze darts to my neck, then down to my hips, then back to my face. Her eyes are wide, the pupils narrowed to judgmental slits. I instinctively pull the collar of my tunic higher. Do they know? Can they smell him on me? Bai Shu said scent is truth to his kind. Do I reek of the inner sanctum? Do I smell like the poison master's heat? I hurry past them, my skin prickling. I feel exposed, a raw nerve walking through a world of armour. I am the little slave, the warm blood pet, the curiosity, but in their eyes I see something new, not just contempt. Wariness. I turn a corner, seeking the solitude of the east wing. I tell myself I am looking for the kitchen, for the comfort of the oven, but my feet take a different path. I am drawn deeper into the estate, away from the public halls. I find myself in a corridor I haven't seen before. The air here is different. It is cooler, sharper. It tastes of metal and something acrid, like vinegar spilled on hot iron. The stone walls are darker, hewn from black basalt rather than the grey slate of the guest quarters. At the end of the hall stands a door. It is not wood. It is metal, a slab of dark iron, etched with warnings in the angular Naga script I cannot read but instinctively understand. Danger, keep out, death. This must be the poison vault, the place Bai Shu warned me about, the heart of his power. I should turn around. I should run back to my room and weave another wreath and pretend I am a good little house guest. But my feet stop. My eyes lock onto the mechanism set into the centre of the door. It isn't a simple latch. It isn't a keyhole. It is a masterpiece of security. I step closer, drawn by a magnetic pull I cannot explain. It is a circular dial, surrounded by 4 concentric rings of runes. There are no keyholes, only tiny, almost invisible pressure plates set into the rim. My breath hitches. I know this lock. Not the specific door, but the type. It is a gravity tumbler system, reinforced with a magical seal. To open it, you don't use a key. You have to align the rings by listening to the internal pins drop, while simultaneously applying pressure to the plates in a specific sequence to bypass the magic ward. My hand rises. It hovers inches from the cold metal. My fingers twitch. My thumb rubs against the side of my index finger, a phantom sensation of holding a tension wrench. 3 clicks to the right. Hold the bottom plate. 1 click left. Release. The instructions flash through my mind, clear as a bell. I snatch my hand back, clutching it to my chest. Why do I know that? I am Tyra. I weave grass. I bake bread. I scrub floors. I don't know how to break into high-security vaults protected by blood magic. I rub the starburst on my temple, hard. The pain is grounding, but it doesn't chase away the sudden, terrifying competence that just flared in my brain. It feels like someone else's skill living in my hands, a ghost inhabiting my muscles. It is a beautiful mechanism, is it not? The voice comes from the shadows, dry and rasping as dead leaves. I spin around, my heart leaping into my throat. Kiri stands in the alcove of a pillar, her slate-grey scales blending perfectly with the stone. She is watching me with clouded, hateful eyes. Her tail tip twitches, a metronome of agitation. Kiri! I gasp, pressing my back against the cold iron of the vault door. I was just exploring. I got lost. Lost, she repeats, tasting the word and spitting it out. She glides forward, soundless and menacing. You possess a talent for getting lost in dangerous places, warm blood. First the Garden of Numisku, now the Vault of Silences. She stops a few feet away, her hood flaring slightly. She sniffs the air, her upper lip curling to reveal yellowed fangs. You smell of him, she hisses. The accusation hangs heavy in the cold air. You smell of the deep earth and the master's heat. I flush, crossing my arms over my chest. He saved my life, the storm. He saved a curiosity, Kiri corrects sharply. Do not mistake conservation for affection. Lord Baishu collects rare things. He dissects them. He bottles their essence. She moves closer, invading my personal space. She smells of old dust and bitter herbs. She looks at the door behind me, then back to my hands, which are still clenched into fists. I saw you, she whispers. I saw the way you looked at the lock, not with fear, not with confusion. Her eyes narrow to slits. You looked at it with hunger. I don't know what you mean, I stammer, but the lie tastes sour in my mouth. Baishu would smell it instantly. I pray Kiri's nose is dulled by age. You are not what you seem, little stray, Kiri croons, circling me now, her tail brushing against my ankles, cold and rough. A girl with no memory who walks through poison, a slave who weaves grass into shapes of the old world whispered by slaves. A pet who looks at a deathlock and sees a puzzle. She stops in front of me again, leaning down until her face is just inches from mine. The master is blinded by his own brilliance. He sees a riddle. He does not see the knife until it is between his ribs. I would never hurt him, I say, and the force of the truth surprises me. I wouldn't. Kiri laughs, a dry, hacking sound that has no humour in it. Intent is irrelevant, she says. You are a fracture in the stone, Tyra. You are a variable, and in this house, variables are eliminated. She reaches out, a clawed hand tapping the iron door behind me. The sound rings out, hollow and ominous. Do not linger here, she warns, her voice dropping to a whisper that chills me more than the storm ever did. Do not let your clever hands touch what lies behind this iron. The master keeps many things in the dark, little thief. She leans back, her clouded eyes flashing with a sudden, lucid malice. Some secrets kill, she hisses, and some are worse than death. She turns and glides away into the shadows, leaving me shivering against the frozen door, the phantom knowledge of the lock burning in my fingertips like a brand.
Chapter 12. Baishu. The air in the poison vault is stagnant, preserved in a silence that has lasted for centuries. It is a darkness I usually crave, Here, surrounded by the rarest toxins on Protheka, nestled in vials of black iron and crystal, I am usually at peace. The world outside is chaotic, loud and demanding. But in the vault, death is bottled, labeled, and perfectly controlled. Today, however, the silence is not enough. I stand before a shelf of numiscu concentrate, my claws resting on the cool stone. I'm trying to organize my inventory, a task that usually soothes the itch in my mind, but my focus is fractured. My skin feels too tight. My scales itch, a phantom sensation of friction rubbing against them. I close my eyes and instantly, I am in the nest. I feel the softness of her skin yielding under my rough palm. I smell the intoxicating blend of Nabella spice and female musk that clung to the humid air of the sanctum. I feel the way her small, fragile body arched against mine, seeking the pressure of my weight, begging for the very thing that could destroy her. A growl vibrates in my chest, low and dangerous. I grip the edge of the shelf, my claws digging into the stone until rock dust crumbles beneath them. I lost control. I, the Poison Master, the Lord of Cario, reduced to a rotting beast by a shivering human with a broken memory. I touched her. I pleasured her. I look at my lower body. My tail lashes agitatedly, the tip sweeping back and forth like a pendulum, counting down to a disaster. My manhood is retracted, hidden under the ventral plates, but the memory of the blood rush, the aching need to anchor myself inside her warmth, is vivid. It is unacceptable. She is a curiosity, a riddle to be solved. She is a heat source to be exploited during the storm. She is not a mate. To take a human is to invite ruin. It is to dilute the bloodline, to weaken the venom. And yet, I cannot scrub her scent from my scales. I need to break this fascination. I need to prove to myself that she is nothing more than a soft, weak thing that belongs in the light, while I belong in the dark. I need to see her recoil. I need to see the disgust in her eyes when she realizes what I truly am. Last night she saw a savior because she was freezing. Today I will show her the butcher. I turn from the shelf, my decision made. I leave the vault, sealing the heavy iron door behind me. I move to the communication tube, a hollowed vein in the stone that carries sound to the servants' quarters. But I pause. No, I will not send Kiri. I glide through the halls, my movements swift and silent. I find her in the corridor near the kitchen, staring at a tapestry with a look of lost longing. She looks small, harmless. Little slave, I say. She jumps, spinning around. Her eyes go wide and her cheeks flush a sudden, vibrant pink. She is thinking of the nest. She is thinking of my hand between her legs. Baishu, she breathes. I ignore the way my name sounds like a caress on her tongue. Come, I command, turning my back on her. You offered yourself to my craft. It is time to pay the toll. I do not wait to see if she follows. I know she will. She is a moth, and I am the only flame in her world. I lead her not to the vault, but to the alchemy room. It is a chamber of horrors for the uninitiated. The walls are lined with cages. The air is permeated with the smell of acid, musk, and the copper tang of blood. In the center stands a long table of black slate, stained with the fluids of 1,000 dissections. I glide to the far wall, where a glass terrarium sits under a heating lamp. Inside, coiled like a rope of jewels, is a Nyoka serpent. It is a magnificent specimen, deep purple scales striped with a vibrant neon green that signals instant death. Its venom melts flesh from bone in minutes. I hear Tyra's hesitant footsteps stop at the threshold. Close the door, I say without looking at her. The door clicks shut. I open the terrarium. The Nyoka hisses, rearing up, its hood expanding. It strikes, fast as lightning. My hand is faster. I catch the serpent behind the head, my fingers clamping down with precise, crushing pressure. It thrashes, its long body whipping around my forearm, tightening in an attempt to constrict. I ignore the pressure. My scales are harder than its strength. I carry the writhing death to the slate table. I hold it over a crystal beaker. "Come closer," I order. Tyra steps up to the table. She stands beside me, close enough that I can smell the lingering scent of thistle fur and soap on her skin. "Watch," I say. I use my thumb to press against the Nyoka's venom glands. The serpent's jaws gape wide, exposing fangs that drip with clear, viscous fluid. "This is the Nyoka," I explain, my voice cold and clinical. "Its bite causes necrosis. The blood boils in the veins. The victim screams until their vocal cords disintegrate. It is a messy, agonizing end." I milk the venom into the beaker. Drip, drip. The sound is loud in the silence. I turn my head, looking down at her. I wait for the flinch. I wait for her to pale, to cover her mouth, to look at me with the horror I deserve. I'm holding death in my hand. I'm milking a nightmare. She does not flinch. She leans in. Her eyes are not wide with fear. They are narrowed with focus. She watches the clear liquid pool in the glass, mesmerized. "It's clear," she whispers. I thought poison would be dark, like oil." "Purity is often invisible," I reply, surprised despite myself. She looks at the serpent, tracing the line of green along its spine with her eyes. She does not look at it as a monster. She looks at it as a mechanism. "How do you keep it from biting you?" she asks. She looks at my hand, at the way my thumb is positioned at the very base of the skull. "Is there a pressure point?" I blink. "Yes, here." I shift my grip slightly to show her the indentation behind the jaw. "If you press here, the jaw locks open. If you miss by a fraction of an inch, it twists and strikes." "And the venom?" she continues, her gaze shifting to the beaker. "What do you do with it? Do you just use it raw?" "No," I say, the lecture slipping out before I can stop it. "Raw venom is unstable. It degrades in sunlight. I must distill it. I bind it with Mechixter root to stabilize the potency. Then I refine it until it is tasteless, odorless. Like water," she murmurs. "Like a final breath," I correct. She reaches out. For a second, I think she is going to touch the snake, and my muscles tense to shove her away. But she touches the beaker instead, her finger tracing the rim of the glass, inches from the lethal fluid. "It's beautiful," she says softly. I freeze. The Nyoka thrashes against my arm, but I barely feel it. "Beautiful?" I repeat. "It is liquid death, Tyra. It kills without mercy." She gazes up at me then. Her brown eyes are clear, unclouded by the judgment I see in the faces of the other nobles. "Fire kills," she says. "Storms kill. Monster kills. Protheka kills. This..." She gestures to the venom. "It's pure. It does exactly what it's supposed to do. It doesn't lie." She looks back at the snake, a strange, wistful smile touching her lips. "There's honesty in it. It doesn't pretend to be safe." I stare at her. My tongue flicks, tasting the air. She is telling the truth. There is no revulsion in her scent. There is curiosity. There is respect. And beneath it all, a dark, quiet fascination that mirrors my own. I look at the scars on her hands, the faint silver lines that map her history of pain. I study the starburst on her temple. She is not a soft thing. She has been broken, yes, but the pieces were put back together wrong. Or perhaps they were put back together right. She understands. Most creatures look at my work and see murder. She looks at it and sees art. She sees the alchemy of survival. She looks at the beauty of it. A strange sensation settles in my chest, heavier than lust, warmer than the stones of my nest. It is a sense of alignment, a click of tumblers falling into place. I carefully release the Nyoka back into its cage, locking the lid. I wipe my hands on a cloth, turning to face her fully. She is watching me, waiting for dismissal, waiting to be sent back to her broom and her weeds. "You have a steady gaze, little slave," I say quietly. Protheka is a scary world, she says with a shrug, though her hand unconsciously rubs her scar. Snakes aren't the worst of them. No, I agree. They are not. I step closer to her. I do not loom this time. I stand with her, sharing the space. The air between us is charged, but not with fear. It is charged with recognition. I thought I wanted a pet. A warm body to keep the cold away. But a pet would cower. A pet would run from the sight of the venom. Tyra leans toward the danger. She is not merely heat. She is fire. And fire, if controlled, is the most powerful tool in the alchemist's arsenal. I reach out, taking her chin in my hand. Her skin is warm, a stark contrast to the cold glass of the beaker. You will not clean the floors today, I state. She blinks. I won't? No. I run my thumb over her bottom lip, watching her breath hitch. You will stay here. You will learn how to grind the mckixt root. You will learn how to feed the fires of the distillation columns. Her eyes widen. You want me to help you? I require an assistant, I lie. I do not require help. I've worked alone for a century. And you have an aptitude for dangerous things. She smiles then, a real smile, one that reaches her eyes and lights up the gloomy room better than any lamp. Okay, she whispers. I release her, turning back to the table to hide the sudden, fierce possessiveness that flares in my gut. I brought her here to test her, to break the spell of the night before. I failed. Instead, I forged a new link in the chain binding us together. She is not just a curiosity anymore. She is not just a specimen to be maintained. She is a companion. And in the darkness of Nagaland, a companion who understands the beauty of death is rarer than any poison.
Chapter 13. Tyra. The storm has broken. After 3 days of howling winds that rattled the fume slits and turned the estate into a shivering block of ice, the silence has returned. But the air is different now. It has been scrubbed clean. I stand on the threshold of the garden doors, the heavy iron handle cold against my palm. The sky above is a bruised purple, streaked with the fading grey of storm clouds retreating toward the sea. The red sand of the courtyard is damp, packed hard by the violence of the rain, and the scent of the earth is overwhelming, rich, metallic, and heavy with the smell of crushed ferns. I am not the same woman who cowered in the furs nights ago. I shift my weight, feeling the soreness in my arms. For the past 2 days, Bai Shu has kept his word. I am no longer just a curiosity to be stared at. I am hands to be used. I have spent hours in the alchemy room, grinding mckixt root until my shoulders burned and my skin smelled of bitter earth. I have watched the poison master work, watched his jade hands move with a delicacy that belies their lethality. He hasn't touched me since the night in the nest. He hasn't coiled around me. He treats me with a cool, professional distance, like I am a particularly useful set of tongs. But sometimes when the steam rises from the distillation columns, I catch him watching me. His golden eyes track the movement of my hands, and his tongue flicks out to taste the air I breathe. In those moments, the heat has very little to do with the fires under the glass beakers. I shake the thought away. Focus, Tyra. Today, Bai Shu is deep in the vault, taking inventory of the storm's effects on his humidity seals. Kiri is busy in the kitchens. I have a window. I step out into the garden. The chill bites at my nose, but I am dressed for it. I wear the trousers Bai Shu gave me, cinched tight with a rope belt, and the heavy tunic, wrapped in the thistle fur cloak. I look like a scavenger. I feel like a queen. I need a tree. Not just any tree. The blue trees of Nagaland are towering, twisting giants with bark like iron. I cannot fell one of those. I need something small, something stubborn. I trudge through the wet ferns, my boots sinking into the red mud. I give the Numisku bed a wide berth. The blue blossoms are closed tight against the cold, looking like sleeping fists, but I know better than to trust them. I skirt the perimeter wall, scanning the undergrowth. There, tucked in the shadow of a massive boulder, fighting for sunlight against the encroaching ferns, is a sapling. It is waist-high. Its needles are vibrant, defiant turquoise. Its branches are asymmetrical, twisted by the wind, but its trunk is thick and sturdy. It isn't perfect. It's scrappy. It's surviving in a garden designed to kill it. "You'll do," I whisper. I kneel in the mud. I have no shovel, so I use a flat stone and my own hands. The earth is cold and wet, sucking at my fingers. I dig carefully, circling the root ball. My fingernails pack with red dirt, and the cold seeps into my joints, but I don't stop. This is the work of the day of light. It is supposed to be hard. It is supposed to mean something. I grunt, heaving against the trunk. The roots hold fast for a moment, then yield with a wet pop. I lift the sapling, cradle carrying it like a child. The root ball is heavy, dripping mud down the front of my tunic. The needles scratch my cheek, releasing a scent of sharp pine and citrus. It smells like hope. I turn back to the house. The walk back is harder. The mud is slippery, and the tree is heavier than it looks. By the time I reach the main hall, my breath is coming in short, white puffs, and my arms are trembling. I kick the door shut behind me, sealing out the damp. The main hall is quiet. My wreath of sweetgrass hangs on the wall, dried now to a pale gold. It looks lonely. I drag a heavy iron cauldron from the corner, one Kiri claimed was cracked and useless, and position it near the hearth. I heave the sapling into it, packing the base with stones I gathered from the garden path to keep it upright. I step back, wiping my muddy hands on my trousers. It stands there, crooked and small in the vast, vaulted hall. Against the soaring grey stone and the black basalt pillars, it looks ridiculous. A weed in a palace. But it is green. It is alive. "Now for the light," I say to the empty room. I have no candles to waste. Baishu would smell the wax and complain about the soot. I have no glass baubles, but I have the refuse pile behind the kitchen. I spent yesterday scavenging while Kiri was plucking Tora birds. I found shards of tin, twisted scraps of copper wire, and jagged pieces of a broken mirror. I sit cross-legged on the floor, the pile of sharp trash in front of me. I pick up a piece of tin, shaped vaguely like a star. It is dull, covered in grime and oxidation. I spit on it. I take the hem of my tunic and rub. I rub until the friction burns my thumb. I rub until the grey grime lifts, revealing a dull, milky shine beneath. It isn't silver. It isn't gold. It is base metal, scratched and dented. But when I hold it up to the weak light filtering through the fume slits, it catches a beam and throws it back. I smile. It's alchemy, turning trash into starlight. I use the copper wire to bind the tin star to the highest branch of the sapling. I hang the mirror shards on the lower boughs, careful not to slice my fingers. I twist strips of polished tin around the trunk. I work for an hour, lost in the rhythm of it. Polish, twist, hang. I begin to hum. It starts low, a vibration in my chest to match the silence of the house. I don't know the name of the song. It is just a melody that lives in my throat, something slow and mournful, but undeniably sweet. The sound echoes off the stone walls, weaving through the arches. It sounds alien here, softer than the hiss of steam or the grind of a pestle. "You are bringing the forest inside." The voice is dry as dust. I freeze, my hand hovering over a branch. I turn slowly. Kiri is there. She has materialized from the shadows like a bad memory. She holds a basket of laundry, her slate grey scales dull in the dim light. Her hood is flat against her neck, but her tail is twitching, a sign I've learned means irritation. "Kiri," I say, lowering my hand. "I didn't hear you." You are making enough noise for a whole colony of Yili's bats, she snaps. She glides forward, her eyes darting from me to the muddy cauldron to the decorated sapling. Her lip curls, exposing the yellowed points of her fangs. Look at this filth! Mud on the master's floor, broken trash hanging from a dying bush. Have you no shame, warm blood? It's not trash, I say, standing up to block her view of the tree, protective instinct flaring hot in my chest. It's the tree of light. Kiri scoffs, a sound like tearing parchment. Tree of light. It is a blue needle sapling. It belongs in the dirt, not in the hall of a high lord. It represents life, I say, my voice steady despite the way she looms over me. In the winter, everything sleeps or dies. The tree stays green. We bring it inside to remind us that the sun will come back, that the cold doesn't win. Kiri stares at me. Her clouded eyes narrow, assessing me with a cold, reptile intelligence. The cold always wins, girl, she says softly. Stone freezes, flesh rots, only the poison remains pure. No, I shake my head. The cold only wins if you let the fire go out. She hisses, annoyed by my defiance. She sets the laundry basket down with a heavy thud. She glides closer, circling the tree. I tense, ready to grab her arm if she tries to knock it over. I am small, but I have been eating Baishu's meat and lifting his jars. I am stronger than I was. Kiri reaches out a clawed hand. She touches one of the mirror shards. It spins on its copper wire, flashing a glint of light into her eye. She blinks. It is primitive, she mutters. It reflects the fire, I explain. When we light the pit tonight, the whole tree will glow. Kiri withdraws her hand. She looks at the bottom of the cauldron. I had packed it with stones, but the sapling is listing slightly to the left, heavy with the weight of the mud. It is crooked, Kiri says flatly. It looks drunk. I did my best, I say defensively. The root ball is uneven. Kiri makes a noise of disgust in her throat. She bends down, her spine cracking audibly. She grabs the trunk of the sapling with her powerful scaled hands. With a single sharp twist, she shoves the tree upright, centering it perfectly in the cauldron. She grabs a heavy piece of basalt from the edge of the hearth, one I hadn't been able to lift, and jams it into the pot, wedging the trunk in place. The tree stands straight. Kiri straightens up, dusting her hands off on her hips. She refuses to look at me. If the master trips on this weed, she grumbles, picking up her laundry basket, he will feed you to the nyoka piece by piece, and I will not help you clean up the blood. She glides away toward the laundry chutes, her tail sweeping the floor behind her. I stare at her retreating back. She didn't knock it over. She didn't tell Baishu. She fixed it. A small, fragile warmth blooms in my chest. It isn't friendship. Kiri would sooner bite me than hug me. But it is a truce. In this house of monsters, a truce is a victory. I turn back to the tree. It stands tall and proud now, the tin stars dull but hopeful. I sit back down, picking up the last piece of metal. I begin to polish again. The melody rises in my throat once more. Hum, 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 hum. It feels louder now. Safer. I close my eyes, letting the vibration fill my head. I want words. The melody is a skeleton. It needs the flesh of lyrics. I search my mind, reaching back into the fog of my past. Silent night. No, that's not it. Oh, Kamulya. I frown. The words are right there, dancing on the edge of my consciousness. I can hear my mother's voice singing them. I can smell the pine of a different life. Sing, choirs of... I push harder, trying to force the memory to surface. I need the words. I need to know what I am singing. A sudden white-hot spike of pain drives into my temple. I gasp, dropping the metal shard. My hand flies to the starburst scar, pressing hard against the puckered skin. It burns, not like a bruise, but like acid. It feels as though the scar is tearing open, bleeding fire into my skull. My vision swims, grey spots dancing in the periphery. The song dies in my throat, choked off by a wave of nausea. "Stop!" my mind screams. "Don't look there! Don't remember!" I hunch over, breathing through my nose, waiting for the agony to pass. It feels like a warning, a leash jerking tight. Why can't I remember the song? I remembered my name. I remembered the wreath. Why is the music locked behind a wall of pain? I rub the scar until the skin feels raw, tears pricking my eyes. The tree blurs in front of me, the tin stars turning into jagged teeth. There is something wrong with me, something broken that Baishu's heat stones can't fix. I stare down dark corridor leading to the poison vault, where Kiri said the secrets live. Some secrets kill, she had said. I stare into the shadows, and for the first time, I wonder if the secret killing me is inside my own head. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 14. Baishu. I emerge from the depths of the vault, my senses sharpened by the silence of the poisonous dark. The estate is waking. The light filtering through the high fume slits is the pale, bruised violet of early dawn, casting long, skeletal shadows across the stone floors. The air is cool, still recovering from the assault of the solstice storm, but the biting frost has receded, leaving behind a damp, heavy chill that clings to my scales. I glide toward the main hall, seeking the warmth of the central pit. I stop at the archway. My estate is a temple of order. Every stone is placed with purpose. Every vial in my alchemy room is labeled with precise, lethal accuracy. But the main hall has been invaded. In the middle of the room, rising from a cracked iron cauldron like a defiant weed, stands the sapling. It is a scrappy, twisted thing. Its needles are a muted turquoise, and its trunk is crooked, listing slightly to the left despite the stones wedged at its base. It is a dying thing dragged indoors, a piece of the wild forest forced into domesticity. It should offend me. It is cluttered. It is messy. It sheds needles onto my polished basalt floor, and yet I do not order Kiri to burn it. I glide closer, the sound of my scales a hushed whisper against the stone. Tyra has been busy. She has tied scraps of polished tin and copper wire to the branches. In the dim light of the dying fire pit, they do not look like trash scavenged from a refuse pile. They catch the orange glow of the embers and throw it back, fracturing the light into 100 tiny, shimmering stars. It is rudimentary alchemy. She has transmuted garbage into starlight. My tongue flicks back and forth, tasting the air. It smells of pine resin, sharp and clean. It smells of the sweetgrass wreath drying on the wall, and strongest of all, it smells of her. Tyra sits at the base of the cauldron, her legs tucked under her, a piece of tin in her lap. She is asleep. Her head rests against the cold iron rim, her hands stained with soot and polish. She is a beacon of heat in the gray room. Even in sleep, her presence warms the air around her. I move silently, circling the tree. I inspect her handiwork. A piece of mirror, jagged and sharp, hangs from a lower bough. It spins slowly in the draft, flashing a beam of light across my face. I reach out, my claw hovering over a twisted copper star near the top. It is askew. Without thinking, I nudge it. I adjust the angle until it catches the maximum amount of light from the pit. Better. It's not finished. The voice is rough with sleep. I withdraw my hand, turning slowly. Tyra is awake. She rubs her eyes with the back of her hand, leaving a smudge of soot across her cheek. She looks disheveled, small, and utterly unthreatening. It is a skeleton dressed in scraps, I say, my voice cool. It's a tree of light, she corrects, stifling a yawn. She stretches, her spine popping. And it's almost done. I just need something for the top. She looks at the tree, her brown eyes soft. There is a pride in her gaze that I recognize. It is the same look I wear when a distillation achieves perfect purity. Why? I ask. Why perform this ritual? The tree will die. The needles will brown. It is a temporary symbol. That's the point, she says, standing up and brushing off her trousers. It's for the day of light. It's a promise that the green comes back. She walks to the fire pit, throwing a fresh log onto the embers. Sparks fly up, dancing around her like fireflies. It's soon. I just know it, she says, looking into the flames. In the stories my mother told, people give gifts. I tilt my head. Gifts? Tokens, she explains, turning to face me. To show that you survived the dark together. Small things. A carved wooden bird. A ribbon. Once, my mother gave me an orange she had saved for months. It was dry and hard, but it was the best thing I ever tasted. You exchange resources to celebrate survival, I muse. It is an inefficient distribution of assets. It's not about the asset, she says, a small, sad smile touching her lips. It's about being seen. It's saying, I am here, and you are here, and I'm glad of it. She looks at me then, her gaze dropping to my chest, then back to my eyes. I don't have anything to give you, Baishu. I don't have anything that is mine. The words settle in the space between us, heavy and unspoken. She is right. She owns nothing. The clothes on her back are mine. The food in her belly is mine. Even the life in her veins is sustained by my heat. She is a slave, a pet, a curiosity. And yet, looking at her standing in the firelight, glowing with that stubborn, defiant warmth, the label slave feels insufficient. I do not require tokens, I state flatly. I possess everything I need. It is a lie. I possess stone and venom. I possess silence. But until days ago, I did not possess a hearth that smelled of bread. I did not possess a creature that looked at my tail and whispered that it shone. I turn abruptly, my tail sweeping a wide arc. Tend the fire, I command. The hall is cooling. I glide away, leaving her by the pit. I do not go to the sanctum. My path takes me deeper, down the spiraling corridor that leads to the treasure vault. This is not the poison vault. There are no lethal vapors here, no caged deaths. This room smells of dust and cold metal. It is where the payments of centuries are stored. The Naga lords pay well for their assassinations, and my family has been killing for a very long time. I enter the vault, my eyes adjusting to the gloom. Chests of gold coins sit stacked against the walls. Useless, cold metal. I ignore them. A rack of jeweled daggers glitters in the corner. I consider them. A weapon would be practical. She is small. She needs a fang. But a dagger implies I expect her to fight her own battles. No, I am her shield. She does not need a claw when she has mine. My gaze sweeps the room, dismissing gems, goblets, and ancient scrolls. They are cold. They are hard. They act as heat sinks, stealing warmth rather than preserving it. Then I see it. Tucked away on a high shelf, wrapped in oilcloth to preserve its luster, is a bolt of fabric. I glide over and pull it down. The cloth unfurls in my hands, shimmering like captured moonlight. It is silver white, liquid in its movement. It is not wool. It is not fur. It is Yli's silk. Spun from the abdomen of the Yli's queen spider, it is stronger than steel cable but lighter than air. It is impervious to tearing. A blade would slide off it. Fire will not burn it. And most importantly, it is the finest insulator on Protheka. It traps the body's heat and reflects it back, a second skin of perfect warmth. It was payment for a dose of viper's breath that took down a rival warlord 3 decades ago. I have never found a use for it. It is too fine for a sash, too delicate for a rug. I run the fabric through my claws. It does not snag. It flows like water. It is rare, lethal in its origin, beautiful, just like her. I fold the silk, draping it over my arm. It feels right. I return to the main hall. Tyra is still there, polishing another star. She looks up as I enter, her eyes widening when she sees the bundle on my arm. I stop a few feet from her. I feel unsettled. My heart beats a slow, heavy rhythm against my ribs. I have never given a gift. I trade. I bargain. I execute. I do not bestow. I hold the silk out to her. Take it, I say. My voice is harsher than I intended. She stands, wiping her hands on her trousers. She looks at the fabric, then at me, confusion knitting her brow. What is it? It is practical, I say, defensive now. Your body is flawed. You leak heat. The furs Kiri gave you are heavy and smell of musk. This is better. Best of the best. She reaches out, her fingers brushing the silver material. She gasps. It feels like water, she whispers. It is Yelesi silk, I explain, watching her face. Spun by the giant arachnids of the southern caves. It cannot be cut. It cannot be burned. It will keep your heat where it belongs, inside your skin. She takes the bolt from me. It is huge, yards and yards of shimmering fabric, but it is so light she holds it easily. She pulls a length of it up, draping it over her shoulder. It catches the light of the fire pit and the reflection of her tin stars, turning her into a pillar of moonlight. She looks royal. She looks like she belongs in a palace, not a poisoner's hall. She looks like something precious that has finally been wrapped in a setting worthy of its value. Baishu, she says, her voice trembling. I brace myself. I expect her to smile. I expect the sudden, bright warmth I felt in the kitchen. Instead, her face crumbles. Her lips tremble and her eyes fill with water. A single tear tracks through the soot on her cheek, followed by another. She makes a small, choked sound. A sob. I freeze. My hood flares instinctively, a reaction to distress. What is this? I demand, stepping closer. Is it defective? Does it burn you? I reach out to snatch the silk back, thinking perhaps there is residual venom on the fibers. But she clutches it to her chest, burying her face in the silver folds. She is crying. Not the silent, fearful weeping of the first night, but deep, racking sobs that shake her small shoulders. I am paralyzed. I understand fear. I understand pain. I understand anger. I do not understand this. I lean down, my shadow falling over her. I slide my tongue out, tasting the air near her cheek. Salt. The scent is sharp and overwhelming. It smells of the ocean. It smells of grief. Tyra, I growl, confusion making my voice rough. Why do you leak salt? I've given you a king's ransom in silk. It is armor. It is warmth. She gazes at me, her eyes red-rimmed and swimming with tears. She clutches the silk as if it is a lifeline. It's too much, she chokes out. It's beautiful. And it's... Nobody has ever given me anything just because I was cold. I never received a gift. That is illogical, I state, though the certainty in my voice wavers. You were cold. I remedied the defect. This isn't a gift. No. She shakes her head, a watery smile breaking through the tears. You saw me. You really saw me. She steps forward, closing the distance between us. She presses her forehead against my chest, the silk bunched between us. "Thank you," she whispers into my scales. I stand rigid, my arms hovering uncertainly around her. She is weeping because I gave her a blanket. She is weeping because I noticed she was fragile. It is a fragility that terrifies me, and yet, as her body heat seeps through the silk and into my chest, warming the jade scales over my heart, I do not push her away. I slowly lower my arms, wrapping them around her in the shimmering cloud of silver. I hold her, baffling tears and all, and I realize with a jolt of primal possessiveness that I would strip the vaults bare if it kept her looking at me like that. I've anchored myself to a storm and I have no desire to let go.
Chapter 15. Tyra. The silk is impossibly light against my skin, cool like running water, yet it reflects the heat of my own body back at me instantly. But it is the weight of Baishu's arms around me, the solid, immovable reality of his chest against my forehead, that makes my knees weak. He gave me armour, because he noticed I was cold. Nobody notices me. I am a slave. In what I glimpse in my incomplete memory, no one has truly seen me for who I am. But the Poison Master, the monster in the dark, saw me shiver. The tears are stupid, leaking out faster than I can stop them, soaking into the priceless fabric crushed between us. His scales are cool against my damp cheek, smelling of deep earth, and that sharp scent that clings to him after he works in the vault. "Tyra!" he growls, the vibration rumbling directly into my chest. "Explain the salt leak. Have I damaged you?" I shake my head against him, a choked laugh bubbling up through the sob. "No, you didn't damage me." I pull back just enough to look at him. His golden eyes are narrowed, the slit pupils blown wide in the dim light of the hall, searching my face with predatory confusion. The great hood at his neck is flared slightly, a sign of his agitation. He looks lethal. He looks beautiful. "You saw me," I whisper. And before the fear can stop me, before my memory loss or Kiri's warnings can choke me, I rise on my tiptoes. I press my lips to his. It is a tentative thing, a question asked of a statue. His mouth is cool and firm, unresponsive. I freeze, terrified I have crossed a line from which there is no return. Then, a low hiss tears from his throat. His stillness shatters. His arms, which had been loosely holding me and the silk, tighten into iron bands. One large hand snaps up, gripping the back of my neck, his claws lightly prickling my scalp, angling my head so I cannot escape. He kisses me back. It is not a human kiss. It is an assault. His tongue, dark and forked, sweeps into my mouth, tasting me with shocking thoroughness. He tastes of venom and power. It is terrifying. It is intoxicating. I drop the bolt of silk. It pools around our feet like spilt moonlight. My hands, free now, fly up to his shoulders, gripping the ridge of muscle where his humanoid torso meets the flare of his hood. His skin is smooth as riverstone, but burning hot underneath. He breaks the kiss, his breathing rough. "You are a crucible," he murmurs against my jaw, his teeth grazing the pulse point of my neck. Burning so hot in this cold tomb. He bites me. Not deep, just enough to break the skin, a sharp sting that makes me gasp. He licks the drop of blood that wells there, humming in approval at the taste. "Mine," he growls. Then the world tilts. He sweeps me off my feet, cradling me high against his chest. I wrap my legs around his waist instinctively, feeling the massive power of his tail shifting beneath me to compensate for the weight. "Baishu, the servants," I breathe, glancing toward the archway. "Let them look," he snarls, turning sharply. "Let them see what the master keeps." But he does not take me through the main halls. He glides with terrifying speed into the shadows, taking service corridors that smell of dust and disuse. He moves in near silence, a massive apex predator carrying his prize through the dark. His tail is everywhere. The thick, heavy coils brush against my ankles, winding around my waist, pressing me tighter against his human half. It is a living shackle, heavy and possessive. I couldn't escape if I wanted to. I don't want to. He kicks open the door to my room. The heat from the stone he left earlier hits us, warm and stagnant. He crosses to the pallet of thistle furs I arranged near the corner, my poor attempt at a nest. He does not set me down gently. He follows me down, his massive weight pressing me into the deep pile of the pelts. He looms over me, his shoulders blocking out the ceiling, his golden eyes burning in the dark. "You wanted a hearth, little ember," he whispers, his voice thick with lust. "Burn for me." I reach for him. I need to touch him, really touch him, without fear of retribution. My hands slide down his chest, over the hard plates of jade armour, to the place where his hips should be. The transition is seamless, a miracle of biology, where smooth skin merges into small, overlapping scales that grow larger and thicker as they descend.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
His tail is still wrapped tightly around me. The knot inside me pulses slowly, keeping us connected. I am sore, stretched, and utterly unused. And I have never felt so safe. The emptiness that has plagued me since I woke up in this estate, the holes in my memory, the terrifying question of who I used to be. None of it matters right now. Whatever I was before, whoever I belonged to, it feels like a ghost story. Real life is here. Real life is this heat. Real life is him. I close my eyes, letting the truth slip out in a whisper into the dark. I don't want to leave.
Chapter 16. Baishu. The knot has released me, but I cannot bring myself to release her. The room is heavy with the scent of us, a thick, musky perfume of Nabella spice, salt, and the copper tang of my own release. It hangs in the stagnant air, more intoxicating than any narcotic vapor I have ever distilled in the vault. Tyra sleeps. She is sprawled across the thistle furs, her limbs loose and heavy with exhaustion. The silver silk I gave her is tangled around her legs, shimmering in the gloom like a pool of mercury, but her chest is bare. Her skin is flushed a deep, rosy pink, the color of blood rising to the surface. She is a map of my claiming. I trace a bruise forming on her hip with the tip of a claw. I marked her. I stretched her. I filled her until she screamed my name, and then I anchored myself inside her like a ship weathering a hurricane. A low rumble starts in my chest, a vibration of pure, possessive satisfaction. My tail is still wound tight around her legs, the heavy coils refusing to unlatch. It is a living shackle, betraying the war raging in my mind. Logic, cold, sharp, and merciless, tells me this is a mistake. To bed a human is a curiosity. To keep one is an eccentricity. But to mate with one, to knot inside a warm blood and pour my essence into her fragile womb. In the courts of Cario, among the high lords who sit on thrones of bone and gold, this is not merely a scandal. It is social suicide. I can hear the whispers of the council already. Baishu, the poison master, has gone mad. The fumes have rotted his brain. He couples with livestock. He weakens the bloodline. There is precedent, of course. There are whispers of Naga taking human consorts, but he has never heard the ending, and more rumors circulate of incompatibilities. The lifespans are incompatible, the biology is mismatched, the humans break. The Naga go mad with grief and burn cities to ash. I look at Tyra's face, relaxed in sleep, her lips slightly parted. She has a weakness, a soft, unarmored underbelly exposed to the world. If Lord Vexus or the other brokers knew I harbored her, knew I claimed her, they would not attack me directly. They would strike at her to bleed me. I should discard her. I should wait for the solstice to be over, give her a bag of gold and send her back to the human settlements. I should return to my silence, to my vials, to the cold perfection of my craft. But the thought of the silence makes my scales itch. Days ago, I did not know I was starving. I thought the cold of the estate was simply the nature of stone. I did not know it was the temperature of my own soul. I lean down, my face inches from hers. I inhale the breath leaving her lungs. It is warm, moist, alive. "You are a terrible inconvenience, little Ember," I whisper into the dark. She stirs slightly, murmuring a sound that might be my name. She turns her cheek into my palm, seeking my touch even in her dreams. The gesture shatters my logic. I do not care about the council. I don't care about the High Lords and their obsession with purity. They are stagnant water. They sit in their palaces and rot while I have fire. "I will keep you," I say, the decision settling in my gut like a stone sinking in a deep well. I brush a strand of damp hair from her forehead, my touch impossibly gentle for a hand designed to crush windpipes. "They will call it madness," I tell her sleeping form, my voice a low, lethal purr. "They will say I have debased myself. Let them come to my gates and sneer. I will boil the flesh from their bones before I let them take you." I peer at the starburst scar on her temple. I trace it lightly. "My life was gray, Tyra. It was a long, straight line of stone and silence. I did not know that bread could taste like heat. I did not know that tin could shine like stars." I lower my head, resting my forehead against hers. "You see the monster," I breathe, "and you do not run. So I will be the monster for you. I will be the nightmare that guards your sleep." I close my eyes, intending to rest. The exertion of the rut has drained me, and the heat of her body is a lullaby pulling me toward sleep. Clack! A sound from outside. My eyes snap open. It was not a loud sound. It was the faint, dry crack of a branch snapping under weight, a sound that does not belong to the wind. I freeze. My tongue tastes the air. The winds have died down, leaving a draft that pulls from the forest through the fume slits and into the hallways. I filter the scents. I strip away the smell of sex, of thistle fur, of drying sweetgrass. I hunt for the anomaly. There. It hits my throat, a sharp, metallic tang. Iron. Not the raw red iron of the earth. This is cold iron. Forged iron. The smell of oil and whetstone. It is the smell of a blade. And beneath it, faint but unmistakable, is the scent of Tara leather and the sour, acrid sweat of exertion. Someone is at the perimeter. The languid warmth of the afterglow vanishes instantly, replaced by the icy clarity of the predator. My blood cools, redirecting from my loins to my muscles. I uncoil from Tyra. She makes a small noise of protest as the heat leaves her, reaching out blindly. I grab a fur and tuck it around her, covering her exposed skin. "Stay," I command softly, though she cannot hear me. I slide off the pallet. I do not stand immediately. I stay low, my belly scales making no sound as I glide toward the narrow window slit high on the wall. I rise up, peering into the darkness. My thermal vision flares to life. The world shifts into shades of blue and black. The forest is cold. The trees are jagged skeletons of ice. But there, moving through the red ferns near the broken section of the wall where Tyra first entered, 3 shapes. They are glowing with the dull orange heat of living bodies, muffled by cloaks, but visible to me. They move with coordination. They are not scavengers. They are not lost travelers. They're carrying long, cold shapes in their hands. Crossbows, pikes, hunters. A low hiss escapes my teeth. They are inside my land. They are near the Numiscu beds. I look back at Tyra, curled in the nest I built for her. If they are here for gold, they are fools. If they are here for me, they are suicides. But if they are here for her, a rage, pure and black as Nyoka venom, floods my veins. It is a cold rage, a focused rage. I turn from the window. I do not reach for a weapon. I do not need steel. I have the vault. I have the garden. And I have an appetite. I glide toward the door, my tail lashing silently behind me. I am no longer the lover. I am the poison master. And something has dared to step into my den.
Chapter 17. Tyra. The morning of the day of light. Eve tastes like honey and anxiety. It is a good anxiety, the kind that hums in your fingertips and makes your toes curl into the plush darkness of the thistle firs. It is the feeling of waiting for a guest you actually want to see, not a master you fear. I move through the main hall. The silver silk baishu gave me swishing around my ankles like liquid moonlight. It is cool against my skin, but beneath it, I am burning. My body feels different today, heavier yet electric. Every brush of the fabric against my thighs reminds me of the rough friction of his scales. Every breath I take smells of the musk that still clings to my skin, the scent of the poison master. I am not just a survivor today. I am cherished. The word feels dangerous, fragile as a bubble of glass, but I hold it close. Focus, Tyra, I whisper, smoothing the silk over my hips. Everything has to be perfect. I have spent the morning nesting. The main hall, once a tomb of grey stone and silence, is alive. The fire pit crackles with a low, steady heat, casting dancing shadows against the vaulted ceiling. The scent of roasting meat drifts from the kitchen. Kiri is seemingly preparing something, grumbling the entire time, but she is doing it. But my contribution sits on a small table I dragged near the hearth. The cake. It is a dense, dark loaf, heavy with kaffir flour and studded with dried fialon berries. I used the last of the nabella spice, kneading it into the dough until my hands smelled of winter warmth. I glazed the top with wild honey I found in the pantry. It isn't the delicate pastry of the capital, but it is rich. It is sustenance. And next to the cake, sitting on a scrap of velvet, is my gift for him. It is a star. I spent hours on it yesterday while he was in the vault. I found a piece of thick, uncorroded copper in the refuse pile, part of some old object. I hammered it flat with a stone, folding it over and over until it formed a six-pointed star. I polished it with sand and spit until it gleamed with a dull, reddish fire. It is rough, it is simple. I look at the sapling. It stands proud in its iron cauldron, the tin decorations twinkling in the firelight. It looks magical. Almost ready, I murmur. I reach into the pocket of my tunic, which I've worn over the silk for warmth, and pull out the box of matches I stole from the kitchen. They are long, thick matches with red tips, smelling faintly of sulphur. I need to light the candles. I scavenged them from the supply closet, stubs of beeswax candles, yellow and uneven. I have balanced them carefully on the sturdier branches of the blue needle sapling. My hand trembles as I strike the first match against the rough stone of the hearth. Hiss! The flame flares to life, bright and sudden. A puff of grey smoke rises, curling into the air. The scent hits me instantly. Sulphur. Sharp, acrid, stinging the back of my nose. It mixes with the smell of the pine needles warming near the fire. Sulphur and pine. Fire. The world stops. The match freezes in my hand. The flame licks down the wood, scorching my fingertip, but I don't feel the burn. The main hall of the estate vanishes. The grey stone dissolves. The warmth of the fire pit is sucked away, replaced by a biting, freezing wind. A sound rushing in my ears. The crackle of a much larger fire. A scream. My hand flies to my temple, slamming against the starburst scar. Pain explodes behind my eyes. It isn't a headache. It is a lightning strike. It splits my skull open, tearing through the fog that has shrouded my mind for days. The wall I built, the wall the poison built, shatters. I am kneeling in the snow. My knees are wet and numb. My hands are bound behind my back with rough hemp rope that digs into my wrists. The air smells of burning sap. Lord Vexis stands over me. He is not just a Naga, he is something else. A noble Naga of the corrupt courts, his scales as dark as obsidian, his eyes black pits of cruelty. He wears robes of spun gold, but the hem is stained with mud as he glides. He holds a pine branch in his hand. The needles are green and vibrant. He thrusts the branch into a brazier filled with burning sulphur rocks. The needles catch fire instantly, sizzling and popping, releasing a thick, choking black smoke. "Do you smell that, little thief?" Vexis asks. His voice is smooth, like oil slicking over water. It is the smell of a day gone wrong. He waves the burning branch in front of my face. Sparks shower down, stinging my cheeks. I flinch, but I do not look away. I cannot. The other girls, my sisters in chains, the ones I promised to protect, are lined up behind me. I can hear their muffled sobs. "Please," I croak. My throat is raw from screaming. "I'll do it. Whatever you want." "You have a talent for entering places you do not belong," Vexis says, stepping closer. He drops the burning branch into the snow, where it hisses and dies. He grabs my chin, his fingers cold and pinching. The Naga of Cario, the poison master, he holds the key to the war. The name floats in the cold air. Baishu. He distills a toxin, Vexis whispers, leaning down until I can smell the wine on his breath. Viper's breath, a gas that liquefies the lungs of an army in seconds. He keeps the formula in his vault. I shake my head. The Naga kill trespassers. Everyone knows that. "Which is why you will not be a trespasser," Vexis says, smiling. It is a terrible smile. "You will be a victim, a stray." He snaps his fingers. A servant steps forward, holding a vial of blue liquid. Numiscu extract. "Drink," Vexis commands. "Small doses, harden your blood. Make yourself immune to his garden. When you can walk through his flowers without dying, he will take you in. His curiosity is his weakness." "And then?" I ask, trembling. "Then you steal the formula," Vexis says. His eyes flick to the line of weeping girls behind me. "Or I burn the rest of the pine forest, with them inside it." He pulls a ring from his finger. A heavy signet ring with a starburst design, heated in the brazier until it glows red. "A reminder," he says. He presses the ring to my temple. The agony is white. Absolute. The smell of burning flesh mixes with the sulphur and the pine. I scream. I gasp, sucking in a lungful of air that feels too hot, too thick. I am back in the hall. The match has burned down to my fingers. I drop it, the charred wood clattering onto the stone floor. I stare at the tree of light. The tin stars are twinkling. The sapling smells of pine. But I do not see a celebration. I see a weapon. The memories crash into me, a landslide of guilt and horror. I am not a guest. I am not a companion. I am a spy. I am a thief sent by a warlord to steal the one thing Baishu guards with his life. Viper's breath. I look at my hands. The same hands that kneaded the bread. The same hands that wove the wreath. The same hands that stroked the scales of the magnificent, lonely creature who saved my life. They are dirty. They are stained with treason. "No," I whisper. The word is a broken sound. No, please. I clutch my stomach. The rich, sweet smell of the honey cake on the table wafts toward me. It smells of Nabella. It smells of the trust he gave me. He opened his home. He opened his vault. He showed me the Nyoka venom, thinking I admired the art. You possess a steady gaze, little slave. He didn't know he was showing a wolf where the throat was. I remember the lock on the vault door. The tumblers. My fingers twitch, remembering the combination I subconsciously noted. I know how to get in. I know how to steal the formula. And if I don't, Vexis kills them. All of them. But if I do, I think of Bai Shu. I think of the way he looked at me in the nest. His golden eyes soft with a vulnerability he hides from the world. I think of the silk draped over my shoulders, a king's ransom given to keep me warm. I have anchored myself to him, and now I have to cut his throat. The room spins. The grey stone walls seem to close in, suffocating me. The heat from the fire pit feels like the heat of Vexis's branding iron. Bile rises in my throat, hot and sour. There is nothing in my stomach but tea and dread, but my body tries to purge the guilt anyway. I retch violently, the sound echoing in the silent hall. Acid burns my throat, tears streaming down my face. I curl into a ball, forehead pressed against the cold floor, gasping for air. The silk, the beautiful, priceless silk, pools around me. I am a liar. I am a poison worse than anything he keeps in his jars. Bai Shu, I sob into the stone, the name tearing out of me. But he isn't here to save me, not from this.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 18. Bai Shu. The air at the perimeter wall tastes of iron and silence. I stand near the broken section of the stone barrier, the wind whipping my hood. Below me, on the red sand, lie 3 stains, dark, wet patches where the earth has drunk deeply. The bodies are gone, dissolved into a slurry by a concentrated dose of viper's breath and washed into the ravine. My estate is clean again, or so it should be. I turn my gaze to the pair of guards I summoned from the lower village. They are brute creatures, all muscle and dull brown scales, holding heavy pikes with claws that tremble slightly in my presence. They smell of stale beer and fear. The breach is sealed, I tell them, my voice cutting through the wind like a razor. But the scent of the intruders lingers. If another foot crosses this line, human, Naga, elf, or beast, you will bring me the head before the body hits the ground. The lead guard bows low, his snout nearly touching the dirt. Yes, Poison Master, we will watch. We will bleed them. Do not fail me, I warn, letting a drop of venom bead on the tip of my fang, the acrid scent of it making them flinch. I pay in gold, but I collect debts in blood. I do not need them. I am the apex predator of this mountain. But the little ember inside my house is soft. She cannot fight shadows. If I am to sleep, if I am to coil around her and lose myself in the heat of her skin, I need eyes watching the dark while mine are closed. I turn away, dismissing them. My tail lashes against the sand, agitated. The scent of the intruders, iron, sweat, intent, still clings to my throat. They were not thieves. Thieves do not carry military-grade steel. They were scouts. Lord Vexus is testing my fences. A low growl vibrates in my chest. Let him come. Let him break his teeth on my walls. I have something worth killing for now. I glide back toward the estate, the imperative to return to the nest pulling at my gut. I want to see her. I want to wash the smell of death from my hands and bury my face in the silver silk I gave her. I want to see the tree she decorated with trash and stubbornness. I am halfway across the courtyard when Kiri appears from the side entrance. She moves with a frantic, jerky speed that sets my nerves on edge. Her hood is flared and she smells of distress. "Master!" she hisses. I stop, my body tense. "Speak." "It is the warm blood," Kiri says, wringing her clawed hands. "The creature is expelling its stomach." My blood runs cold. The fire in my veins turns to ice in a single heartbeat. "Poison?" I demand, already moving, my glide shifting into a rush. "Did she touch the Numiscu? Did she enter the vault?" "No, master," Kiri calls after me, struggling to keep pace. "She was lighting the fires for her ritual. Then she fell. She is shaking. She is leaking fluids." Sickness. Human biology is a chaotic, fragile mess. I told her she was defective. I told her she leaked heat. Now she is breaking down from within. I burst through the doors of the main hall. The heat hits me first, the roaring warmth of the fire pit Tyra lit. The room glows with the orange light of the flames, reflecting off the tin stars on the crooked sapling. It smells of pine and Nabella spice, a scent of celebration. But beneath it, sharp and sour, is the smell of bile. She is curled in a ball on the cold basalt floor near the base of the tree. The silver silk is pooled around her, stained with the violence of her illness. Her shoulders are shaking. "Tyra," I say. I am beside her in an instant. I disregard mess. Don't really care about the sour stench. I scoop her up, pulling her trembling body against my chest. She flinches violently, letting out a choked sob. Her hands fly up, pushing weakly against my shoulders. "No," she gasps, her eyes squeezed shut. "Don't, please don't." "Shh," I soothe, confusing her resistance for the delirium of fever. "I have you. The cold cannot touch you here." I carry her away from the mess, moving to the furs near the hearth. I settle her down, tucking the clean edges of the silk around her. I lean close, my tongue darting out to taste the air near her skin. She smells of terror. Her heart is hammering against her ribs like a bird trying to break its cage. Her skin is clammy, covered in a cold sweat. "What did you eat?" I demand gently, brushing the damp hair from her forehead. "The honey cake? Was the flour turned? Did you use the wrong berries?" She shakes her head, her face buried in her hands. I don't know. I just felt sick." "It is the richness," I decide, analyzing the variables. "You've been starving for years. Your gut is not accustomed to the heavy oils of the Nabella and the honey. You have overwhelmed your system." I curse myself. I should have monitored her intake. I let her play with alchemy in the kitchen without considering the limitations of her constitution. "I'm sorry," she weeps, her voice muffled. "I'm so sorry, Baishu." "Do not apologize for your human weakness," I say firmly. "You are small. You are easily overwhelmed." I stand up. "Stay. Do not move." I glide to the alchemy cabinet I keep in the shadow of the archway. I bypass the venoms and the paralytics. I reach for a small jar of green liquid, drip a leaf extract. It is a mild sedative, good for settling the humors of the stomach. I mix a few drops with water in a stone cup. I return to her. She hasn't moved. She is staring at the fire with a look of such utter devastation that it twists something deep in my gut. She looks like she has broken something precious. "Drink," I command, holding the cup to her lips. She hesitates, looking at the green liquid with wide, fearful eyes. "It is not poison, little Ember," I say softly. "It is peace. It will stop the churning." She takes a sip, then another. She swallows hard, shuddering as the cool liquid goes down. "Better?" I ask. She nods weakly. "Yes." I take the cup away and sit beside her, coiling my tail around us to create a barrier against the room. I pull a cloth from my sash and wipe the sweat from her face. "You push yourself too hard," I chide her. "You drag trees. You polish metal. You bake feasts. You try to build a world in a day, and your body cannot sustain the effort." "I wanted it to be perfect," she whispers, a fresh tear tracking through the soot on her cheek. "For the day of light." "It is perfect," I lie. "The tree is crooked. The hall smells of vomit. But she is here, and she is alive. And," I add, feeling a sudden awkward weight in my chest, "I have made preparations as well." She blinks, looking up at me. "You have?" I nod. I gesture to the far table, the one in the shadows that she hasn't noticed yet because of her illness. "I observed your preparations," I say, trying to sound like the arrogant lord I am, though I feel like a fledgling trying to fly. "You place great importance on the consumption of resources. A feast." I stand and offer her my hand. "Can you walk? Or shall I carry you?" She takes my hand. Her grip is weak, her palm sweating. "I can walk." I lead her to the table. I pulled Kiri off her other duties to arrange it. It is abundant. There are platters of raw tara steak, bloody and rich. There are bowls piled high with fialon berries, spilling over the edges onto the wood. There are roasted tubers, charred black on the outside because I do not understand cooking times. There are jars of preserved lizards and honeycomb. It is a chaotic, mismatched horde of food. It is not a meal. It is a stockpile. "I did not know what you required," I admit, looking at the mess. "So I acquired everything." I look at her, waiting for her to laugh, or to recoil at the raw meat. She stares at the table. Her lips part. Her breath hitches in a sound that is half sob, half laugh. It's a lot," she says. "It is a display of surplus," I correct, "to show that we survived the winter, that the dark did not win." I look at the raw steak. "I can apply heat to the meat if you prefer. I understand you like your protein ruined by fire." She turns to me. She regards me with eyes that are swimming with a complex, painful emotion I cannot read. It looks like gratitude, but it is edged with a sharp, terrified grief. "You did this for me," she whispers. "You are my companion," I state, as if it is the most obvious fact in the world. "We share the nest. We share the feast." She closes her eyes, swaying slightly. The sickness is still upon her. I catch her before she stumbles. "Enough," I say. "The ritual can wait. The feast will keep. You need sleep." I lift her again. She does not fight me this time. She clings to my neck, burying her face in the hollow of my throat. She is trembling again, a fine vibration that speaks of nerves frayed to the breaking point. I carry her back to the furs. I lay her down, arranging the silk so it covers her completely, leaving only her face exposed. She looks pale, her skin translucent against the dark fur. "Baishu," she says, grabbing my hand as I try to pull away. Her grip is desperate. "Stay, please." I look at the door. The wind is picking up again. The guards are in position, but the scent of the intruder still bothers me. I need to do one final sweep. I need to make sure the perimeter is absolute. If Vexus is hunting, I need to be the monster in the dark. not the lover by the fire. I cannot, I say gently. I must secure the grounds. The storm brings scavengers. Don't go, she begs, her voice rising in panic. Something bad will happen. Nothing will happen, I promise. I lean down and kiss her forehead. Her skin is cool now, the sedative working. I am the poison master. Death asks my permission before it enters this house. I pull my hand from hers. It takes effort. I want to stay. I want to curl around her and ignore the world. But I protect what is mine. Rest, my heart, I whisper, using the endearment for the first time. It tastes sweet on my tongue. We will continue to celebrate when I return. I turn and glide toward the door, leaving her safe in the warmth of the fire, unaware that I am walking out to slaughter anything that dares to threaten her peace.
Chapter 19. Tyra. The door clicks shut behind him, and the sound is final. Like a stone dropped into a deep well, waiting for the splash that never comes. Rest, my heart, he said. The echo of his voice lingers in the high vaulted ceiling of the main hall. It wraps around the pillars of black basalt, tangling with the odour of the pine sapling and the cooling roast meat. My heart. He called me his heart, and I am about to stop his from beating. I push myself up from the furs. The sedative he gave me, the dripper leaf extract, makes my limbs feel heavy, like I am moving through water. But my mind is sharp. The starburst scar at my temple throbs with a dull, rhythmic ache, a metronome counting down the seconds I have left. I look at the feast table, the raw steaks, the bowls of berries, the jars of honeycomb. He did this for me. The poison master, the solitary monster of Cario, scavenged a feast because he thought I was hungry. He broke centuries of isolation to feed me, and I am a spy sent to destroy him. I close my eyes, and the image of Lord Vexis rises behind my eyelids. I remember the slide of his pale scales against the snow, the way his red eyes bored into me as he burned the pine branch. I hug my arms to my chest, shivering violently. It isn't the sickness anymore. It is the cold, hard reality of my choice. If I stay, Vexis will come. He will realize I have failed. He will send his assassins and they will burn this estate to the ground. They will kill Baishu to get to the vault. I will buy him time. Leave him a warning. If I steal the formula, if I use the skills waking up in my fingers to pick the gravity lock on the vault door, I save myself. I save my sisters back in the slave pits. But I destroy Baishu. I hand Vexis the power to wipe out armies, and I leave the only creature who ever saw me as a person betrayed and broken. I cannot do it. I look at my hands. They are small, scarred. They are not the hands of a hero. They are the hands of a girl who weaves grass and bakes bread. But they are also the hands of a liar. I choose him, I whisper in the empty room. The words taste like ash. I choose the monster who warmed me over the sisters who suffered with me. A sob rips through my throat, jagged and painful. I'm sorry, Lara. I'm sorry, Sola. I can see their faces, gaunt, hopeful, waiting for the day of light that will never come for them. By saving Baishu, I am condemning them. Vexis will kill them when I don't return with the prize. He promised. I have to make it worth it. I have to make sure Baishu survives, even if I don't. I push myself up on my feet, the silver silk pooling around my ankles. I step out of it. It feels like tearing off my own skin. The silk lies on the basalt floor, shimmering in the firelight like a pool of spilled mercury. It is the most beautiful thing I have ever owned. It is the only thing I have ever owned. It is armour. It is warmth. I cannot take it. It belongs to Tyra the companion. Tyra the guest. I am not her anymore. I am Tyra the thief, and thieves leave with nothing but their guilt. I turn away from the silk and run to the supply closet near the kitchen archway. My footsteps are silent. My body remembers how to move now, how to roll my weight to the outside of my foot to dampen the sound. It is a muscle memory of stealth that makes me sick. I tear open the cabinet. I push past the beeswax candles and the rags. There, a vial of cleaning solvent, Solver. It is a heavy, viscous liquid, clear as water but with a faint, oily sheen. It looks exactly like the refined Nyoka venom Baishu showed me in the alchemy room. To an untrained eye, to Vexis's greedy eye, it will look like viper's breath. I grab the vial, my fingers closing around the cold glass. This is the plan. A desperate, stupid plan born of panic. I will take the fake poison to the rendezvous point. I will try to trade it for my freedom. When Vexis realizes it's fake, I will be dead. But Baishu will be safe behind his walls, guarding the real death in his vault. He will hate me. He will think I used him. Good. If he hates me, he won't come looking for me. He won't risk his life to save a traitor. I tuck the vial into the sash of my tunic. I grab my old leather belt from the pile of clothes I discarded days ago. My thief's kit is hidden in the lining. I didn't know it was there until this morning, but now my fingers find the lockpicks, and the tension wrenches with sickening ease. I am ready. I walk back to the hearth. The fire is dying down, the logs turning to glowing embers. The tree of light stands there, crooked and brave. The tin stars catch the fading light, winking at me. The sapling smells of the forest I am about to run into. I need to leave a message. I reach for the charcoal, my hand hovering over the scrap of parchment. I'm sorry. I write the words. Then I stare at them. It is weak. It is pathetic. If I leave a note like this, Baishu will not stay behind. He is the poison master. He is possessive, arrogant, and stubborn. If he thinks I left because of guilt or fear, he will come after me. He will hunt me down in the snow to bring me back to the heat. I massage the scar on my temple, the pain sharpening my resolve. I cannot let him save me. I have to make him hate me. I have to make him so angry, so consumed by rage, that he locks his doors and prepares for war. I need to warn him of Lord Vexis. I have to break his heart to save his life. I smudge the words "I'm sorry" into a black blur. I grip the charcoal until it crumbles under my fingernails. I write again. The letters are jagged, ugly things. I am not in the nest. I am a spy for Lord Vexis. I have the viper's breath. I have taken it to my true master. He will honour me for this. Do not follow. You are already dead. I drop the charcoal. It hits the table with a sound like a gavel. The lie burns my eyes. I haven't taken the viper's breath. I have a bottle of cleaning solvent tucked in my sash. But Baishu won't know that. Not until he checks the vault, and by then I will be gone. He will believe I played him. He will believe every touch, every kiss, every loaf of bread was a manipulation to get close to his poison. He will prepare for Vexis to attack. He will arm himself. He will live. I stab the parchment onto a branch of the tree of light, right next to the tin star I polished for him. The contrast makes me want to scream, the symbol of my love next to the confession of my treason. I look at the honey cake one last time. I can smell the Nabella spice. It smells like the kitchen when he ate my bread. It smells of the moment I realised I could be happy. I touch the edge of the plate, my fingers trembling. Hate me, Baishu, I whisper, my voice cracking. Please, just hate me. The silence of the house does not answer. I turn and run. I head for the east wing, away from the main entrance. I can't risk him seeing me. I know my way around this place. I reach the window in another guest room. It is narrow, a slit in the stone meant for arrows, not people. But I am small, and I am desperate. I climb onto the sill. The stone sucks the heat from my hands instantly. Outside, the night is a wall of black. The storm has passed, but the cold remains, a living thing waiting to swallow me. I look back one last time. From here, I can just see the glow of the firelight from the main hall reflecting off the stone corridor. It is the only warmth in the world. I am leaving the hearth. I am leaving the nest. I am going back out into the cold, where I belong. I squeeze my eyes shut, pushing down the scream building in my throat. Survive, I tell myself. Just survive long enough to lie to Vexus. I slip through the slit. My boots hit the red sand of the garden with a soft thud. The scent of the numiscu flowers drifts on the wind, sweet, cloying, deadly. I pull my hood up and vanish into the dark.
Chapter 20. Baishu. The wind has died, leaving the estate wrapped in a silence so profound it feels heavy, like a shroud of damp velvet. I glide across the courtyard, the red sand cool beneath my ventral scales. The guards nod as I pass, their bulky forms fading into the shadows of the perimeter wall, but I barely acknowledge them. My focus is entirely inward, pulled by a magnetic north that lies within the walls of my home. I am tired. The patrol was thorough. I walked the length of the cliffs, tasting the air for the metallic taint of intruders, but found only the lingering ghost sense of the 3 I killed. The perimeter is secure. The threat is external, and I am the wall that keeps it out. I reach the heavy doors of the main hall. A rare sensation uncoils in my chest. Anticipation. I picture her inside. She will be sleeping by now, curled in the nest of furs I built for her, her small body radiating that impossible, defiant heat. The feast I scavenged will be waiting. I will wake her. I will watch her eyes light up as I slice the Tara steak. Perhaps I will allow her to feed me a piece of the honeycomb, letting the sticky sweetness bind us together in a ritual I am still learning the steps to. I push the doors open. I have returned, my heart, I announce, my voice low, pitched to soothe rather than startle. Silence answers me. It is not the peaceful silence of sleep. It is the hollow, echoing silence of a tomb. I stop on the threshold. My hood flares slightly, an involuntary reaction to the change in atmospheric pressure. The fire pit is dying. The logs have burned down to sullen red coals, casting long, skeletal shadows that dance frantically against the black basalt pillars. The air is cooling. The warmth that greeted me earlier, the smell of Nabella spice and pine, is fading, overlaid by something colder. Tyra? I glide forward, my movement swift. I circle the tree. The sapling stands crooked in its cauldron, the tin stars winking dully in the low light. The nest is empty. The thistle furs are tumbled, as if someone left in a hurry. But the silver silk, the Yali's silk I gave her, the king's ransom meant to be her armor, lies in a heap on the stone floor. It looks like a pool of spilled mercury, abandoned and cold. She left it. She left the warmth. A cold knot tightens in my gut, sharper than swallowed glass. Panic? No, the poison master does not panic. I analyze variables. She was sick. Perhaps she retreated to the guest room. Perhaps the illness overtook her. I turn to check the corridors, but a flash of white catches my eye. There, on the tree, impaled on a branch next to the polished copper star, the clumsy, beautiful thing she made for me, is a scrap of parchment. I reach out. My hand, usually steady enough to pour volatile venom drop by drop, trembles. Just once. A microscopic failure of the nerves. I pull the parchment free. The charcoal letters are jagged, slashed onto the paper with force. I am not the one in the nest. I am a spy for Lord Vexus. I have the viper's breath. I have taken it to my true master. He will honor me for this. Do not follow. You are already dead. I read the words once. Twice. The world does not spin. It does not blur. Instead, it snaps into a terrifying crystalline focus. I look at the table. The honey cake sits untouched, a symbol of a celebration that never happened. The sweet scent of it is suddenly revolting, cloying and thick in the back of my throat. I taste the air. I hunt for the truth in the unseen particles floating in the room. The scent of pine is there, the scent of the dying fire. But beneath it, the air has soured. The purity I thought I smelled on her, the scent of rain and honest fear, is gone. In its place is the sharp, acrid stench of deceit. It smells like rotting fruit hidden beneath fresh leaves, like a lie that has been festering for days, waiting to burst. A spy. She stole from me. The words rattle in my skull. Lord Vexus, the Dark Naga, a warlord who trades in misery and burns forests for sport. She belongs to him. I look at the silk on the floor. Every touch, every glance, the way she wept when I gave her the fabric, the way she touched my scales and whispered that they shone, the way she opened her body to me in the nest, crying out my name as I nodded inside her. It was all theater. She was not a curiosity. She was not an ember warming my cold life. She was a mirror, reflecting what I wanted to see while her hand reached for the knife. I crushed the parchment in my fist. The charcoal dust coats my palm, black as the heart she hid so well. I have the viper's breath. She claims she robbed me. She claims she entered the vault, bypassed the gravity locks, and stole the canister that could level a city. Logic dictates I check. Logic dictates I glide to the vault immediately, verify the theft, and calculate the blast radius if Vexus deploys it. I do not move toward the vault. I don't give a damn about the poison. Let Vexus have the gas. Let him choke the world on it. It is merely an asset. It is ink on a page, fluid in a jar. It is replaceable. But the heat she ignited in my chest, the vulnerability I exposed when I laid my head against hers and told her I would be her monster, that cannot be replaced. She stole the one thing I kept locked tighter than any toxin. She stole my pride. She stole the silence I had cultivated for a century and filled it with a song I cannot unhear. A sound tears from my throat, a low, grinding roar that shakes the tin stars on the tree. I swipe my arm across the table. The platter of meat, the bowls of berries, the honey cake, it all goes flying. Pottery shatters against the stone floor. Fruit explodes in a spray of juice. The feast is ruined, just like the illusion she spun. You think you have killed me? I whisper to the empty room. You think I am dead because you took a jar of air? Pain flares in my chest, a sharp, ripping sensation behind my ribs. I shove it down. I freeze it. No, I do not feel my heart breaking. The suffocation in my chest is an illusion. It is for the warm bloods. It is for the fragile things that leak salt and die in the snow. I am the poison master. I am the apex predator of Cario. I do not break. This feeling, this grinding, hollow ache, it is merely my ego. It is the sting of a superior intellect being outmaneuvered by a lesser species. It is the humiliation of a dragon tricked by a mouse. She played the part of the scrappy survivor perfectly. She used my own instincts against me. She knew I craved heat, so she became fire. She knew I was lonely, though I denied it, so she became a home. And I, like a fool, coiled around the very blade meant to gut me. I look at the tree of light. It is mocking me. The tin stars are garbage. The sapling is a dead weed. The day of light was a lie told to a gullible monster to keep him distracted while she picked his pockets. I reach out and rip the copper star, the one she polished, from the branch. I crush it in my hand, the sharp metal biting into my palm. I want to feel the cut. I want the physical pain to drown out the noise in my head. I am not the one in the nest. No, I snarl. You are not. The woman was mine. She belonged to me. The creature who wrote this note belongs to the dark. And she has made a fatal error. She thinks she is running to a master who will honor her. She thinks she has escaped. She thinks I am a victim who will sit in his broken hall and mourn the loss of his pet. She has forgotten what I am. I am not a lover. I am not a protector. I'm the thing that slithers in the grass. I am the bite that goes unnoticed until the blood begins to boil. The rage settles over me, cool and familiar. It acts like a balm, numbing the ache, sealing the cracks in my armor. My heart rate slows. My vision sharpens. The world shifts from the warm, chaotic colors of emotion to the cold, blue clarity of the hunt. I do not check the vault. I do not secure the estate. I turn my back away from the dying fire, turn away from the silver silk and the shattered feast. I glide toward the door, my movements silent, fluid, lethal. I push out into the night. The air is freezing, but I do not feel the cold. The fire inside me has been extinguished, replaced by a glacier. I flick my tongue. I catch the scent instantly. It is faint, nearly scrubbed away by the wind, but to me, it is a beacon. Sweet grass, Nabella spice, deceit. And beneath it all, the lingering trail of the numiscu tolerance she carries in her blood. Now I know why she has it. She is running toward the east, toward the cliffs where the forest meets the drop. I bare my fangs, letting the venom drip, sizzling as it hits the red sand. "Run, little spy," I hiss into the darkness. "Run to your master. But know that the shadow behind you is not the night." I slide forward, my body a ripple of muscle and hate. I'm not hunting a lover. I'm culling a traitor.
Chapter 21. Tyra. Run. The word is a drumbeat in my skull, counting time with the pounding of my boots against the wet earth. I crash through the underbrush of the Prothecan forest. The blue trees are jagged shadows reaching for me, their branches snagging on my tunic, trying to hold me back. I don't feel the scratches. I don't feel the cold air biting my lungs. I only feel the terrifying distance stretching between me and the warmth I left behind. He won't follow, I tell myself. He's too smart. He's reading the note right now. He's hating me. The thought sends a fresh wave of nausea rolling through my gut, hot and sour. Good. Let him hate me. Hate keeps you warm. Hate keeps you alive. If he hates me, he'll lock the vault. He'll arm the guards. He'll survive the assassin's vexes sends. But I cannot take the chance that his rage outweighs his logic. I skid to a halt near a cluster of Yili's spider nests. The webbing hangs thick between the trees, smelling of dust and dried meat. I reach into my sash. I pull out a handful of crushed fialon berries I grabbed from the feast table before I ran. I smear the sticky, sweet juice onto the trunk of a tree leading west, away from my true path. Then I crush a handful of bitter sage root under my boot heel to mask my own scent. It is a thief's trick, a false trail, a scent bomb designed to confuse a predator's nose. I turn and scramble east, toward the cliffs, toward the rendezvous point where Vexis promised to wait. My breath soars in my throat. My legs burn, the muscles trembling with exhaustion. I am not built for this. I am built for sneaking, for small movements in dark rooms, not for sprinting through a nightmare landscape. I reach a steep incline where the red earth has turned to slick mud. I try to dig my boots in, to find purchase, but the ground betrays me. My foot slips. The world tilts violently. I fall. I don't just trip, I tumble. I roll down the slope, my body slamming against rocks and exposed roots. The world is a blur of black and blue. A sharp stone catches my hip. A branch whips across my face, stinging like a lash. I hit the bottom with a wet thud, landing hard in a patch of decaying ferns. The air leaves my lungs in a breathless whoosh. I lie there for a moment, staring up at the canopy of alien leaves. The mud seeps through my trousers, cold and wet. It feels like the grave. I try to push myself up, but my arms shake and give out. I collapse back into the dirt. A sob claws its way out of my throat. It starts as a whimper and breaks into a jagged, ugly sound. "I'm sorry," I whisper into the mud. "I'm so sorry." I'm crying for the silk I left on the floor. I'm crying for the honey cake. I'm crying because I finally found a place where I wasn't just a tool, and I had to burn it down with my own hands. Get up, Tyra. If you stop, you die. I grit my teeth. I force my hands to make fists. I drag myself to my knees. Hiss. The sound cuts through the wind. I freeze. It isn't the rustle of leaves. It isn't the chitter of a night rodent. It's the sound of heavy scales dragging over stone. Shh. Drag. Panic spikes in my chest, sharp and bright. Guards. It has to be them. Or maybe Vexus's scouts have grown impatient and crossed the perimeter. It can't be Bai Shu. He's in the main hall. He's breaking the furniture. He's securing the vault. He wouldn't leave his stronghold for a traitor. But the sound is getting closer. Fast. Too fast for an ordinary guard. I scramble backward, crab-walking through the muck. I scan the darkness, desperate for cover. To my left, a patch of grey, thorny bushes glows faintly in the moonlight. Ashbriar. I recognise the serrated leaves. Vexus forced me to identify them in the slave pits. The thorns are coated in a contact toxin that causes blistering rashes and paralytic cramps. Most creatures give it a wide berth. But I have drunk the Numiscu. My blood is hardened. I have tolerance. I dive into the briar patch. The thorns tear at my clothes and scratch my skin. I feel the sting, a sharp, acidic burn. But my muscles don't seize. I curl into a tight ball in the midst of the poisonous thicket, pulling my hood low, praying the scent of the toxic sap will hide me. I hold my breath. My pulse flutters against my throat like a trapped bird. Go away, I beg silently. Just go away. The footsteps stop. The silence stretches, heavy and suffocating. Then a voice slices through the dark. Did you think the thorns would save you? The voice is not a grunt. It is not a screech. It is low, elegant, and vibrating with a rage so cold it freezes the marrow in my bones. Bai Shu. My heart stops. A massive shadow blots out the moon. He does not walk around the briar patch. He does not look for a path. He crashes through it. Branches snap like dry bones. The poisonous thorns rake against his jade scales, breaking harmlessly against his armour. He flows over the ashbriar like a landslide, unstoppable and terrified of nothing. He tears the bushes apart with his bare hands, ripping them from the earth to get to me. I look up. He is a nightmare. His hood is flared wide, casting his face in deep shadow. His golden eyes are no longer the soft, melted coins of the nest. They are nuclear fire. They are the eyes of a god who has come to unmake the world. Found you, he snarls. I try to scramble back, but I am trapped against the trunk of a blue tree. Bai Shu, wait, I gasp, holding up my hands. Don't come closer. It's a trap. Vexus. Do not speak his name. The roar shakes the remaining leaves from the bushes. He looms over me, his tail lashing violently behind him, cutting swaths through the ferns. You run well for a cripple, he hisses, gliding closer, ignoring the toxic sap dripping from the broken branches. You lay false trails. You mask your scent with sage. You learned your trade well, little spy. I did it to protect you, I scream, the truth bursting out of me before I can stop it. I had to make you stay. He laughs. It is a terrible sound. Dry, mirthless, and sharp as broken glass. Protect me? He tilts his head, observing me with a look of utter, crushing contempt. You steal my breath. You invade my home. You warm my bed with lies, and then you claim you run to protect me? He leans down. The scent of him washes over me. Rain, ozone, and the overwhelming rot smell of his hatred. You are not a protector, Tyra. You are a parasite. The word hits me harder than any physical blow. No, I whisper, tears leaking from my eyes. I'm not. I wanted to stay. I wanted... You wanted the poison. he interrupts, his voice dropping to a lethal whisper. And you thought a few tears and a spread set of legs would buy it for you. That's not true. Liar! He strikes. He does not use his hands, does not use his fangs. His tail whips around, faster than sight. The heavy, muscular coil slams into me, pinning my arms to my sides. It slides up, thick and inexorable, wrapping around my throat. The scales are not warm, they are cold, hard as iron. He lifts. My feet leave the mud. I claw at the coil, my fingers slipping on the jade armour. The pressure on my windpipe is absolute. I can't breathe. I can't speak. He lifts me higher until my face is level with his. He holds me there, dangling in the dark, a specimen caught in a vice. His golden eyes bore into mine, void of mercy, void of the heat we shared. There is only the predator, looking at the prey that bit him. You wanted to see the monster, he whispers, his forked tongue flicking against my tear-stained cheek. Open your eyes, little spy. He is here.
Chapter 22. Baishu. She dangles in the moonlight, a rag doll suspended by the iron coil of my tail. Her hands claw at the scales wrapping her throat, frantic and useless. Her boots kick at the empty air, inches above the poisonous mud. I watch the struggle with a detachment that feels like ice forming over a deep black lake. I am the Poison Master. I am the Lord of the High Cliffs. And I am holding the creature that ripped my chest open. I flick my tongue out, tasting the air that gasps from her compressed windpipe. It is a complex bouquet. Salt from her tears, the metallic tang of adrenaline, and beneath it all, the overwhelming, rotting stench of guilt. It pours off her like heat from a fever, thick and cloying. Look at you, I hiss, my voice a low rumble that vibrates through the tail holding her. So small, so fragile, and yet you thought you could bleed me. I glide closer, bringing my face level with hers. My hood is flared wide, blotting out the stars. I want her to see nothing but the monster she tried to tame. I reach out with my hand, the hand that stroked her hair, the hand that fed her meat from my own table, and I rip the sash from her waist. Something falls from the folds of the fabric. It hits the mud with a dull thud. A glass vial. I look down. Even in the gloom, I recognize the shape. It is a standard containment vessel from my supply closet. Inside, a clear liquid catches the moonlight. Viper's breath. She has robbed me. She has taken the weapon that could level a city and stuffed it in her belt like a common thief pilfering a silver spoon. You are bold, I snarl, looking back at her. Her face is turning a mottled red, her eyes wide and wet. You walk into the den of the apex predator. You eat his food. You warm yourself on his hearth, and then you steal his teeth. I loosen the grip of my tail just enough to let her draw a jagged breath. She sucks in the air with a desperate, wheezing sound. Baishu! She chokes out, her voice a ruin. Please, it's not... I didn't... Do not speak! I roar. My tail tightens again, cutting off her lie before it can pollute the air. I lean in, my snout inches from her ear. I can smell the lingering scent of my own musk on her skin. I can smell the Nabella spice from the cake she baked. It sickens me. It smells like a corpse dressed in flowers. Tell me, I whisper, letting the venom drip from my fangs to sizzle on the ground below. When you opened your legs for me in the nest, were you thinking of him? She flinches violently, squeezing her eyes shut. Tears leak from the corners, tracking through the mud on her cheeks. Did you moan my name to hide the fact that you were counting the seconds until you could run to him? I continue, the words tasting like acid on my tongue. Lord Vexus. Is that it? Does he prefer his women broken and scarred? No, she mouths, shaking her head frantically against the scales. Did you open for him? I demand, my voice rising, cracking with a fury I cannot contain. Did he nod inside you? Did he fill you? Was he better than the monster who gave you silk? She tries to scream a denial, but my tail crushes the sound into a whimper. I hate her. I hate the way she gazes at me with those wide, wounded eyes, as if I am the betrayer. I hate that even now, coated in mud and treason, she radiates a heat that calls to the deepest, most primitive part of my brain. Mine, the instinct whispers. Traitor, the logic screams. I reach out. My claws are sharp, honed on the stone of the vault. I place the tip of my index claw against the pulse point of her neck, just above the coil of my tail. I press. A bead of bright red blood wells up around the obsidian tip. I could end this, I say softly. It would be so easy. A flick of the wrist. I could sever the carotid. I could watch the heat drain out of you until you are as cold as the stone you mocked. I slide the claw down, over the hollow of her throat, over the collarbone, down to the center of her chest where her heart is racing. I could plunge my hand into your chest, I murmur, entranced by the fragility of her form. I could rip out the heart that you claimed belonged to me. I could see if it is black, like your soul. I want to do it. I want to scour the weakness from my life. I want to turn her into meat, into silence, into something that can no longer hurt me. I tense my muscles. I prepare to strike, and then the pain hits me. It is not an attack from the outside. It is an internal rupture. It starts in my chest, a sudden crushing pressure that feels like a spear driven through my own heart. I gasp, staggering back slightly, though my tail refuses to let her go. The air in my lungs turns to solid ice. I cannot breathe. Every beat of her heart echoes in my own chest, amplified 1,000 times. Her terror is my terror. Her pain is my pain. What is this? I look at her. She is staring at me, her face purple, her life hanging by a thread. If I kill her, I kill myself. The realization is a horror beyond words. I have anchored myself too deep. I didn't just nod inside her body. I nodded my essence to hers. The magic of the Naga, the ancient binding I thought was a myth for fools, has taken root. I try to tighten my grip. I try to crush the life out of her. My muscles lock. My own body rebels against the command. The pain in my chest flares hotter, a white-hot agony that brings me to my knees in the mud. I cannot do it. I am the poison master. I can kill a man with a drop of clear liquid. I can slaughter armies with a gas. But I cannot kill this one, small, treacherous human. The weakness of it washes over me, humiliating and absolute. I am broken. She has broken me without ever lifting a blade. I look at her, dangling there, weeping. She smells of guilt. She smells of leaving. She smells of the choice she made to abandon me. If I cannot kill her body, I must kill the bond. I must sever the connection with hatred so pure it burns the anchor away. I snarl, rising to my full height, ignoring the agony in my chest. You are nothing, I spit at her. I lower her, but I do not set her down. I drag her through the mud, moving toward the edge of the clearing where the forest gives way to the cliff drop. I thought you were a curiosity, I sneer. I thought you were rare, but you are common. You are a biological dead end. You are a sack of water and lies. I reach the edge of my territory. Beyond lies the untamed wilderness, the domain of the rodent packs and the frost. I lift her one last time. I bring her close, so she can see the loathing etched into every line of my face. You are worse than the ants that crawl beneath my belly, I tell her, my voice devoid of the elegance I pride myself on. It is raw, ugly. They, at least, have a purpose. You are a waste. She reaches for me. Her hand, muddy and shaking, tries to touch my face. By shoo, she whispers. I recoil as if she is burning acid. Do not speak my name, I roar. My heart hurts too much. Not just the bond, but the emotions are weighing me down. I uncoil my tail. I do not place her down. I throw her. With a violent snap of my body, I hurl her away from me, across the boundary line. She hits the ground hard, rolling in the dirt, tumbling away into the shadows of the trees. I stand there, my chest heaving, the phantom pain of her impact rattling my own bones. I feel the separation like a physical amputation. I glare into the darkness where she landed. "Go to your master!" I scream into the night. "Give him your stolen air. Let him see the hollowness of your heart." She struggles to rise in the distance, a small, dark shape against the snow. She looks back. I flare my hood, letting the monster take full control. "If I see you again," I bellow, my voice echoing off the cliffs, a promise of violence that I know. God help me, I know. I cannot keep. I will not hesitate to strike. I move away from her. I shift my back away from the heat. I glide back toward the estate, dragging the silence behind me like a funeral train, leaving the only thing that ever made me feel alive shivering in the dark.
Chapter 23. Tyra. The earth here is not forgiving. It is hard, packed red clay that smashes the breath from my lungs upon impact. I roll, my body a tangle of limbs and pain, until I slam into the gnarled roots of a bluebark tree. I stop. I lie there, face pressed into the freezing mud, gasping for air that feels like broken glass in my chest. My hip throbs where Baishu's tail threw me. My throat burns where his scales crushed my windpipe. But the physical pain is distant. It is a dull roar compared to the silence in my chest. He threw me away. "If I see you again, I will not hesitate to strike." His voice echoes off the cliffs, bouncing around the ravine like a curse. It is the hard sound of a door slamming shut forever. I did it. I saved him. I made him hate me so much. He's aware of the enemies hidden in the dark. He will lock his doors. He will go back to his vials and his silence, and he will live. I should be relieved. I should be getting up, brushing the mud from my tunic, and preparing the lie I will tell Vexis before he kills me. Instead, I just weep. The tears are hot and angry, tracking through the dirt on my face. I cry for the heat of the nest. I cry for the smell of Nabella spice and musk. I cry for the foolish, hopeful girl who thought she could hang tin stars on a weed and call it a home. That girl is dead. Baishu killed her when he looked at her with those dead golden eyes and called her waste. I push myself up, my arms shaking. The cold is already sinking its teeth into me. Without the thistle furs, without the silver silk, I am just a fragile human in a world of monsters. "Get up," I whisper, my voice a broken croak. "Move or die." I stumble forward, away from the estate, toward the tree line where Vexis said his scouts would be waiting. The forest is quiet. Too quiet. The usual chitter of the Yili's bats is gone. The wind has died, leaving a vacuum of sound that makes the hair on my arms stand up. A shadow detaches itself from the trunk of a massive blue tree. Then another. And another. They slide out of the darkness, silent as smoke. They are Naga, but they are nothing like Baishu. Their scales are dull, mottled greys and browns, scarred and chipped from a life of violence rather than study. They do not have his regal, cobra-like hood or the iridescent shine of jade. They look like vipers, lean, mean, and hungry. Mercenaries. I freeze, my heart hammering against my ribs. One of them, a male with a jagged scar running from his eye to his jaw, glides forward. He holds a heavy, curved blade in one hand. He smells of stale tobacco, unwashed leather, and old blood. "Well, well," he hisses, his voice like gravel grinding together. The little bird flew the coop. He circles me, his tail twitching with a nervous, jerky energy. "We were taking bets, you know. I wagered the poison master would skin you alive and hang your pelt from the gates. He has a reputation for tidiness." He reaches out with the tip of his blade, lifting my chin. The metal is ice cold against my skin. But he threw you out, the mercenary muses, his yellow eyes narrowing. Like garbage. I suppose even a monster has standards. I escaped, I lie, though my voice trembles. I stole what Vexis wanted. Take me to him. The mercenary laughs. It is a wet, ugly sound. To the Lord! He is miles away, little bird. We are the clean-up crew. He snaps his fingers. 2 other guards rush me. I try to run, but I am exhausted and hurt. They are on me in a second. Rough hands grab my arms, twisting them behind my back. They don't have Baishu's careful, restrained strength. They hurt me because they don't care if I break. Check her, the leader commands. One of the guards holding me rips the sash from my waist. The vial of cleaning solvent, the fake viper's breath, tumbles out. The guard catches it. He holds it up to the moonlight. Clear liquid, he grunts. Looks like the breath. My heart stutters. If they believe it, maybe they'll just kill me here and leave Baishu alone. Maybe the lie will hold. The leader slithers closer. He takes the vial. He does not treat it with the reverence Baishu showed his creations. He uncorks it with a rough twist of his wrist. He sniffs. His face twists in a sneer. Solvent, he spits, pouring the liquid onto the ground. It splashes into the mud, smelling of harsh chemicals, not the sweet, deadly ozone of the gas. She brought us floor cleaner. He throws the empty vial at my feet. It shatters, shards of glass glinting in the dirt like broken promises. You took me for a fool, the leader growls, leaning down until his foul breath washes over my face. You thought you could buy your life with a trick. I didn't, I stammer, panic rising in my throat like bile. I grabbed the wrong one in the dark. I can go back. I can get the real one. Go back. The mercenary chuckles darkly. Oh, we are going back, little bird, but you aren't going to be stealing anything. He gestures to the estate, glowing faintly in the distance behind me. You did something far more useful than bringing us a bottle of soap, he says, a cruel smile stretching his thin lips. When you slipped out that window, you cut the wards. My blood runs cold. No, I whisper. No, I didn't. I squeezed through. The perimeter alarms are linked to the internal pressure seals, he explains, looking at the estate with hungry eyes. You broke the seal to get out. The silent alarm didn't trip because you were inside when you did it. And now, he points his blade at the high stone walls. The frequency is down. The blind spot you used is wide open. The horror of it crashes into me, heavier than the mud I'm kneeling in. I didn't save him. I didn't protect him. By running away, by trying to be the martyr, I opened the gate. I unlocked the door for the wolves. You disabled the one thing keeping us out, the leader sneers. Lord Vexis will be pleased. We don't need a spy to steal the formula when we can just walk in and slit the master's throat. No, I scream, struggling against the guards holding me. He'll kill you. He's the poison master. He has traps. He has the Numiscu. He has a broken heart, the mercenary mocks, signalling his men, and a distracted Naga is a dead Naga. He grabs a fistful of my hair, yanking my head back. And you, little bird? You are going to be our shield. He drags me forward. If he wants to fire his gas, the mercenary hisses in my ear, he'll have to melt his precious pet first. They shove me toward the estate, toward the home I tried to save, toward the monster I tried to spare. I dig my heels into the mud, fighting them with every ounce of strength I have left, but they are too strong. They drag me back through the red ferns, back toward the heat I threw away. And this time, I know there will be no mercy in the dark.
Chapter 24. Baishu. The main hall is exactly as I left it, yet it is entirely unrecognizable. I glide across the threshold, dragging the weight of the night behind me. The heavy iron doors boom shut, sealing me back into the stone box that was once my sanctuary and is now my tomb. The fire pit has died. The logs have crumbled into gray ash, the last embers winking out like dying stars. The heat that filled this room, the impossible golden warmth that smelled of Nabella spice and pine, has vanished, sucked away by the cold stone of the estate. It is freezing. The chill bites at my scales, seeking the blood beneath the jade armor. It is a familiar sensation, one I have lived with for a century. But tonight, it feels different. It does not feel like the natural order of the mountain. It feels like a punishment. I move toward the center of the room. The feast lies scattered on the floor where I threw it. The raw meat is graying. The fialon berries are crushed, bleeding violet juice into the porous basalt. And there, standing in the middle of the ruin, is the tree of light. I stop before it. The crooked sapling sits in its iron cauldron, listing to the left. The tin stars she polished with her own spit hang motionless in the stagnant air. The mirror shards reflect nothing but the darkness. It is a symbol to a lie. It is a pile of garbage dressed up as a dream, constructed by a creature who looked me in the eye, whispered that I shone, and then gutted me with a charcoal stick. I stare at the parchment impaled on the branch. The confession. I am not that woman in the nest. A sound rises in my throat, a low, grinding rattle that vibrates through my chest. It is the sound of tectonic plates shifting before a quake. I hate this tree. I hate the way it smells of the forest she ran back to. I hate the pathetic, hopeful glint of the tin. I strike. My tail whips around, a massive cable of muscle and obsidian scale. It connects with the iron cauldron. Crack! The sound is deafening. The cauldron shatters, sending shards of iron skittering across the floor. The sapling topples, crashing into the stone. The copper stars scream as they are crushed beneath the weight of the wood. I'm not finished. I glide over the wreckage. I grab the trunk of the sapling in my hands. The needles prick my palms, sharp and insistent. I snap it. I tear the limbs from the trunk. I rip the copper wire from the branches. I grind the mirror shards into dust beneath my heavy coils. I destroy it with a methodical, cold precision, erasing every trace of her nesting, every sign that she ever tried to make this place soft. Garbage, I hiss, throwing a handful of broken branches into the dead fire pit. Rot with the rest of your lies. I turn away, my chest heaving. My gaze catches on the floor near the hearth. The silver silk. The Elise fabric lies in a heap where she stepped out of it. It shimmers in the gloom, fluid and bright. It looks like a ghost of her body, collapsed and empty. I raise my hand to shred it. My claws extend, ready to tear the priceless weave into ribbons. I freeze. My hand hovers inches from the silk. I can smell it from here. It smells of her sweat. It smells of the salt of her tears. It smells of the heat she generated when she slept in my arms. I cannot touch it. If I touch it, if I feel the texture that warmed her skin, the rage will shatter. And beneath it is a jagged, gaping wound that terrifies me. I withdraw my hand, curling it into a fist until the knuckles crack. Pathetic, I snarl at myself. You are the poison master. You are not a scavenger picking through the leavings of a traitor. I turn away from the ruined hall. I need work. I need the simple, brutal honesty of Venom. I glide toward the alchemy room. The corridors are dark tunnels, the fume slits whistling with the wind outside. I move fast, needing to outrun the silence. I burst into the alchemy room. The air here is better. It smells of acid and mixed root. It smells of death, which never lies. I go to the slate table. I light the burner under a beaker of numiscu concentrate. The blue flame hisses to life, a clean, sterile sound. I pick up a pestle. I begin to grind dried beetle carapaces into a fine powder. Grind, grind, grind. The rhythm should be soothing. It should center me. But my mind is not on the powder. It is out in the cold. It is wondering if she reached the rendezvous point. It is wondering if Vexus laughed when she handed him the poison. It is wondering if she is cold. Stop it. I press harder on the pestle. The stone groans. She betrayed you. She made you a fool. But my body remembers. My scales itch where she touched them. My chest aches with a phantom pressure, the ghost of her head resting against my heart. I can still feel the anchor. That is the worst of it. The bond did not break when I threw her across the line. It is still there, a thin, painful thread stretching through the dark, tugging at my core. It throbs with a dull misery that isn't entirely mine. I slam the pestle down. The beetle powder puffs into the air, acrid and choking. I grip the edge of the table, lowering my head. Get out of my mind, I whisper. Get out. I am Baishu of the high cliffs. I do not mourn spies. I do not pine for thieves. I close my eyes, trying to summon the image of her betrayal. The note, the fake vial, the empty nest. I try to fuel the fire of my hatred. But all I see is her face in the light of the fire, smiling as she handed me a piece of bread. Alchemy, she had said. I let out a shuddering breath. I am hollow. She took the heat and she left me with nothing but a house full of expensive poisons and a silence so loud it hurts my ears. Silence. I lift my head. My tongue flicks out. The silence is wrong. I listen. The wind is still blowing outside. The burner is still hissing. The Nyoka serpent in its cage is shifting its coils. But the low, humming vibration that usually resonates through the floorboards, the song of the singing stones that guard the perimeter, is gone. The wards are dead. I frown. I was too busy wallowing in my own bruised ego to secure my fortress. Fool. I turn toward the door, intending to go to the vault. Then I hear it. It is not the crash of the front gate. The heavy iron doors are barred from the inside. To breach them would require a battering ram, and that would shake the mountain. The sound is smaller, sharper. Scritch. Snap. It comes from the east wing, the kitchen, the guest rooms. I freeze. My thermal vision flares to life, turning the room into a wash of blue shadows. The sound comes again. The soft, wet thud of something heavy hitting the stone floor. Then the rasp of scales on basalt. Not one thud. 2, 3, more. They are inside. The realization slams into me with the clarity of ice water. Vexus didn't just want the formula. He wanted the estate. And he didn't wait for Tyra to deliver the prize. He sent his dogs in through the door she left open. The guards outside are either dead or incompetent. The perimeter is breached. The heartbreak in my chest vanishes, replaced instantly by the cold, razor-sharp focus of the predator. The grief is gone. The wallowing is gone. There is only the threat. I reach for the shelf above the table. I grab a handful of glass spheres, Viper's mist grenades. I grab a dagger carved from obsidian, slipping it into my sash. I snuff the burner flame, waiting for them to come to me. They think they have caught the poison master sleeping. They think they are hunting a broken thing. I bare my fangs, the venom dripping hot and ready. Let them come. I have a lot of rage, and I need something to kill.
Chapter 25. Tyra. The mud tastes of iron and rot. It fills my mouth as they drag me, scraping against my teeth, choking the scream in my throat. I am not walking. I am being hauled like a sack of dead grain, my heels leaving twin furrows in the red clay of the garden path. The mercenary leader has his hand clamped over the lower half of my face. His palm smells of uncured leather and the sour stench of old blood. His fingers dig into my cheeks, bruising the skin, pressing my lips against my teeth until I taste my own copper. "Quiet," he hisses, his voice a gravel slide in my ear. "Or I snap your neck before we even get to the door." I thrash, kicking out blindly. My boot connects with a shin, hard scale, unyielding as stone. The mercenary doesn't even flinch. He just tightens his grip on my hair, yanking my head back until my neck screams in protest. We are back at the perimeter wall, the place where the Numiscu flowers sleep in their beds of blue poison. I see them then, Baishu's guards. 2 of them. They are slumped against the stone wall, their bodies twisted at unnatural angles. Their dull brown scales are slick with dark, shining blood that pools in the dirt. Their throats have been opened. They didn't even have time to draw their weapons. A cold, sick horror washes over me. This isn't a raid, it's an execution. And I opened the gate. I unlocked the door for the butchers. I did this. The guilt is heavier than the mercenary's hand. It crushes the air from my lungs. I see the main house looming ahead, dark and silent against the night sky. The fume slits are dark. Baishu is inside, thinking I betrayed him, thinking he is alone with his rage. He doesn't know death is walking up the garden path. He thinks I'm the villain. No, I grit my teeth. The panic that was drowning me recedes, replaced by a white-hot spark of fury. I am not a villain. I am not a victim. I am the girl who survived the slave pits. I am the girl who walked through poison to find a home. I will not let them kill him while he hates me. I stop kicking. I go limp. The sudden dead weight surprises the mercenary. He stumbles slightly, his grip on my hair loosening just a fraction as he adjusts his hold to drag me. "Heavy little brat," he grunts to the guard on his left. It is the only opening I get. I snap my head forward. I open my mouth as wide as his hand allows and clamp my jaw shut. My teeth sink into the fleshy webbing between his thumb and forefinger. I bite down until I feel the skin pop, until I taste the hot, salty rush of Naga blood. "Gah!" he roars, jerking his hand away from my mouth. I don't waste my breath screaming for help. My hand flies to the back of my head. My fingers fumble in the tangled mess of my hair, searching for the cold metal pin I hid there weeks ago. A thief's insurance. A thin, sharpened piece of steel wire. I rip it free. The mercenary is reaching for me again, his yellow eyes wide with rage, his other hand going for the dagger at his belt. "You little—" I lunge. I don't aim for his chest. His scales are too thick. I aim for the soft, wet jelly that has no armour. I drive the lockpick into his left eye. It sinks in with a sickening, wet resistance. He shrieks, a high, terrible sound that shatters the silence of the garden. He rears back, his hands flying to his face, his tail thrashing wildly, knocking one of his own men into the mud. "Get her!" he screams, blood leaking through his fingers. "Gut her!" I scramble backward, slipping in the mud, fighting for traction. A hand grabs my ankle, rough scales, sharp claws. I kick, driving my other heel into the guard's snout. He grunts, his grip slipping on the wet leather of my boot. I am free. I scramble to my feet, my lungs burning. The forest is behind me. The darkness is safety. I could run. I could disappear into the trees and leave this nightmare behind. I could survive. That's what I do. That's what Tyra does. I study the dark, looming shape of the estate. Baishu. He's in there. He's in the dark, nursing a broken heart, unaware that the wolves are at the door. I run toward the house. "Stop her!" The blinded mercenary howls behind me. "She's warning him!" I hear the heavy, rhythmic thud of bodies hitting the ground, the hiss of scales sliding over dirt. They are coming. They are fast, and they are furious. I sprint. My boots hammer against the red sand. I don't look back. I don't think about the knives or the venom. I think about the nest. I think about the silk. I think about the way he looked at me when he ate the bread. "I am coming back," I scream silently. "Don't you dare die." I reach the guest wing window, the slit I squeezed out of. It's too high, too slow. I run for the side door near the kitchen. It's unlocked. I slam my shoulder into the wood. It gives. I stumble into the kitchen. The smell of the ruined feast hits me. rotting meat and the sweet, cloying scent of crushed berries. It smells like failure. I don't stop. I scramble over the stone floor, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I knock over a stack of crates, hoping to create an obstacle, hoping to buy a second. Where is he? The main hall, the vault, the alchemy room. He goes there when he needs to think. He goes there to be the poison master. I sprint into the hallway. The silence of the house is gone now. I hear the crash of the kitchen door behind me. I hear the hiss of the assassins entering the house. "Find the Naga!" a voice shouts. "Kill the girl!" I run faster. My legs burn. My chest feels like it's full of broken glass. I rub the starburst spot on my temple as I run, a talisman against the fear. I skid around the corner. The heavy door of the alchemy room is ahead. A strip of light glows beneath it. He's there. "Bai Shu!" I scream. The sound tears out of my throat, raw and desperate. "Bai Shu, they're here! Trap!" I hear the thwip of a bowstring behind me. I don't have time to dodge. I don't have time to think. I throw myself at the door, my hand outstretched for the handle. Something hits me. It feels like a hot brand pressing against the back of my shoulder. A sharp, stinging impact that spins me around. I cry out, crashing into the wood of the door. My shoulder burns. Wet warmth spreads down my back instantly. The door latch gives under my weight. I fall forward, tumbling into the room, sprawling onto the cold stone floor. The scent of acid and mechixter root washes over me. I look up, gasping, clutching my bleeding shoulder. Bai Shu is there. He stands by the slate table, a beaker of blue fluid in his hand. He looks huge in the small room, his jade scales gleaming under the alchemy lamps. His hood is flared. His golden eyes are wide, staring at me not with hatred, but with a shock that freezes him in place. I am muddy. I am bleeding. I am the traitor who broke his heart. "Bai Shu!" I wheeze, the darkness creeping into the edges of my vision. "Behind me! Run!" This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 26. Bai Shu. The crash of the door shivering in its frame is a violence that shatters the sterile peace of the alchemy room. But it is the scent that hits me first. Before my eyes can register the crumpled form on the floor, before my mind can process the intrusion, the air in the room changes. It thickens. The sharp, clean bite of the mechixed root and the acrid tang of the nyoka venom are instantly overwhelmed by a smell that triggers a catastrophic predatory recoil in my hindbrain. Iron, salt, life leaking out, blood. I stare at the heap of muddy cloth and tangled hair sprawling across my slate floor. Tyra. She's not running to the rendezvous. She's not counting gold with Vexis. She is here at my feet, gasping for air like a fish thrown onto the bank. And she is broken. A shaft of dark wood protrudes from the back of her shoulder. The fletching is matted with crimson. The blood is bright, arterial, hot, and precious. It pulses from the wound, staining the stone I keep so meticulously clean. "Bai Shu!" she wheezes, her face gray and streaked with mud. Her eyes are unfocused, swimming in a haze of shock. Behind me. Run. The words strike me like a hammer to the head. Run! She returns to the monster she betrayed. She returns bleeding, carrying death on her heels. And she tells me to run. The logic fractures. The narrative of the spy, the thief, the cold-hearted actor. It dissolves in the face of the warm blood pooling around her. Spies do not take arrows for their targets. Traitors do not scream warnings with their dying breath. You came back, I whisper. The words are not a question. They are an accusation of insanity. Before I can reach for her, the doorway darkens. Shadows spill into the room. 3 of them. They are Naga, but they are wretched things. Their scales are the color of dried mud, dull and chipped. They smell of unwashed bodies, cheap leather, and the sour reek of anticipation. Assassins. They hold curved blades and crossbows. They look at the bleeding woman on the floor, and then they look at me. Got the brat, the lead assassin hisses, stepping over the threshold. He does not see the poison master. He sees a target. He raises a heavy, serrated blade, aiming to finish the work the arrow started. The sight of the steel hovering over Tyra's neck flips a switch in my blood. The heartbreak that had crippled me in the main hall vanishes. The confusion evaporates. The cold, heavy lethargy of grief is instantly incinerated by a white-hot, blinding flash of territorial rage. They are in my sanctum. They are breathing my air. And they are threatening my heat. I explode. Filth! I roar. I move with a speed that defies my size. I am not a man running. I am a whip cracking. My tail, a massive cable of muscle and obsidian scale, sweeps low across the floor. It catches the lead assassin by the ankles. Crack! The sound of shattering bone is wet and loud. The assassin screams, his legs swept out from under him. He hits the slate table face first, the impact snapping his neck back with a sickening crunch. His blade skitters across the floor, useless. I do not stop. The second assassin, a female with a scar across her snout, raises a crossbow. She is fast, but I am ancient. I rear up, my hood flaring until it blocks the light of the alchemy lamps. I cast a shadow over her that promises nothing but the grave. She hesitates. A fatal error. I strike. My hand shoots out, claws extended. I catch the crossbow bolt midair. No, I catch the weapon itself. I rip the wood and iron from her grip and, in the same fluid motion, backhand her across the room. She flies into a shelf of glass jars. Crash. 100 years of collected specimens rain down on her. Preserved newts, acidic slimes, caustic powders. The glass shatters and the chemicals mix on her skin. She shrieks as the fluids begin to hiss and smoke against her scales. The third assassin tries to flank me. He lunges for Tyra, thinking to use her as a hostage, thinking I will pause if he puts a knife to her throat. He does not understand. I do not pause. I do not negotiate. I am the storm that clears the forest. I pivot, placing my bulk between him and the woman on the floor. I shield her with the coils of my tail, building a wall of living jade around her broken body. The assassin's blade skitters harmlessly against my flank. My scales are harder than his steel. I turn on him. He freezes, realizing his mistake. He looks up, into eyes that I know have gone entirely black. You touched her, I hiss, the venom leaking from my fangs, burning my lower lip. You spilled her blood on my floor. I lunge. My jaws snap shut around his shoulder. It is primal. It is messy. It is not the clean death of a vial. It is the death of the beast. My fangs sink deep, piercing scale and muscle, finding the bone. I inject. A massive, lethal dose of Nioka concentrate, straight from the gland. He screams, a gurgling, wet sound, as the necrosis begins instantly. I rip my head back, tearing a chunk of flesh free, throwing him aside like a rag doll. He hits the wall and slides down, writhing as his blood begins to boil in his veins. Silence falls over the room, broken only by the wheezing of the dying and the frantic, shallow gasps of the woman behind me. I stand amidst the carnage, my chest heaving, my claws dripping with gore. The air smells of copper and acid. I turn slowly. I uncoil the barrier of my tail. Tyra is still there. She has dragged herself up to a sitting position, clutching her shoulder. Her face is pale, drained of color, but her eyes are locked on me. They are wide, terrified, and yet they are shining with that same stubborn, foolish light that made her hang tin stars on a dead branch. "Baishu," she whispers. I look at the blood soaking her tunic. I look at the silk sash still tied around her waist, the one she supposedly used to carry the poison. I lean down, my hood slowly deflating, though the adrenaline still hums in my veins like a swarm of bees. "Why?" I demand, my voice rough, scraping against my throat. "You were free. You were gone. Why return to the cage?" "I couldn't." She coughs, a splatter of red hitting the floor. "I couldn't let them kill you. I opened the gate. I had to close it." She reaches out. Her hand, stained with mud and her own blood, touches my snout. "I lied," she breathes, tears tracking through the grime on her face. "I didn't take the poison. I just wanted you to hate me so you'd stay safe." The truth of it hits me with the scent of rain. She didn't steal the viper's breath. I haven't even checked if she took it. I didn't check my inventory when I came back. To me, it was already lost. It dawns on me that she stole a bottle of cleaner. She wrote a note designed to break my heart so I wouldn't follow her into the cold. She offered herself up as a sacrifice to Vexis to buy me time, and I threw her away. I called her waste. A shudder runs through my massive frame. The guilt is colder than any winter storm. I am the monster. I am the fool who looked at a diamond and saw only glass. My heart, whatever is left of it after years of being alone, constricts. For a heartbeat, it stops pumping my cold blood. "Tyra," I murmur, closing my eyes, leaning into her touch. "You foolish, defective creature." I move to scoop her up. I need to get the arrow out. I need to stop the bleeding. I have salves. I have the McKixt root she ground for me. I can fix this. I can. Click. The sound is mechanical. Precise. It comes from the hallway. My eyes snap open. I spin around, placing myself fully in front of Tyra again. A fourth figure steps into the doorway. This one is not a ragged scavenger. He is larger, his scales a polished obsidian black. He wears the livery of Vexis's elite guard. He does not hold a sword. He does not hold a crossbow. He holds a heavy, brass-reinforced launcher, braced against his hip. The barrel is wide, designed to fire something far heavier than a bolt. I recognize the weapon. I recognize the ammunition loaded into the chamber. Urchin spines, hollow, barbed spikes harvested from the trench creatures of the deep ocean. They are explosive on impact, filled with a pressurized neurotoxin that doesn't just kill, it liquefies. And he is not aiming at my head. He is not aiming at my armored chest. I am reared up, my upper body high to shield Tyra. In doing so, I have exposed the one part of my anatomy that is not sheathed in impenetrable jade plating. My underbelly. The soft, pale scales that stretch from my midsection to my tail. The scales Tyra touched with such wonder. The scales that cover my vital organs. The assassin smiles. It is a professional, humorless expression. "The Lord sends his regards," he says. I cannot move. If I drop, the blast will hit Tyra. If I dodge, the spine will strike the shelves behind us, detonating the volatile reserves of the alchemy room and killing us both. I have to take it. I look at the barrel. I look at the dark, hollow eye of death staring back at me. "No!" Tyra screams from behind me, seeing what I see. She tries to scramble forward, to pull me down, to do something, anything. But she is too slow. The assassin squeezes the trigger. Thump. The sound of the launch is a dull, hollow cough. I see the spine spinning through the air. I see the barbs catching the light. I see the end of my world rushing toward me. I do not look away. I flare my hood one last time, a final act of defiance. I am the anchor, I think, as the projectile crosses the distance between us, and I will not break.
Chapter 27. Tyra. Time is a liar. They say fear makes seconds stretch into hours, but this isn't fear. This is clarity. Absolute crystalline clarity. The sound of the launcher is a dull, hollow thump that vibrates in the marrow of my bones. I see the earthen spine leave the barrel. It doesn't look like a bullet. It looks like a hateful, living thing. It spins through the air, the barbs catching the alchemical light of the room, glinting with a wet, oily sheen. It is a needle designed to puncture a mountain. And Baishu is not moving. He is reared up, a magnificent tower of jade and obsidian, his hood flared wide to shield me. He is a wall, he is a fortress. But he has lifted his armoured chest too high. I see it. The pale, soft scales of his underbelly, the vulnerable stretch of flesh that guards his heart, the place I touched in the dark, where his pulse beat against my palm like a trapped drum. He is exposing his weakness to save me. The monster who called me waste, who threw me into the mud, who claimed he hated me. He is standing still, waiting to take a bullet that will liquefy his insides, just to keep the blast radius away from me. No, the word doesn't make it to my lips. It explodes in my chest. I am not the spy. I am not the traitor. I am not the victim cowering behind a shield. I am the woman who hung tin stars on a dead branch because I believed in the light. I am the woman who felt the heat of his coil and whispered, "I don't really want to leave." I meant it. My body moves before my mind can scream the command. The pain in my shoulder, the arrow Vexus's assassin put there, is a white-hot spike, but I shove it down. I shove it into the furnace of my rage and my love. I push off the slate floor. My legs, tired and muddy, find a strength I didn't know I possessed. I launch myself. I am small. I am fragile. Against the sheer scale of the Naga and the assassin, I am nothing but a moth flinging itself into a fire. But moths change the path of the light. I don't aim for the assassin. I don't aim for the weapon. I aim for the air in front of Baishu. I see his eyes widen. The black pits of his pupils dilate, swallowing the gold. He sees me moving. He realizes what I am doing. "Tyra!" His roar shakes the vials on the shelves. He tries to move, to twist, to catch me or knock me away, but he is too large and momentum is a cruel law. I am airborne. The world narrows down to the spinning metal spine. I can smell the propellant, sulphur and burnt sugar. I can see the serrated edges of the barbs. I stretch my hand out, not to catch it, but to intercept it. To be the wall he thinks he is. I collide with the path of death. Crack. It hits me. It doesn't feel like a stab. It feels like a planet colliding with my chest. The impact arrests my momentum instantly. The air leaves my lungs in a violent, wet cough. I am thrown backward, not by gravity, but by the sheer kinetic force of the blow. I hit the floor hard. My head cracks against the slate. For a second there is no pain. There is only a profound, ringing silence. I stare up at the ceiling. The stone is grey. The alchemy smoke swirls in lazy patterns. I did it, I think, the thought drifting through my mind like a leaf on a river. I saved the heat. Then the Erkin spine detonates. It is not an explosion of fire. It is a biological rupture. The barbs expand inside me. A scream tears through my throat, but it has no sound. It is just a gurgle of blood. Agony, blinding and absolute, radiates from the centre of my chest. It feels like someone has poured molten lead into my veins. The neurotoxin. It burns. It eats. It dissolves. My vision washes red. No! The sound is not human. It is the roar of a leviathan. Through the haze of pain, I see movement. Baishu does not look at me. He's looking at the assassin. The assassin is fumbling with the launcher, trying to reload, his eyes wide with the realization that he missed the vital target and hit the sacrifice instead. He is too slow. Baishu descends on him. It is not a fight, it is an erasure. Baishu does not use his venom. He doesn't use his tail. He uses his hands. He grabs the assassin by the head and the shoulder. There is a sickening wet tear, a sound like wet canvas ripping. The assassin stops screaming abruptly. Baishu throws the pieces of the body aside. He does not care where they land. He does not care about the blood spraying across his pristine laboratory. He turns. He is there, looming over me, blocking out the light. He crashes to the floor, his massive coils sliding over the stone, ignoring the glass and the gore. He gathers me up. His hands, so large, so deadly, are shaking. Tyra, he chokes out. Tyra, look at me. He lifts me. The movement sends a fresh wave of agony through my chest that makes my vision go white. I gasp, drowning on fluid. He sees the wound. The spine is buried deep in the centre of my chest, just below the sternum. The skin around it is turning black, a web of necrosis spreading rapidly, the veins turning the colour of ink. You took it, he whispers, his voice breaking. You stupid, foolish creature, you took the bolt. He presses his hand over the wound, as if he can hold the life inside me by sheer force of will. His palm is warm. It is the only warm thing left in the world. Why? He demands, his golden eyes frantic, searching my face. You were free. You were safe. I try to speak. I try to tell him that freedom is cold. I try to tell him that a home isn't a place you live. It's a place you die for. My monster, I wheeze. Blood bubbles past my lips. Silence, he commands, but the authority is gone. He sounds terrified. Do not speak. Save your breath. He looks around the room, his head snapping back and forth, calculating, searching. The antidote, he mutters. I need the stabilizer. I need the mechixter. He reaches for a jar on the table, knocking over 3 others in his haste. He brings a vial to my lips. Drink, he orders. I try, but I can't swallow. The muscles in my throat are paralysed. The neurotoxin is fast. Vexes buys good weapons. The liquid spills down my chin, cool and useless. Baishu freezes. He sees it. He sees that I am past the point of swallowing. He lets out a sound that breaks my heart, a high, keening whimper that belongs to a wounded animal, not a high lord. No, he begs. Do not do this. Do not leave me in the dark. He pulls me closer, burying his face in my neck. I can feel the wetness of his tears against my skin. He is crying. The poison master is crying salt for me. I broke the anchor, I think hazily. He's free. But he doesn't feel free. He feels heavier than the mountain. My hand feels like it weighs 1,000 pounds, but I force it to move. I lift my fingers. I brush the smooth jade scales of his cheek. Warm, I whisper. It is getting dark. The edges of the room are dissolving into mist. The pain in my chest is fading, replaced by a terrible, numbing cold. It creeps up my fingers, up my legs. I look at the starburst on my temple. It doesn't hurt anymore. Nothing hurts anymore. I look at Baishu one last time. He is glowing. He is the sun. Baishu. I breathe. The light flickers. The gold in his eyes turns to grey. The alchemy room, the smell of acid, the heat of his skin. It all recedes. The world goes grey. And then there is nothing. Chapter 28. Tyra. Pain is a country I have lived in for a long time. I know its geography. I know the valleys of hunger, the sharp peaks of a whip, the dull, eroded plains of exhaustion. But this is not pain. This is erasure. The airkin toxin does not burn. Burning implies heat, and heat implies life. This is the absolute zero of the void. It feels as though someone has pulled a loose thread at the centre of my chest, and I am unspooling. My bones are turning to water. My blood is turning to smoke. The grey ceiling of the alchemy room dissolves. The smell of acid and blood fades, replaced by a rushing sound, like wind moving through a canyon. I am floating. I am weightless. The heavy, muddy boots are gone. The throbbing ache of the arrow wound in my shoulder is gone. There is only a vast, silent river carrying me away from the shore. It is peaceful here. I drift. The current is gentle, rocking me like a cradle. I glance down at my hands. They are translucent, made of mist and starlight. The dirt is gone. The blood is gone. I did it, I think, the thought drifting like a bubble. I closed the gate. I saved my monster. The river widens, spilling into a room. It is not the cold stone hall of the estate. It is not the damp, crowded slave pit. It is a cabin. The walls are made of warm, golden wood. A fire crackles in a hearth that is not dying, but roaring with a steady, cheerful life. The air smells of pine needles, not the sharp, chemical scent of the solvent, but the real thing, green and sticky with resin. And beneath it, the rich, sweet smell of baking bread. Nabella spice. I stumble, my feet are solid again, onto a rug woven from thick, soft wool. You're late, Tyra. The voice is warm. It sounds like a cello played in a quiet room. I turn. Standing by the table, dusting flour from her hands, is my mother. She looks exactly as I remember her from before the fires, before Vexies, before the world broke. Her hair is braided with ribbons of blue silk. Her eyes are crinkled at the corners, smiling. She wears her old apron, the one with the embroidered sun on the pocket. Mama? The word cracks in the middle. It fractures. She turns fully. She sees me. Her face crumbles into that soft, aching look of pure love that I haven't seen since the fire took her. Oh, my baby, she breathes. My sweet girl. I don't walk. I run. I crash into her. I plunge my face into the rough cotton of her apron. It smells of yeast and sunlight and safety. I wrap my arms around her waist, clinging to her with a desperation that shakes my bones. I am not a spy here. I am not a survivor. I am just a daughter who has been scared for a very, very long time. She holds me. She holds me so tight, it holds my broken pieces together. I've got you, she whispers into my hair. I've got you. She pulls back slightly, just enough to look at me. Her thumbs wipe away the tears, not the muddy tears of the forest, but clean, silver tears. You've been running so fast, little bird, she murmurs. You're out of breath. She guides me down to the rug. She sits me between her legs, just like she used to by the fire when I was small. She begins to brush my hair with her fingers, untangling the knots, smoothing the chaos. I look at myself. I am wearing the silver silk dress Baishu gave me. It isn't ruined. It isn't muddy. It flows around me like moonlight. I tried to fix it, Mama. I tried to make it nice. I tried to make a home. I know, she soothes, her fingers scratching lightly against my scalp, sending shivers of comfort down my spine. I saw. You made a beautiful tree, crooked, but beautiful. He hated it. I sob, the grief bubbling up, hot and childish. I press my cheek against her knee. I put the star on it, Mama. I polished it, but he hated it. He broke it. He broke the wood, she corrects gently, stroking my forehead. He didn't break the light. Suddenly the cabin shudders. A tremor runs through the floorboards, shaking the jars on the shelves. The fire in the hearth flares violently, turning from orange to a blinding chemical blue. No! The roar comes from everywhere and nowhere. It is a sound of pure, unadulterated agony. It sounds like a mountain cracking in half. I gasp, clutching my mother's arms. What is that? That, my mother says, her eyes sad, is the tether. Another tremor hits, harder this time. The walls of the cabin groan. The roof begins to leak, not water, but a thick, dark mist. I feel a pressure on my chest. In the real world, my body is dying. But here, it feels like a giant hand pressing down on my sternum, holding me, crushing me. Stay! The voice booms, distorted and desperate. Do not leave me in the dark. It is Bai Shu. Even through the veil of the toxin, even across the distance of the river, I can feel him. I can feel the frantic, terrifying energy of his hands on my body. He is shaking me. He is touching my face, his claws retracted, his palms desperate. I feel wetness on my cheeks. It is raining in the cabin. Hot, salty rain. Tears. The poison master is weeping. He's hurting, I say, pulling away from my mother. The instinct to soothe him, to rub the tension from his scales, is stronger than the peace of this place. Mama, he's hurting. He is grieving, she says. He thinks he has lost his heart. He called me that, I whisper. He called me his heart. I look at the door of the cabin. Beyond it lies the white mist, the river, the end of the pain. It looks so easy. I could just step through. I could stop running. I could stop fighting warlords and poisons and my own memories. But then I feel it. The anchor. It isn't a metaphor. It is a physical hook in my soul. I feel the knot he tied inside me. Not just the physical act, but the magic of it. It tugs at my navel. It burns with a fierce, possessive heat that cuts through the numbing grey of the erkin. Mine, the bond screams. Mine. Mine. He is trying to hold my soul in his body by sheer force of will. I can't go, I say, turning back to my mother. I can't go with you. She smiles, but it is a sad smile. It is cold back there, Tyra. It is hard. The poison has ruined the vessel. It will hurt. I know, I say. I think of the cold stone floor. I think of the guards. I think of the war coming to his doorstep. But he's warm. He's the only warm thing I have. The cabin shakes again, violently this time. The wood splinters. The fire goes out. Tyra! His voice is right in my ear now, broken, raw. The arrogance is gone. The lethal calm is gone. There is only a boy in the dark, begging not to be left alone. Look at me! Drink! Damn you, drink! I feel cold glass pressing against my lips in the void. I feel bitter liquid flooding my mouth, but I cannot swallow. I have to tell him. I panic, looking at my mother as the cabin begins to dissolve into mist. I didn't say it. I left a note that said I hated him. He thinks I'm a traitor. Then fight, my mother says. She is fading, becoming transparent. Fight the river, little bird. She steps back. The cabin is gone. The warmth is gone. I am falling. I am plummeting back down into the heavy, broken meat of my body. The transition is agonizing. The grey numbness vanishes, replaced by a firestorm of pain. My chest is a crater. Every nerve ending is screaming. The cold of the slate floor bites into my back like teeth. I try to open my eyes. They feel glued shut. I manage a slit. The world is a blur of blue light and shadows. And him. He is a wall of jade above me. His face is twisted into a mask of terror I have never seen. His hood is flat, defeated. He is pressing something against my chest. A cloth. His hand. It is soaked in heat and wetness. Breathe, he is chanting, a manic prayer. I command it. Breathe. Exist. I try to move my lips. I need to apologize. I need to tell him I love him. My tongue is heavy lead. My jaw will not work. The neurotoxin has severed the lines of communication. I can see him, but I cannot reach him. I can feel his tears hitting my face. Hot, heavy drops that sear my skin. Don't cry, I want to say. You are the sun. Suns don't cry. I try to lift my hand. I want to touch his scales one last time. I want to feel the smooth texture of the monster who saved me. My fingers twitch. That is all. He sees it. Yes, he gasps, leaning closer, his golden eyes burning into mine. Stay with me. Fight it. But the river is dragging me back. The anchor is holding, but the ship is sinking. I look at him. I pour everything I have, every ounce of love, every apology, every memory of the bread and the silk and the nest, into my gaze. I hope he sees it. I hope he sees the truth beneath the spy's mask. I am yours, I scream inside my skull. The pain spikes one last time, a crescendo of white noise. And then the connection snaps. Not the bond, but the interface. My eyes slide shut against my will. The darkness rushes in again, heavy and absolute. I hear him scream my name, but it sounds like it's coming from the bottom of the ocean. Tyra! The sound fades. The sensation of his hands fades. I am locked in a box of silence. I am screaming, but there is no sound. I am reaching, but there is no touch. I drift away into the black, leaving him alone in the ruin of us.
Chapter 29. Baishu. She's a broken doll on my slate table. The alchemy room is silent, save for the hiss of the overturned acid eating into the floorboards and the ragged, wet sound of my own breathing. The assassins are meat. They are piles of cooling bodies in the corners of the room. I do not look at them. I look only at the gray thing that used to be a star. Tyra is dying. It is not a poetic fading. It is a collapse. The archon toxin is a coward's weapon. It shuts down the autonomic nervous system, silencing the body room by room until the lights go out. I rip the remains of her tunic away. The sound of tearing fabric is too loud in the quiet room. The wound is a black crater in the center of her chest. The necrosis has already spread, spiderwebbing out in veins of ink under her pale skin. Her chest barely rises. Her heart. I press my ear to her sternum. Thump. Pause. Pause. Thump. It is a bird trapped in a winter storm, freezing mid-flight. Do not stop, I command, my voice cracking. It is not a lord's command. It is a beggar's plea. I scramble for the regents. My hands, usually steady enough to dissect a gnat's wing, are trembling. I grab the McKixt root. I grab the Numiscu stabilizer. I grind them in a mortar, the stone screeching against stone. I mix the paste with water. I pry her jaws open. Her lips are blue. Cold. I pour the draft into her mouth. It pools there. She does not swallow. The reflex is gone. Drink, I snarl, massaging her throat. Damn you, Tyra, drink! It spills out of the corner of her mouth, useless. I throw the bowl against the wall. It shatters. Standard alchemy is failing. Her human physiology is too weak. Her heart is too fragile to pump the antidote through the sludge of the toxin. She needs a catalyst. She needs a force violent enough to restart the engine. She needs fire. I stop. I look at the row of forbidden texts on the high shelf, the ones bound in Vraken's skin, the ones that speak of the old ways. There is a cure, but it is not medicine. It is a binding. It is the blood seal. To mix Naga blood with a human host is forbidden by the High Council. It is considered an abomination. The potency of our blood burns through human veins like acid. Unless it is given with intent. Unless it is given as a bond. If she takes my blood, she takes my heat. She takes my lifespan. She becomes anchored to me in a way that death itself cannot easily sever. I look at her face. It is so still. The stubbornness is gone. The defiance is gone. "You wanted to protect me," I whisper, tracing the line of her jaw with a claw that is retracted and harmless. I reach for the obsidian dagger on the table, the one I used to skin the Tara birds for her feast. I do not hesitate. I position the blade over my own chest, directly between the plates of jade armor where the heart beats strongest. I slice. Pain flares, sharp and bright, but it is nothing compared to the agony of watching her fade. My blood wells up. It is not red like hers. It is darker, thick and rich, shimmering with a faint, iridescent heat. It smells of copper and raw magic. I catch the flow in a clean crystal goblet. I add the mixed powder directly to the blood. The mixture hisses, turning a violent, glowing purple. I lift the goblet. "This is not a gift, Tyra," I tell her silent form. "This is a sentence. If you drink this, you do not leave. You never leave." I lift her head. I take a mouthful of the burning metallic mixture. I press my mouth to hers. I force her lips apart with my tongue. I breathe the liquid into her. I use my own breath to push it down her throat, past the paralyzed muscles, forcing it into her stomach. I feel her body convulse. The shock of the Naga blood hitting her system is immediate. Her back arches off the slate table. A gasp tears from her throat, a dry, rattling sound. "Yes," I hiss, pulling back, watching the black veins in her chest. They are pulsing. The purple glow is spreading from her stomach, racing through her arteries, fighting the black ink of the urchin. It is a war of colors beneath her skin. I climb onto the table. The slate is cold, and she cannot afford to lose a single degree of heat. I pull her against me. I begin to coil. My tail, heavy and thick, winds around her legs, her hips, her waist. I wrap her in a cocoon of muscle and scale. I bury her in my mass. I flare my internal furnace, pushing every ounce of thermal energy I possess into her freezing body. I press her back against my chest, covering the wound with my hand, as if I can physically hold her soul inside her ribcage. "Wake up," I murmur into her hair. "The winter is over. The storm is gone. Wake up." I rock her. The poison master, the butcher of Cario, rocking a dying spy on a table of blood and glass. Minutes stretch into hours. The oppressive heat in the room rises, generated by my desperation. I feel the rhythm against my palm change. Thump, thump, thump. It is stronger. The bird is beating its wings. The black lines on her chest are receding, fading into bruises. The color is returning to her lips, not blue, but a pale, fragile pink. I hold my breath. "Tyra." Her eyelashes flutter. They are dark against her pale skin. They tremble once, twice. A struggle against the weight of the dark. Then, slowly, agonizingly, they lift. Brown eyes, clouded with pain but undeniably alive, look up at me. She breathes.
Chapter 30. Tyra. The first thing I know is heat. It is not the stifling, suffocating heat of the fever that dragged me under. It is a steady, rhythmic warmth that permeates the marrow of my bones, humming with a vibration that feels less like a temperature and more like a song. I'm not floating anymore. I'm heavy. I'm anchored. I open my eyes. The world is dim, lit by the soft amber glow of the volcanic vents. The stone ceiling of the sanctum arches above me, familiar and safe. I am lying in the nest of black river stones, but I am not touching the rock. I am lying on him. Baishu is a mountain of coils beneath me. He has arranged himself into a living bed, his massive body looped and layered to cradle me. The silk sheets, the ones he gave me, are tangled around my legs, but his chest is my pillow. I shift, testing my limbs. My shoulder throbs, a dull, distant echo of the agony that was there before. My chest feels tight, the skin tender. but the crushing weight of the Erkin toxin is gone. You have returned. The voice is a low rumble against my ear. It sounds tired, scraped raw. I turn my head. Bai Shu is watching me. He looks terrible. The iridescent shine of his jade scales has dulled to a matte green. There are dark smudges beneath his golden eyes, and the skin of his face looks drawn, tight against the bone. He looks like a creature that hasn't slept, hasn't eaten, hasn't blinked in 1,000 years. But his eyes, they are burning. They are fixed on me with a terrifying, consuming intensity. Bai Shu, I croak. My voice is rough, like I've swallowed sand. Do not speak, he murmurs, his hand coming up to cup my cheek. His palm is rough, the claws retracted, but his touch is so gentle it makes my chest ache. You have been in the dark for 2 rotations. Your body is still knitting itself together. 2 days. I lost 2 days. Memory crashes into me. The assassin, the launcher, the jump, the pain. I didn't die, I whisper, sounding surprised. I did not permit it, he states simply. He shifts, his tail tightening around my waist, pulling me closer until there is no air between us. He buries his face in the crook of my neck, inhaling deeply. You are warm, he breathes, his voice shaking. You are finally warm. I lift my hand, my fingers trembling as I brush the hair back from his forehead. He leans into the touch, closing his eyes, letting out a shuddering sigh that rattles through his massive frame. I'm sorry, I say. The guilt I couldn't speak in the delirium rises up, choking me. I didn't steal it, Bai Shu. I promise. I just wanted you to be safe. His eyes snap open. The gold is hard again, sharp with the memory of the betrayal he thought was real. I know, he says. You sacrificed yourself. You threw yourself on a blade meant for me. You are a foolish, illogical creature. I had to, I tell him. Vexis, he promised. Bai Shu pulls back slightly, his expression darkening. Tell me. Everything. And I do. I tell him about the slave pits. I tell him about the cold that never left our bones. I tell him about Vexis burning the pine branch, the smell of sulphur and fear. But mostly, I tell him about them. Lara and Sola, I whisper, tears pricking my eyes. We weren't blood, but we were sisters. We kept each other alive. When Vexis took me, he told me that if I didn't bring him the formula, he would burn the pit with them inside it. I look away, staring at the dark stones of the wall. I failed them, I choke out. I chose you. I chose to save the monster instead of my sisters. Vexis knows I failed by now. He probably already... I can't finish the sentence. The image of the fire, of my sisters screaming, is too much. I begin to shake. Bai Shu's hand grips my chin, turning my face back to his. Look at me, he commands. I meet his gaze. There is no pity in his eyes. There is only the cold, lethal resolve of the apex predator. Do you think I allow theft? He asks softly. I blink. What? You are mine, he says, the possessiveness rolling off him in waves. Your breath is mine. Your heat is mine. And by extension, your burdens are mine. He leans closer, his fangs glinting in the dim light. If these females, Lara and Sola, are dear to you, then they are under my protection. Vexis thinks he can take what belongs to the Poison Master. He is mistaken. But if he hurt them, then I will unmake him, Bai Shu snarls. I will march on his stronghold. I will dissolve his gates with viper's breath. I will turn his palace into a tomb. If they live, I will bring them to this hearth. If they are dead, I will pile the bodies of his lineage high enough to reach the moons. He presses his forehead to mine. I promise you this, Tyra. We will find them. The knot in my chest loosens. It isn't just a promise. It is a declaration of war. And for the first time in my life, the war isn't against me. It's for me. I wrap my arms around his neck, pulling him down. I kiss him. It isn't tentative. It isn't shy. I kiss him with all the relief and terror and love that has been building since I first saw him in the garden. He makes a low, guttural noise and kisses me back, his tongue sweeping into my mouth, tasting me, claiming me. He tastes of iron and magic. When we break apart, he doesn't let go. He keeps his forehead resting against mine. You taste different, I whisper. Or, I do. I feel it then. A strange, low hum in my blood. It feels like the vibration of the stones in the sanctum, but it's inside my veins. My skin feels hotter. My heart beats slower, stronger, matching the thundering rhythm of his. Bai Shu pulls back. He looks at me with a strange expression, solemn, almost reverent. The antidote was insufficient, he explains, his voice clinical but strained. Your heart was stopping. To save the vessel, I had to change the fuel. He takes my hand and places it over his own heart, right between the heavy plates of jade. Then he moves it to my chest, over the bandages covering the wound. The rhythm is identical, thump, 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 thump. I opened a vein, he says quietly. I mixed my blood with the mekiksti. I fed it to you. My eyes widen. I know enough of Prothekan lore to know what that means. Blood magic, the forbidden alchemy. Bai Shu! I breathe. What did you do? I anchored you, he says. Naga blood is potent. It burns away weakness. It binds the soul of the drinker to the soul of the giver. He traces the line of my jaw. You are no longer entirely human, Tyra. Your lifespan, it is no longer a flicker. You will not age and die while I remain. You will endure as I endure. He pauses, searching my face for fear. We are knotted, he says, using the term for the mating lock, biologically, spiritually. You cannot leave me now, even if you wished it. If my heart stops, yours stops. If yours stops, mine will shatter. He looks terrifyingly vulnerable at that moment. He has handed me the power to kill him just by dying. I bound you to a monster, he whispers. I am sorry. I look at him. I feel the hum in my blood, his power, his life, flowing through me. I don't feel trapped. I feel complete. I feel like the missing piece of the puzzle has finally snapped into place. I don't want to leave, I say fiercely. I told you. I never want to leave. He closes his eyes, exhaling a breath he seems to have been holding for days. He presses a kiss to my palm. Then it is done, he says. He shifts his coils, unwinding slightly from the nest. Come, he says. There is something you must see. He doesn't let me walk. He scoops me up, cradling me against his chest, as if I am made of spun glass. The silk of my dress spills over his arms. He carries me out of the sanctum, through the corridors that smell of silence and shadows, and pushes open the doors to the main hall. I gasp. The fire pit is roaring. The heat washes over us, chasing away the chill of the estate. But it is the tree that stops my breath. He stood it back up. The crooked blue needle sapling is upright in a new pot, a heavy, polished stone urn carved with Naga runes. And the ornaments. I stare, tears pricking my eyes again. He gathered the crushed tin stars. He gathered the shattered mirror shards. But he didn't just glue them back together. He filled the cracks with gold. Liquid gold veins run through the jagged tin. The mirror pieces are set into settings of twisted copper wire that look like delicate spiderwebs. The tree glitters not just with reflected light, but with treasure. He turned my trash into jewellery. I attempted to reconstruct the geometry, Bai Shu says stiffly, sounding suddenly unsure. The symmetry is still flawed, but I believe the light was necessary. It's perfect, I whisper. He carries me to the tree. On the table next to it, the honey cake sits on a new platter, and beside it, the rough tin star I made for him. He sets me down, but he stays close, his body curling around me, shielding me from the draught. He picks up the star. He holds it out to me. The ritual, he says softly. You said the final piece claims the light. I look at the star. It is battered. It is simple. But in his hand, against his dark scales, it looks like the most precious thing in the world. Finish it, my heart, he murmurs. Claim the light. Claim the home. I take the star. My hand is steady now, strengthened by his blood. I reach up. Baishu places his hand over mine, guiding me. His skin is cool, mine is hot. Together, we place the star on the highest branch of the crooked, beautiful tree. It catches the firelight. It blazes. Happy day of light, Baishu, I whisper, even if it's late. Happy day of light, Tyra, he answers, and for the first time, the Poison Master smiles.
Chapter 31. Baishu. The main hall smells of resin, rearsed oil, and the terrifying permanence of oaths. Kiri stands before us. She is draped in a ceremonial sash of deep indigo, her clouded eyes unusually bright as she looks from me to Tyra. The old servant has seen 3 generations of my line live and die. She has seen me brew poisons that toppled kingdoms. She has seen me isolate myself in the ice of my own arrogance. But today, she sees me coiled around a human woman who wears my blood in her veins and my silk on her skin. The soil accepts the root, Kiri intones, her voice raspy but steady. She holds a bowl of smoking herbs, sage root and viper bloom, wafting the smoke over our joined hands. The venom does not kill the heart, it preserves it. The circle is closed. Tyra squeezes my hand. Her skin is hot, hotter than it was days ago. The transfusion has taken hold. She burns with a low, constant fever that calls to the reptile in me, singing a song of survival. Kiri lowers the bowl. She looks at Tyra, and the harsh lines of her face soften into something that looks painfully like pride. I told you, little stray, Kiri croons, reaching out a clawed hand to pat Tyra's cheek. I told you that some secrets kill, but I did not tell you that some secrets save. Tyra smiles, leaning into the old Naga's touch. Thank you, Kiri. Do not thank me, Kiri huffs, though her tail twitches with pleasure. Just keep him warm. He is unbearable when he is cold. She looks at me then. You have chosen a dangerous path, Poison Master, to bind a human. It is history written in blood. But... She pauses, sniffing the air around us, tasting the bond that already hums between our souls. I have never smelled a vintage quite like this. It is strong. It will outlast the stone. She bows low. Congratulations, my lord, my lady. The title hangs in the air, heavy and gold. Leave us, I command softly. Kiri glides away, the heavy iron doors booming shut behind her. I turn to Tyra. She stands in the light of the tree she built, the gold-filled cracks of the ornaments glinting behind her. She looks small, fragile, and utterly unconquerable. The public ritual is done, I murmur, scooping her up into my arms. The silk of her dress whispers against my scales. Now, we perform the true binding. I carry her not to the guest room, but to the sanctum, to the nest. The heat in the room is stifling, fed by the volcanic vents I opened wide. The air is thick with the scent of the rearsed oil I placed by the bedside, a heavy, spicy scent used only for mating. I lay her down on the furs. I do not uncoil. I surround her. I build a fortress of jade and muscle, blocking out the rest of the world until all she can see is me. Undress, I command. My voice is thick, The biological imperative is roaring in my ears, drowning out the scholar, the aristocrat. I'm only the male. Tyra sits up. Her fingers tremble slightly as she undoes the sash of the silver dress. She lets it fall. Her body is a landscape I have memorized, yet it is new. The scar on her shoulder from the arrow is a fresh, pink crescent. The veins beneath her skin glow faintly purple with my blood. She is a masterpiece of survival. I reach for the rearsed oil. It is warm in the bottle. I pour a generous amount into my palm, the amber liquid glistening. This oil heats on contact with skin, I explain, my voice dropping to a rough purr. It heightens sensitivity. It makes the nerves sing. I spread the oil over her chest, avoiding the healing wound, circling her breasts. "Baishu!" she gasps, her head falling back. "It burns!" "Good!" I growl. "Burn for me!" My hands slide down her stomach, coating her hips, her thighs. I lean down, my tongue flicking out to taste the oil on her skin. It tastes of cinnamon and her own sweet musk. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, the guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
You are loud, I murmur, kissing the top of her head. For a spy. She laughs, a tired, happy sound. You are needy. For a lord. I tighten my arms around her. I am, I admit. I look at her. She is covered in oil and my scent. She is marked. She glows with the purple hue of my blood in her veins. You are no longer a curiosity, I tell her, my voice solemn in the quiet room. You are the lady of the poison master. You are the keeper of the breath. And you are the only thing in this world I will not kill to keep. She looks up at me, her eyes shining with the light of the tree she built. And you, she whispers, touching my face, are my warm Christmas. I do not know what Christmas means, but if it means this heat, this peace, and this woman in my arms, then I will celebrate it until the sun goes dark.
Epilogue. Tyra. The estate smells of murder and molasses. It is a strange, intoxicating perfume that belongs only to this place, the sanctum of the poison master. In the past year, I have learned to distinguish the notes. The sharp, metallic tang of the viper bloom baishu is distilling in the east wing, the rich, earthy scent of the nabella spice rising from the oven, and the underlying ozone crackle of the magic that now runs through my own veins. I stand in the main hall, wiping flour from my hands onto the silk of my dress. It is not the silver dress. That one is folded away in a cedar chest, preserved like a holy relic. Today, I wear gold, a deep, shimmering amber silk that Baishu commissioned from the weavers in the capital. He said it matched my eyes. He said it looked like honey caught in sunlight. I look at the room. It is no longer a tomb. The black basalt pillars are draped in garlands of fresh sweetgrass and dried red berries. The fire pit, once a dying ember, roars with a cheerful, steady heat that keeps the stone floor warm enough for bare feet. And the tree? I smile, shaking my head. Baishu does not understand moderation. When I told him we needed a tree for the second day of light, I expected him to let me dig up another sapling. Instead, he had his guards haul in a massive, towering blue needle pine from the deep forest. It scrapes the vaulted ceiling. And the ornaments are not trash anymore. The tin stars are gone. In their place hang delicate spheres of blown glass, filled with swirling, harmless, luminescent gases, miniature nebulas that glow in the dark. There are stars made of solid gold, hammered thin by Baishu's own hands. There are ribbons of Yili silk woven through the branches. It is a masterpiece. It is a hoard. It is the most terrifyingly beautiful Christmas tree in the history of Protheka. "Stop staring at the vegetation," a dry voice rasps from the kitchen archway. "The bread will burn, and the master will blame me for ruining the ritual." I turn. Kiri is standing there, holding a wooden paddle. She is covered in flour. It coats her slate-grey scales, making her look like a ghost. "It won't burn, Kiri," I say, walking over to check the oven. "And Baishu won't blame you. He's mellowed." Kiri snorts, a sound like tearing canvas. "Mellowed. He nearly dissolved a courier yesterday for knocking too loudly while you were napping. The poison master has not mellowed, little stray. He has merely narrowed his focus." She grumbles, but she steps aside to let me open the oven door. The heat blasts out, smelling of yeast and sweet spice. The loaves are rising perfectly, golden brown and crusted with sugar. "Lara and Sola sent the jam," I say softly, checking the glaze. "The loud ones," Kiri mutters, though her tail gives a traitorous twitch of pleasure. "They send too much fruit. They think we starve up here on the cliffs." "They're happy," I say, the warmth in my chest expanding. Baishu kept his promise. He didn't just save my sisters and defeated my old master. He bought them a bakery amongst the humans. They live in the sun. They send letters every week, and Baishu reads them to me in the evenings, his deep voice stumbling over the frivolous gossip, his tail tapping impatiently until I kiss the annoyance away. "They are safe," Kiri corrects, "because the master's shadow is long." She reaches out, her clawed hand brushing a stray lock of hair from my forehead. Her touch is rough, but careful. "You look tired, my lady," she says, her clouded eyes narrowing. "You possess a pallor." "I'm fine," I lie. "Just the heat." I am not fine. For the past week, I have felt strange. It isn't a sickness. I know sickness. I know the weakness of hunger and the ache of the cold. This is different. It is a fullness, a sense of being stretched, not by pain, but by light. My hand drifts unconsciously to my stomach. The fabric of the dress is tight there. I feel the hum of the blood bond, the purple fire Baishu put in my veins a year ago. Usually it is a steady rhythm, matching his heart. But lately it has been fluttering, skipping beats, or perhaps adding new ones. A draught sweeps through the hall. The heavy iron doors do not creak. They glide open on silent, well-oiled hinges. The temperature in the room drops instantly, then spikes as a massive body displaces the air. He is home. I don't need to see him. My blood knows. The bond sings in my veins, a sudden crescendo of awareness. He is here. He is safe. He is mine. Baishu glides into the hall. He is magnificent. The year has treated him well. His scales shine with the deep, lustrous jade of a healthy shed. His hood is relaxed, but his eyes are already locked on me. He carries the cold of the mountain on his skin, but his presence is a furnace. He does not carry a weapon. In his hands he holds a block of ice. Encased within it is a single, perfect fire lily, a flower that blooms only in the heart of the volcanic vents. He crosses the room. He does not walk. He flows. He ignores Kiri. He ignores the tree. He reaches me. "My heart," he murmurs. He drops the ice block onto the table. It lands with a heavy thud next to the flower and pulls me into his arms. The contrast is delicious. His scales are freezing from the wind outside, but his skin is burning hot. I bury my face in the hollow of his neck, inhaling the scent of him, ozone, rain, and the deep, dark musk of the apex predator. "You are cold," I whisper against his throat. I was hunting, he says, his arms tightening around me. I required a tribute for the day of light. He gestures to the flower. It will not fade. I have preserved it in 0-point stasis. It's beautiful, I say, leaning back to look at him. He studies my face. His pupils narrow, then blow wide. His tongue slides out, tasting the air between us. He freezes. You smell... He trails off, his brows knit together. Different. Different how? I ask, my pulse fluttering. Bad different? No, he says slowly. Complex. You smell of the nabella, yes. But beneath it, there is a scent of milk and expansion. He lowers his head. He presses his ear against my chest, listening to my heart. Then he slides lower. He kneels. The poison master, the lord of the high cliffs, drops to his knees on the stone floor in front of me. He presses his face against my stomach. Silence stretches in the hall. Kiri has stopped scraping the bowl. The fire pops. Baishu goes rigid. His tail, which had been lazily sweeping the floor, snaps tight. It whips around us, building the wall. The coil rises, layer upon layer of heavy muscle, locking us into our private world. He lifts his head. His face is a mask of absolute, terrified wonder. There is an echo, he whispers. An echo, I breathe, my hands resting on his shoulders. A second rhythm, he says. It is faint. It is fast, like a hummingbird trapped in a drum. He looks at me, his golden eyes wide. Tyra, he says, his voice cracking. We are distinct species. The blood bond. It bridges the soul. But the biology... Miracles happen on the day of light, I say, tears welling in my eyes. Isn't that what the stories say? He stands up slowly. He looks at my stomach as if it is a bomb, as if it is a galaxy. A hatchling, he murmurs, a child. He pulls me against him, but carefully this time, terrified, as if I am made of wet paper. Is it possible? I ask, burying my face in his chest. I am the poison master, he says, his voice gaining strength, the arrogance creeping back in, but softened by awe. I manipulate the fundamental building blocks of life and death. My blood is in your veins. My essence is in your cells. Yes, it is possible. He laughs. It is a sound I have heard only a handful of times in a year. It is deep and rich and shakes the floorboards. A air, he roars, spinning me around. A creature of two worlds. Put me down, I laugh, clutching his shoulders. You'll make me sick. He sets me down, but he doesn't let go. He keeps his arm around my waist, his hand splayed wide over my stomach, claiming the life growing there. Kiri, he barks. The old Naga jumps. Master. Prepare the vault, he commands. Move the dangerous reagents to the upper shelves, pad the corners of the slate tables, and triple the perimeter guards. Baishu, I warn gently. It's a baby, not an invasion. It is a treasure, he corrects, looking down at me with a fierceness that takes my breath away. And I protect my hoard. He leans down and kisses me. It is a slow, claiming kiss. It tastes of the future. It tastes of a life that is no longer lonely, no longer cold. I lean back against his chest, watching the firelight dance on the gold ornaments of the tree. The estate is safe. My sisters are safe. And inside me, a new heart is beating in time with the monster who loves me. Happy day of light, I whisper. Baishu rests his chin on top of my head. His tail curls around our feet, a heavy, unbreakable circle. It is, he agrees, his voice rumbling through me. It is the warmest one yet.